Alright, so you know the drill. This video has no business being this long, but brevity isn't my strong suit, and you already know I'm prone to making things unnecessarily dragged out, so this is the intro, where I talk about what drove me to make the video, discussing the things that led up to it, and all that jazz. So feel free to just skip to the meat and potatoes of the video. I've left timestamps all over the place, they're literally everywhere, and believe me, there's a lot to unpack here. That being said, let's get back to the video. So if you're out of the loop, I'm going to bring you up to speed real quick. So on the 8th of July, 2023, I uploaded my Virgil Doppelganger guide. Now, it wasn't just a doppelganger guide, it was also about the most rudimentary aspects of Virgil as a character, you know, like his judgment cut mechanic and all that stuff. So it was mostly about the fundamentals, you know, the basics. And the reason I made that guide was because I was kind of puzzled by the fact that there were no doppelganger guides out there, so I took it upon myself to make one. And I also kind of wanted to destigmatize Virgil as a character because at the time, a lot of people were saying, I mean, they're still saying this, but, you know, a lot of people were saying how he was, you know, like, incredibly easy, how playing Virgil and avoiding Dante is a cop-out, how he's a far cry from Dante, you know, so on and so forth. And shortly thereafter, I started analyzing all of the Virgil Doppelganger combos that I made over the course of 2022. And I only finished my last combo analysis about a few months ago. So that was an incredibly laborious process that took more than a year. And I cannot delineate just how incredibly tedious of an undertaking that is. It was absolutely horrible. The tedium of analyzing combos and all of the mistakes that you can make, it just really did a number on me. So I figured that while I still have that dog in me, I'm gonna seize the opportunity to talk about Dante. And you know, in all honesty, I've been flirting with the idea to make a Dante guide for the longest time now, and I think it's about time that idea came to fruition, especially since my Virgil guide did so well. I mean, it's almost got 20,000 views. I mean, that's gotta be some kind of milestone, at least by my channel standards. And honestly, your comments have been nothing but supportive and heartwarming. I can't thank you enough. And as a matter of fact, I would say that, you know, that's also why I'm making this guide. That's also one of the reasons. Another reason why I decided to entertain the idea of making a Dante guide was because a lot of people asked me to, and initially I was kind of reluctant. I had no plans to tackle such a taxing undertaking, but I had a change of heart and I ultimately decided to go through with it and make this all-encompassing guide. Now, there are other reasons at play as well. With Virgil, a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, were casting aspersions on the character, and there was this stigma surrounding him. You know, like, he was easy, and all this other stuff, and I really didn't want to stand for this Virgil slander. And the prospect of people realizing that Virgil is actually not that brainless was a very appealing one. I wanted to advocate for it. I wanted to make people understand that Virgil can be complex because I was aware of Virgil's limitless potential and I wanted to bring it to the forefront for other people to see and enjoy as well. But now, conversely, I keep seeing people shitting on Dante, saying, who would ever play Dante? He's too boring, he's too goofy, he has a hat, a bike, he's slow, he's needlessly convoluted, yada yada yada. And I'd venture to say that most of the people saying this kind of stuff are casuals. And more often than not, the people saying this suck at playing Virgil as well. And let me tell you, I've seen some of these people's quote-unquote combos, and let's just say they leave much to be desired in more ways than one. So just look at this comment section, and believe me, this is actually tame compared to all the Dante slander I've seen. In fact, I'd be hard-pressed to even call it slander, so this isn't nearly as abysmal, but look at the argument being made here. Like, Virgil is just cooler, so don't play Dante. Now, the best thing you can do is not give these people the time of day, but since I'm talking about it here, I figured I might as well include it to, you know, like, raise awareness or something. Like, nowadays, if you say that Dante and Virgil are equally as cool, or God forbid you say that Dante is cooler, perish the thought, you'll get dogpiled. And honestly, this shouldn't even be a slippery slope at all. Like, you should be able to play both characters without getting dissed for it. So, I'm making this video in part because I feel like I gotta defend Dante. So, the point I'm trying trying to make is Dante versus Virgil has always been a pretty contentious topic, be it from a purely mechanical or gameplay perspective or lore-wise, like power scaling. It's just controversial, to say the least, so you really gotta tread lightly. Now, DMC is a game series that revolves around the premise that combos are key. You know, you got launching attacks, dashing attacks, super moves, aerial combos, all that jazz. And you already know that keeping your enemy from touching the ground is basically the name of the game. Now, sporting 4 melee weapons and 4 gun weapons and boasting 4 styles and 2 transformations, Dante is hailed as one of the most complex video game characters of all time, by most people. But as far as I'm concerned, he's the most complex character, period. And for good reason, too. I mean, this guy has everything but the kitchen sink. He has it all. He's got guns, shotguns, rocket launchers, hats, bikes, nunchucks, swords, the whole 9 yards. Now, this may sound intimidating and overwhelming to some people, but make no mistake, DMC is an incredibly accessible game. That's one of its biggest virtues. It doesn't require you to master all this stuff. You're going to have more fun if you do, but that's exactly what I love about it, unlike certain games, like the Soul series, where you need to grind for your life if you want to master the basics. Now, I know people call me bad at these games, and, you know, guilty as charged. I'm pretty bad at playing, you know, Souls-like games. I said this in my Virgil guide, but I feel like DMC 5 is essentially 3 games. You have the first game, which is just, you know, playing the missions, Bloody Palace, having fun, goofing around, styling on enemies. Not necessarily, but, you know, you can definitely do it. It's optional. The second game is boss fights, which in and of itself is a completely different thing, because, you know, you gotta learn enemy patterns, you gotta time your attacks accordingly, and all that stuff. There's actually a channel called Coyote A. He uploads DMC 5 boss battles, and he just really brings to light how insane this game can be in the hands of a professional boss fighter, if that makes any sense. Like, the videos, like the fights he makes, they're works of art, honestly. And finally, you have combos that you do in the Void. That's like the third game. You know, so you got missions in Bloody Palace, you got bosses, and you got combos. But anyway, Dante is, for all intents and purposes, an instrument, essentially. And everyone uses this instrument in their own way, which is why you'll see so many different playstyles from different advanced players who wield Dante. Now, one of the reasons why I'm not going to be delving into the intricacies and subtleties of Dante's advanced tech is because I myself am not an advanced player by any stretch of the imagination. Like, I consider myself good at the game. Maybe slightly above average. Like, I know a thing or two about it, but I'm nowhere near an advanced player. So I don't really feel like I'm qualified to trespass into the domain of advanced players. And not to mention, I'm not even familiar with most of the advanced stuff that Dante has, because regrettably it's not very accessible, and me playing this game using my mouse and keyboard, that might just be an aggravating circumstance that basically encumbers an already difficult process of, well, basically mastering Dante on an advanced level. And another reason is, and if you watch my commentary videos on Storm, you'll know this, but I foster nothing but hatred for casuals who speak so matter-of-factly and frame themselves in a way where they seem like these sophisticated connoisseurs that know everything about the game, but in reality, they don't know the first thing about it, and they have no idea what they're even talking about. Like, there's so many people who are bad at Storm, but they take it upon themselves to basically discuss all this advanced tech, and their fans are, of course, none the wiser, so they actually get the impression that these people know what they're talking about. Meanwhile, the person can't even grasp the basics of the game they're talking about, and they know fuck all about it. And that just grinds my gears like no tomorrow, man. I can't. Like, I don't want to be culpable of the same crime. I don't want to be one of those armchair critics and wannabe experts. You know, I know my limits, so I'm not going to be talking about things that I'm not very familiar with. Having said that, there will be some talk about some advanced techniques, if you can even call it advanced techniques, in this video, so if you're into that, stick around. So let me reiterate, This is a guide on Dante's fundamentals. Do not expect advanced tech. I'm not going to be delving into specifics of that sort to that extent. We're talking about Dante on a more fundamental level here. It's essentially a rundown of his weapons and styles, you know, his whole moveset, with some cool stuff in between. So, you know, I just feel like I gotta clarify this again. Now, before I go any further, there's an abundance of guides made by some incredible players that you can find online. So the first one that comes to mind is Conquest Guides, or Conquest Guides. His name was Alan Conquest, I think. He's the OG. Like, he made so many guides for specific weapons, like 30 to 40 minute guides for one weapon, or one enemy. You know, he also made guides on enemies. He goes very in-depth. He meticulously goes over every move, all of its properties, the damage these moves inflict on different difficulties, the effect they have on different enemies, etc. So, absolutely check him out. I won't be going that in-depth, but, you know. Another person that comes to mind is Chaser Tech. He made several videos on Dante, on Double Sword Dante. Then there's SSSmoke, there's Nilo47 Angelo, RK, a lot of people overall. So if you want to learn more about Dante, like more specific stuff, definitely make sure to give these people a watch. They're very thorough in their explanations, so that might be very helpful to you. And also, I can't believe I'm only noticing this just now, but Nilo47 Angelo made a full Dante guide that's almost 2 hours long. And as of me recording this video, this guide is almost like 5 months old. It's crazy to me that I'm only noticing this now, but yeah, he delves into some really advanced stuff at the end of the guide, as well as some glitches that you can use to your advantage with Dante, so definitely give him a watch. Now, I had a lot of time to think about how I was going to structure this video and give it some semblance of order, so I was thinking weapons first, then styles. Then I was like, no, let's do melee weapons, then styles, then guns. But I have a better idea, and I know this sounds counterintuitive and maybe even counterproductive, but just bear with me here. So Dante has 4 styles, 4 melee weapons, and 4 guns. Now, Swordmaster is a style that basically gives all of his melee weapons more moves, and Gunslinger is a style that gives all of his gun weapons more moves. So I wanted to find a more intuitive approach to all this. To that end, I decided that the best way to handle this would be to talk about Royal Guard and Trickster first, then talk about Dante's melee weapons, and after each melee weapon, talk about Swordmaster. Then when I'm done with all the melee weapons and Swordmaster, I'll talk about his gun weapons, and after each gun weapon, I'll talk about Gunslinger. So that's basically the plan here. I know it sounds unfathomably asinine at first, but believe me, this is the best way to handle this in my opinion. So I'll try to explain this to the best of my ability. At any rate, all of this is completely impertinent to the topic at hand right now, so let's get down to brass tacks. Before I actually start talking about the nitty-gritty, I gotta talk about my controls, and also about some basic mechanics you should get familiar with. So if you've watched my previous videos, you'll know that I play this game using my mouse and keyboard. And yeah, I know, that's blasphemy. It's definitely not the most optimal way to play this game, but I haven't really been experiencing any issues, and just for the record, like, if you have ever played a single game in your life using a mouse and keyboard, you will know, like, you will be familiar with these controls. So starting off, we got my mouse, and we have the left mouse button and the right mouse button. So the left mouse button is my melee button. I mean, you could call it attack button, you can call it melee button, you know, whatever floats your boat, it ultimately doesn't matter. So when I press the left mouse button, I will do an attack with one of my melee weapons. So either Double Sword Dante, or Balrog, or King Cerberus, or Cavaliere, depending on which melee weapon I have equipped. So this is basically the attack button, and I think it's like that in literally every game ever. You click the left mouse button and you do an attack. My right mouse button is my gun button, so I will do an attack with one of my gun weapons. So Ebony Ivory, Coyote A, double Kalina Ann, the Faust Hat, depending on which weapon I have equipped. Moving on, we got my movement keys, and again, if you've ever played any game ever using your keyboard, you'll be acquainted, you'll know these commands. So I move using WASD. So W is forward, S is backwards, A is left, D is right. And obviously, just like in every game ever, space is jump. So I think that's all pretty, like, it's universal, you know? It's like that for literally every game ever. Alright, so next up is my lock-on key, which is shift. Now, this is pivotal. Like, the lock-on button is basically one of the most important buttons in the game. Because if you've never really played DMC, but you happen to be watching this video, basically you gotta be locked on to do just about anything in this game. So you're constantly locked on. There are moves that require you to lock off to release the lock on, and you know, sometimes you want to lock off, or well, release the lock on deliberately to change certain properties of certain moves, but literally every directional attack requires you to be locked on. For example, Stinger with Double Sword Dante is forward plus attack button. However, it's not enough to just press forward plus attack button. You gotta lock on and press forward plus attack button. Otherwise, nothing will happen. If you just press forward plus attack button, or in my case, W plus left mouse button, Dante will not use Stinger. He'll just do one slash with Double Sword Dante. If you want to use any directional move or attack, you gotta lock on and input those commands. So lock on, forward plus attack button. You need to be locked on to use this move and any other move in this game, basically. That's especially directional attacks, which is like 90% of the moves in this game. Like, Trickster is forward plus style button. I don't know, any attack, basically, you have to be locked on. This may seem a little intimidating at first, but really, it doesn't take a long time to get accustomed to. I'm saying this in case you've, like, never played DMC, but your curiosity got the better of you and you clicked on this video. My double trigger button is F, so I press F to go double trigger. That's just, there's really not much more to say about that. And we also have the styles. So Dante has 4 styles, and in my case, they're mapped to Z, X, C, V. So Z is Trickster, X is Swordmaster, C is Royal Guard, and V is Gunslinger. So I basically assume these styles, I switch these styles by pressing these buttons, and obviously, I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but in DMC, when you're playing Dante, the name of the game is, like, swapping styles incredibly fast. Like, the game allows you to seamlessly switch between these styles on the fly, like, immediately in that millisecond. So, like this, basically. Now, how do you perform an action with these styles? You perform them by pressing the style button, which in my case is E. So my style button is E, and this button is arguably more important than the melee button, you know, when you play Dante. I'd venture to say it's more important because, like, Dante has so many styles and so many moves that these styles offer that you essentially end up with more style actions than base moves. Now, I know that might be a stretch, but I don't think that's too far off the mark, really. I taunt using my R key. So if I want to use the taunt, I press R. That's basically all there is to it. And, of course, finally, I switch my weapons. So if I want to switch between my melee weapons, I press 1. So this will switch between, you know, Double Sword Dante, Balrog, King Cerberus, Cavaliere. You can customize the order of the weapons in the loadout. This is my, like, for me, this is the most intuitive way of ordering it. So yeah, basically I press 1 to switch between melee weapons, and I press 2 to switch between gun weapons. So Ebony and Ivory, Coyote A, double Kalina Ann, the Faust Hat, etc. So 1 is for switching between melee weapons, and 2 is for switching between gun weapons. So before I start talking about Dante's weapons and styles, I feel like I gotta get the miscellaneous stuff out of the way. I'm not sure if that's how I should title this section of the video, but basically, Dante's got some movement options, and, you know, he's got some taunts that I want to talk about, and there is one mechanic that's kind of universal. It's, like, not exclusive to Dante. It applies to, like, every DMC character. So, basically, you have this side roll, and it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a side roll, and the way you do this is, obviously, you gotta be locked on, just like with every move in this game. So you lock on and you press left plus jump or right plus jump. So A plus space, D plus space. So it's like left plus jump, right plus jump, left plus right, right plus jump. So that's basically how this whole thing works. And Dante will roll on the ground depending on the direction. So yeah. Obviously, like I said, space is my jump button, which is the case with almost every game ever, and if I press space, Dante will jump. But Dante has air hike, which is essentially a double jump, so if I press space twice, Dante will perform this double jump. So yeah, one thing that I feel is kind of noteworthy when it comes to air hike is that you have this butterfly jump. That's what I call it. It doesn't have an official name, I think, but this butterfly jump is like you lock on, right? You're locked on and you jump, and then during the second jump you press left plus jump or right plus jump, and Dante will do this like directional jump. He will jump to the left or he will jump to the right, and he'll do this acrobatic move. It just looks so satisfying. I really love using this. So yeah, like I said, you lock on, and after you've already jumped once, you press left plus space, left plus jump, right plus jump, or in my case, A plus space, right plus space. But of course, you gotta be locked on. Now, Dante has a myriad of really cool-looking taunts, just like Virgil and Nero, but, you know, for most of them, there's really nothing to write home about, save for his air taunt. His air taunt is incredibly, incredibly useful. I'd even go as far as to say it's indispensable. I've seen this taunt, like this Rose taunt, be used in so many advanced combos, it's literally insane. So his air taunt is, obviously, you gotta be airborne, so you jump and you press R. Well, of course, you got to be locked on most of the time, so yeah. So you press R in the air, and he will use this Rose taunt, and this Rose that he throws at the enemy will propel the enemy into the air. It will launch the enemy into the air, and then you can immediately use Air Trick to teleport to the enemy and continue comboing them. It is incredibly, incredibly useful. And I've seen so many instances of this Rose taunt being implemented in combos in very creative ways. Like, one thing that I keep seeing, I've seen it a billion times, people will, like, you know, throw the Rose taunt and immediately hit the enemy with the shotgun, launching the enemy into the air directly into the Rose, which will further launch them into the air. You can see so many instances of this happening on the screen right now. So you throw the Rose, and then you hit the enemy with the shotgun. The enemy gets launched, like the shotgun basically launches the enemy into the air, directly into the air taunt. The Rose, which basically launches the enemy into the air again. So I see this almost every single day. It's a must. Like, in every combo, I see this. Well, not in every combo, but it's just really, really frequent, and I'm using these examples from various professional players to drive that point home. As a matter of fact, I used it in one of my combos, like my Dante combo 4, if I'm not mistaken. One thing that I really love using this taunt for is, like, I'll use Revolver with King Cerberus, and then I'll use the taunt, the air taunt, and then use Air Trick, and then use Revolver again, and you can do this ad nauseum. You can just repeat it non-stop, and it's just really fun. You know, it kind of reminds me of Virgil. Like, Virgil has a similar thing where he uses Lunar Phase, and then he does his air taunt, which is basically him throwing these 3 small Mirage Blades at the enemy that launch the enemy into the air. So it has the same properties as Dante's Rose, so their air taunts are kind of similar, and this also really kind of, you know, this setup here with Virgil, like Lunar Phase and the air taunt, it bears a striking resemblance to Dante's Revolver into air taunt, so yeah. I feel like I should also mention Dante's Bloody Palace taunt, you know, the one where he slicks his hair back. So in this taunt, like when you use it, your damage will be increased. So you can see here, like when you use Dulce Dante combo A in base form, the damage is actually lower than when you do it with the Bloody Palace taunt. So that's something that I feel is kind of worth noting, but of course it's ultimately not that wow. I'm sure Dante has a lot more skeletons in his closet, you know what I mean? Like, he probably has a lot more tricks that I'm unaware of when it comes to his taunts, but, yeah, it's not that relevant for combo creation, so. Alright, next up we got this one mechanic that is universal to all DMC characters. It's been a thing since forever, basically, and it really elevates the combo potential of this game. And that mechanic is enemy step, if you could even call it a mechanic, really. So enemy step is, for all intents and purposes, a jump cancel. So it's what happens when you jump while you're very close to the enemy. If you're too far away from the enemy, you won't be able to use it. But in DMC 5, the window is a lot more forgiving. You can be slightly, like, you know, farther away from the enemy and it'll still connect somehow. In DMC 4, I don't think this was the case. Like, you had to be really, really close to the enemy. But, yeah, so you gotta be, it's basically like this, you're stomping, it's like a Mario jump, you know, like you're basically stomping the enemy's head like this, you know, and this may look kind of, like, weird, like, so how does this elevate the game's potential? Well, like I said, this is a jump cancel, essentially. So you can cancel any move. You can stay in the air infinitely as long as you jump. So take this example. I'm using Revolver with King Cerberus, which is right plus attack button in this case when I'm on the left side. And every time I use it, I jump and I reset it. So I use it again. Right plus attack button, jump. I use it again. So right plus attack button, jump. Right plus attack button, jump. Right plus attack button, jump. And you can do this with literally every move, like any move in the game. And this applies to Virgil. This applies to Nero. It's just a thing that is, like, you can't even make combos without enemy step. It's like the first thing you gotta learn. Now, I'm not gonna be teaching you how to enemy step. It really comes with practice, and I don't even think it requires practice. Like I said, it is literally just pressing space. You press jump to cancel your attack. And you can cancel anything. I think you can even cancel trick down and stuff like that. So, yeah, you can basically cancel anything in this game with enemy step, which is a jump cancel. So, yeah. And like I said, for the umpteenth time, this is not exclusive to Dante. Every character has this, and in fact, it elevates this game's combo potential so much that other games are just flat out copying it. So, that new Final Fantasy game, it tried implementing enemy step, but you can only do it once, which completely kills the purpose of an enemy step, which is staying in the air for as long as possible and being able to cancel anything. In that new Final Fantasy game, you just can't, you know, you just do it once and that's it. Then you immediately fall to the ground, so that's kind of lame. But I think the fact that a game has tried copying that kind of speaks volumes about how useful it is. Now we got Dante's Royal Guard, which, I mean, I'd be kind of hard-pressed to say that this is Dante's only means of defense in this game, but, you know, if you exclude certain moves like Ice Age with Cerberus, this really is the only consistent defense tool in Dante's arsenal. So, yeah, this is Dante's defense tool, defense style, whatever you want to call it. So, of course, in my case, I press C to go Royal Guard to assume this style. And, of course, just like with every style ever, if you want to use the style, you gotta press the style button, which in my case is E. So, if I press E with Royal Guard, right, what's going to happen is Dante will block, just like this, right? So he'll just block, and you can hold E, and he will stay like this, like he'll assume this stance. This is called block, and if an enemy is hitting you while you're blocking like this, like you keep holding E, you will block the enemy's attacks, but at the expense of your double trigger. So each time you block an attack, you lose about 1 bar of double trigger energy. So that's how this whole thing works. And every attack that you block basically adds to your Royal Guard gauge. So you have this Royal Guard meter, and it fills up the more attacks you block. Now, this, like I said, this is called block. It's the regular block. And when you block an enemy's attacks, you basically just lose a little bit of double trigger energy, and you gain some Royal Guard meter. Needless to say, you can also block in midair, so it's not just, you know, limited to the ground, obviously. Now, if you don't have any double trigger energy, right, and you try to block, what's going to happen is your guard will simply break, and you'll be vulnerable. So, like I said, you gotta have double trigger energy if you want to use block, right? So that's how it works. However, this is not the point of Royal Guard. The point of Royal Guard is to use Royal Block. So, let me explain how this works. So, that was the regular block. You just hold the style button and block attacks. However, if you time your parries accordingly, if you block at the right time just as your enemy is about to hit you, like upon impact, you will perform a perfect Royal Block, or perfect Royal Guard, whatever you want to call it. The official name for this move is Royal Block, and of course you can do it in the air, so that's Air Royal Block. It's the same thing, really. And the way to use Royal Block is you're not supposed to just hold the style button. Instead, you don't hold anything, and you press the style button upon, like, on impact. Like, the millisecond your opponent strikes, you parry their attack immediately. Now, there's this misconception that this style is incredibly difficult, that you gotta be an absolute legend, pro, that the window is so small for this perfect Royal Guard that the chances of you landing it are infinitesimal. But this is just a load of baloney. It's nonsense. Now, I've heard that this style is apparently more lenient, it's more accessible in DMC5, and I thought, it's because you have more frames, you have a bigger window. If I had to hazard a guess, I guess it's like, I don't know, maybe 8 to 9 windows. Wait, I just checked. It's actually 6 windows. And apparently it was like this in DMC4 as well. So the style isn't more lenient in DMC5 timing-wise, because in terms of timing, it's the same. You have 6 frames. You have a 6-frame window, which is 1/10 of a second, I think. This is kind of weird. I'm literally only learning this now. I always thought that, Royal Guard in DMC5 was considered more accessible because you had more leeway. You had more wiggle room for, it was more forgiving, right? You have a higher chance of landing a perfect Royal Block. But apparently the timing is completely the same. It's 6 windows. The only difference is in DMC4, apparently the normal block would take your health, it would take your HP for every normal block that you did, whereas in DMC5, if you do a normal block, it takes your double trigger and not your health. And this provides more of an incentive for people to use Royal Guard because they're not scared of losing HP, which is what I keep saying. Like, DMC5 is so beautifully accessible. Like, it gives you an incentive to master a style like Royal Guard by not punishing you needlessly like a lot of other games. Now, let me show you a few examples of Royal Block in action. So, here you can see how you can even block Virgil's Judgment Cut End. You can block all of Virgil's, like, you know, Virgil in his boss fight uses these consecutive Judgment Cuts, like 4 Judgment Cuts in a row. And if you time Royal Guard accordingly, if you press your style button at the right moment, you can block all 4, as you can see here. You can block Virgil's Rapid Slash. You can block Virgil's Rising Star. You can actually Royal Block Urizen's Shockwave. I don't know how to explain this. You know, the main issue when talking about timing-related mechanics in DMC, or in any game for that matter, is you can't properly explain it. It comes with experience, it comes with practice, and it comes with muscle memory that you build up over time with said experience. So, when Urizen does that Shockwave in Mission 17, you can actually Royal Block multiple times. So you press the style button like 6 to 7 times, but you gotta know exactly when. So you gotta have the timing down. Check this out. So I keep pressing like E, but I gotta know exactly when. I gotta have that perfect timing. And I actually saw this video from some guy on YouTube, and he was able to parry Goliath's vortex thing, and I was left speechless. Just look at this. The bottom line is you can literally Royal Block anything in this game. So, yeah. By the way, if you try to use a normal block on Virgil's Judgment Cut End, you'll basically die. Or, well, not die, but you will get, you know, you'll be Judgment Nutted upon, so, yeah. One thing that I would seriously recommend if you want to get good at using this style is practicing with Cavaliere Angelo, you know, the boss fight, and practicing with Scudo Angelo in the Void. So you gotta piss him off by using taunts so that you would get him to chase after you. First you break his shield, so the first thing you gotta do is break Scudo Angelo's shield, and then you just, you know, piss him off with your taunts, like the Rose Taunt and all, and then you get him to use this combo on you, and you keep blocking. So I'll just play this, I'd be hard-pressed to call it a compilation, but a sequence of me blocking the Scudo Angelo's attacks with, you know, by using perfect Royal blocks. It's just the most satisfying thing on the planet using Royal Block. Like, the parry sound, I can't even properly mimic that, but you know, it's just really satisfying, and it's really worth the reward. Now, one thing that I forgot to mention is that when you use a Royal Block, you don't lose double trigger bars, you gain double trigger bars. So you gain your DT energy. On top of that, for each block, for each perfect Royal Block, your style rank increases by a whole letter. So it's like D, C, B, A, S, SS, Smoking Sexy style, you know, so it's incredibly easy to build up your style meter simply by, you know, chaining together all these Royal Blocks. One other thing is when you use a Royal Block, you also get a lot more Royal Guard. Like, your Royal Guard gauge, your Royal Guard meter fills up way faster, right? Like, you get a lot more bars of Royal Guard energy, so yeah. Now, you already know, you know, you can use a normal block, you can use a Royal Block, which is timing related, but now you have release. So what release is, essentially, is you just release the Royal Guard energy that you built up over time by blocking attacks. So that's what the Royal Guard meter is for in the first place. It's there so that you can release that energy. And of course, you can release this energy at any point. Your Royal Guard meter doesn't have to be full. So you can release it at any point, but of course, if you release it while your Royal Guard meter is full, you'll inflict a lot more damage, so yeah. And of course, if you don't have any Royal Guard energy in your Royal Guard meter, you won't be able to use release. Now, how do you use Royal Release? It's very simple. You lock on, like if the enemy is in front of you, like this, you lock on and you press forward plus style button. So if you, of course, you gotta be in Royal Guard. So you lock on, you press forward plus style button. If you're on the left side like this, you press lock on, like you lock on and you press right plus style button. So yeah, that's basically how it works. And this will inflict a lot of damage, especially if your Royal Guard meter is full. And there's not really much to it. Like, you can do it in the air, obviously. Same way you can block in the air, you can also release in the air. And that is called air release. However, just like with Royal Block, you also have Royal Release. And it's probably the most satisfying thing ever. It's arguably more satisfying than Royal Blocks. So how does Royal Release work? Well, it's pretty simple, really. You release, you perform release the millisecond the enemy hits you. So upon impact, just like with Royal Block, except you don't block, you release. And this will, you'll hear this sound like Now, of course, sometimes, you'll try to use Royal Release, but you'll perform a normal release. And, this is kind of the thing with Royal Block as well. Each time you try to use Royal Block, you run the risk of not landing it, and as a result, the enemy might hit you, and you might lose health. So, this is just something that's kind of par for the course. It comes with time, it comes with timing, it comes with experience. The more experienced you are, the less likely you are to make these mistakes, and then that risk will simply be gone. Now let me show you a few examples of how you can use Royal Release and Air Royal Release. So you can do it versus Virgil, as you can see here. You can use it against Virgil's airplane. That airplane that Virgil does? You can literally just wait for Virgil and just... you can even royal release Virgil's Judgment Cut in. One more thing is, you can actually use release, not royal release, but normal release. You can actually use it in combos. Now, I don't see it a lot, but I have seen a few combos by some amazing advanced players, and I'll show you that right now. So, what some people tend to do is, they will use an air taunt to launch the enemy into the air, and then they'll use another air taunt, and then when the enemy falls, you know, and they're close to Dante, you use release, which will launch the enemy. It will just, not launch them, but it will basically blow them directly into that rose you threw beforehand, and that rose will launch them into the air. So just look at this. Rose, you wait a little, you throw another rose, and now when the enemy is on the same altitude as you, you use release, and you, let's see, like, the rose just blows them into the air. Same thing here. Like, it's the same exact thing. Like I said, not very common, but people definitely use this from time to time. Next up is Royal Revenge. So Royal Revenge is like a counter, basically. It's a counter. You use it by pressing, like, you lock on and you press back plus style button. Of course, if you're on the left, it's, you know, left plus style button. If you're on the right, it's right plus style button. Doesn't really matter. So when you land this, it will take 1 bar of your Royal Guard meter, and it will just stun the enemy. Well, not stun, it will literally trigger this crumble state, and the enemy will fall to the ground. So that's how this whole thing works. That's Royal Revenge, and you can see the full animation here. It's pretty cool.
Come, get me.
And obviously you can't use Royal Revenge unless you're, you know, if you don't have any Royal Guard meters, so yeah. Again, I really gotta make sure you guys aren't scared. Like, I don't want to intimidate you. This style is actually very intuitive. I find Royal Guard more intuitive than Judgment Cuts and Exceed. And I mean, Judgment Cuts are also pretty intuitive. I can do them, like, consistently, like, in my sleep, blindfolded. But, because really it's all about muscle memory. But it really is intuitive. Like, it's really not that strict. Like, it boils down to timing. You know, you get the gist, right? Like, you get how it works. Like, you just block at the right time, and that's it. Sure, you'll fail the first few times, the first few dozen times, but don't let that discourage you from actually attempting this style. It's pretty useful, especially for boss fights. It is absolutely indispensable for boss fights, especially Virgil and Cavaliere Angelo. It won't take you too long. Like, some people have even beaten this game with nothing but Royal Guard. You can literally choose to unequip all of your weapons and just rely on Royal Guard. And, you know, I haven't tried that myself, but I have tried beating Virgil with nothing but Royal Guard, and I was able to do it with relative ease, so it's not... And by the way, this isn't me flexing. I genuinely don't think this style is that hard to use. Like, don't listen to all those people telling you, oh, it's so hard. As a matter of fact, before I even started practicing Royal Guard, I would occasionally do it, like, spontaneously, you know, like, from time to time, so it's really not that hard. It's pretty intuitive, in my opinion, but yeah, basically, rest assured, it's not a problem. So you get the gist. Both Royal Block and Royal Release boil down to timing, so that's the whole point, the whole purpose of using Royal Guard. Now, as you already know, DMC works kind of like a fighting game in that your commands change based on the camera. So based on the camera angle, based on your position. So let's take Stinger with Double Sword Dante, for example. So if your enemy is in front of you like this, like you're facing the enemy straight, like this, to use Stinger, you gotta press forward plus attack button. or in my case, W plus left mouse button. So that's kind of like the standard. However, if you're behind the enemy by any chance, then you press back plus attack button, or S plus left mouse button. So not forward plus attack button, not W plus left mouse button. You press backwards. So it's the reverse. Now, if you're to the enemy's left, like this, you're on the left side, to use Stinger, you gotta press right plus attack button, or in my case, D plus left mouse button. And if you're on the right, you press left plus attack button, or well, A plus left mouse button. So this is basically, this applies to literally every single directional move in the game. Let's take Ground Trick, for example. So Ground Trick is like when your enemy is in front of you, you lock on, just like I don't think I gotta mention lock on because you gotta lock on for every directional move in this game, like I said. So you lock on and you press back plus forward plus style button, or S plus W plus E. So that's if the enemy is in front of you. However, if you're behind the enemy, then you press forward plus back plus style button, or W plus S plus E. So it's not back to forward, it's not S plus W plus E, it's forward plus back plus E. So it's W plus S plus E. And if you're on the left side, you press left plus right plus style button, or A plus D plus E. And if you're on the right side, it's the reverse. It's right plus left plus style button. So it's like D plus A plus E. So if the enemy is in front of you, S plus W plus E, back plus forward plus style button. If you're behind the enemy, it's forward plus back plus style button, or W plus S plus E. If you're on the left, it's left plus right plus style button, or A, D, E. And if you're on the right, it's right plus left plus style button, or D, A, E. So, again, that applies to literally every single directional move in this game. Alright, so we got Trickster. This is Dante's most indispensable style. It is by far the most useful style in his arsenal, because it gives him so many movement options. And we'll talk about that later. So, the first move we got with Trickster is Dash. So, Dash is just like pressing the style button, or well, E, while you're on the ground. And of course, you can direct it. So, if you press W plus E, or well, forward plus style button, you will dash forward. If you press backward plus style button, or in my case, S plus E, you'll dash, backwards. If you press left plus style button, or A plus E, you'll dash left. If you press right plus style button, or D plus E, you'll go right. So this is basically a dash, a directional dash, and it may seem useless to you at first, but actually it appears I've noticed it in quite a few combos. Like even in one of my combos, I think in my first combo, my first Cerberus, like the first combo that wasn't mine, like it was a replication of an advanced player's combo. So I think it was a combo by Soli, and in this combo I actually used Trick Dash twice to be closer to the enemy. So yeah, it's just a dash. Alright, so now we got Sky Star. Now, Sky Star is basically an air dash. So, it's the same exact principle as the previous dash. You basically just press the style button, or well, E, while you're in midair. And of course, you can direct it. Forward plus style button, or W plus E is air dashing forward, A plus E left, D plus E right. You get the point. So directional key plus style button in midair. Now, one thing that I feel is kind of worth mentioning is Star Rave. Now, Star Rave is not an actual move in the game, but it's something that used to be really popular back in DMC4. In DMC5, you don't really see it as much because there's really no need to use this. Now, this is basically just using Skystar and using the first hit of Aerial Rave with Dulce or Dante, or any sword, and you just enemy step, you jump cancel the Skystar and the slash, and you keep doing it, you keep extending it. Now, I can't really do it consistently, because, you know, I drop it after like 3 to 4 attempts, but some people can do this infinitely. Now, in DMC4, this used to be way harder, because to use Aerial Rave with the Rebellion in DMC4, you would have to switch to Swordmaster and mash the style button, but with Double Sword Dante, Aerial Rave is just pressing the attack button. So you don't have to switch from Swordmaster to Trickster and back, right? You just have Trickster active, and you just keep enemy stepping, like jump canceling Skystar. But just between you and me, I don't think this looks all that cool. I never thought this looked cool, even back in DMC4. In DMC5, it's especially weird because the gravity in DMC5 is different, and the animations make the game look kind of not more sluggish, but more realistic, and doing this just doesn't really... It's just something that I felt was worth mentioning, but it's really not all that. And I don't even see it in combos nowadays. Now we got Flipper. Flipper is just pressing the style button after getting hit. Like, immediately, like, after you get hit by an enemy. So Dante will use this flip, and he will recover, right? It's like a recovery, basically. So that's how this whole thing works. Now we got Mustang and Air Mustang. So you got Ground Mustang and Air Mustang. So the normal Ground Mustang, which is just called Mustang, is, so you perform a dash on the ground with Trickster, you know, the dash that we previously mentioned, and you gotta be really close to the enemy, right? So you use a dash, you perform a dash, and then you just hold the style button. So you press the style button to use a dash, and then when you're really close to the enemy, you just hold the style button. And Dante will use the enemy, he'll basically launch himself off the enemy's body, and he will be airborne after this. So that's how Mustang works. And Air Mustang is, it's the same thing. You basically use an air dash, or, well, you use Skystar, and so you press the style button, you press E to use Skystar, and now that you're really close to the enemy, you just hold the style button. You hold E, and Dante will now descend to the ground. He'll basically use the enemy as a staircase to descend to the ground, in a way. That's the literal description of this move in the game. So again, Mustang, you use a normal ground dash, and then when you're close to the enemy, you just hold the style button. And Air Mustang is, you use Skystar, which is an air dash, and after using a Skystar, when you're close to the enemy, you just press and hold the style button, and you'll descend to the ground. So you just press the style button to use a dash or an air dash, and then you just hold the style button. Of course, you got to be really close to the enemy, otherwise this will not work. This only works if you're really, really close to the enemy. I've seen this be used in some combos, like you can see this one example here in a combo by Romanov, or Romanov. I'm pretty sure there are other instances of this move being used, but I don't know, this was the... I'm too lazy to search all that up, so yeah. Alright, now we got Dante's most indispensable move in the game, hands down. And that move is Air Trick. So Air Trick is a teleport. It basically teleports Dante to the enemy. Or, well, closer to the enemy, depending on the distance. Now, what Air Trick actually does is, as you can see here, I teleport next to the enemy, but I am in the air, so I'm airborne, right? Now, how do you execute this? You execute this by basically locking on. Obviously, you got to be locked on for nearly everything in this game. So you lock on and you press forward plus trig button. Or in my case, I press W plus E. Now, of course, if, you know, you're to the enemy's left, it's right plus style button, or, well, D plus E. If you're on the right side, it's going to be left plus style button, or, well, A plus E. If you're behind the enemy, it's going to be backwards plus style button, or S plus E. So you get the gist, right? It's the same with every move. One thing that's really important to know is that air trick will not teleport you directly in front of your enemy if you're too far away from the enemy. So you know how Virgil's air trick, like if you embed a Mirage Blade into the enemy, you can teleport to the enemy from any distance, right? But to embed the Mirage Blade, you gotta be closer to the enemy. Well, with Dante's air trick, that's not possible. So let's say I'm really far away from the enemy and I use air trick. I will teleport, like, closer to the enemy. I'll be farther away from my starting point, but I won't be next to the enemy. I will have to use air trick multiple times if I'm really far away from the enemy. So that's really important. Like, this teleport is, like, Virgil's teleport is more of a teleport. Like, Virgil's air trick is more of a teleport because he teleports right next to the enemy. Dante's air trick is more of a wave. It's like a wave because you gotta teleport multiple times to actually be right next to the enemy if you're too far away. But if you're close, it's all alright. So, one other thing that's kind of, well, I guess a limitation is that you cannot chain these air tricks consecutively. I mean, you can, but there's one small problem. So let's say I used air trick and I'm pressing forward plus style button, forward plus style button. Dante will not teleport from the air immediately. So you use air trick and you gotta wait for Dante's feet to basically hit the ground, and only then can you use air trick again. So there's like this small cooldown. You can't immediately chain these air tricks. So you gotta, you know, use one air trick and then fall to the ground. Use the next air trick, then fall to the ground. Use the third air trick until you reach the enemy. So that's kind of a limitation here. Of course, it's called air trick because, well, like I said, you are teleported next to the enemy and you're teleported in midair. Now, if the enemy is airborne, which is literally the whole purpose of this teleport, if you use air trick, you will teleport next to your enemy in the air. So, for combos, this move is indispensable because you gotta teleport. It's like, it's every bit as indispensable as Virgil's air trick. It's really, really important. So, yeah, like I said, let's say you use a launching attack like Crystal with Cerberus or High Time with Dulce or Dante, and now the enemy is airborne, and I simply use air trick, and I will teleport, like, right next to the enemy in the air, and I can continue comboing them. So that is the purpose of this air trick. You can teleport from both the ground and the air, but you will be airborne once you teleport. Now we got Ground Trick. Now, Ground Trick is seemingly the same thing, but not at all. Ground Trick basically teleports you right next to the enemy, but when you teleport, you will be grounded. So, Air Trick teleports you next to the enemy in the air, but Ground Trick teleports you next to the enemy on the ground. So Dante will be on the ground when he teleports. And the way to do this is basically back plus forward plus style button, or in my case, S plus W plus E. If you're behind the enemy, it's forward plus back plus style button, or W plus S plus E. If you're on the left side, it's left plus right plus style button, or A plus D plus E. And if you're on the right side, it's right plus left plus style button, or D A-E. So you get the point. And of course, let's say you're airborne, right? So let's say you are in the air and you use Ground Trick. What's going to happen is Dante will spawn directly beneath the enemy on the ground. This is another indispensable move. It is incredibly crucial. It is pivotal for combos. So you'll see people constantly use this, like they'll be airborne, and then they'll use a Trick Down, and they'll use Ice Age or some other attack. So, yeah, very, very, like, both Air Trick and Ground Trick are some of Dante's most important moves. One thing you can do is you can actually chain air trick into ground trick. So let's say you use air trick, which is forward plus style button, and then you immediately use ground trick when you're on the ground. So you press forward plus style button, and then back plus forward plus style button, and then forward plus style button, then back plus forward plus style button. So this could kind of get rid of that limitation you have with air trick that prevents you from immediately using air trick from the air after you've already used it, you know, because your feet gotta touch the ground. Because as you already know, when you use air trick and you want to use it again, Dante won't use air trick again. Instead, he'll use Sky Star, so he won't react to your commands. You gotta wait for Dante to hit the ground, and then you can use air trick again. So there's this cooldown. You can't use air trick while you're airborne if you've already used it once. So this is one way to circumvent that. Alright, so now we can finally talk about Dante's weapons, and we'll start with Double Sword Dante. Now, before I start talking about Double Sword Dante, Dante actually has 3 swords. He's got the Rebellion, he's got Double Sword Sparda, and he's got Double Sword Dante. Now, as you already know, in DMC3, he had the Rebellion. Virgil stabbed him with the Rebellion, which awakened the Rebellion and also awakened his double trigger. Then, you know, you have the Force Edge, and when he combined the Force Edge with those 2 amulets from his mother, he got the Double Sword Sparda, which is the awakened version of the sword that his dad used. And then in DMC5, he absorbed both the awakened Rebellion and the awakened Sparda, and he got the Double Sword Dante, which also awakened his Sin double trigger. Now, how do I put this? I will talk very briefly about the Rebellion and the Sparda after Double Sword Dante. And the reason for that is these 2 swords are pretty unremarkable. The moveset is identical to Double Sword Dante, except they're missing moves. I will explain a little more about that, but really there's just no reason to use these 2 swords, save for this one move. The only move that's actually worth using is Roundtrip, but like I said, I'll talk about that later. I should probably also mention Irregular Full Custom. So this is, well, I wouldn't call it a move, it's more like a thing you can purchase. This allows you to use all of your weapons, like all of your swords. You can use Double Sword Dante, Rebellion, Sparda, all of this stuff, like Cavaliere, Cavaliere R, like all at once. So that's something that's, I guess is kind of important. So let's talk about Double Sword Dante. So Double Sword Dante is arguably Dante's most versatile weapon in that it doesn't just affect his sword. Like, the weapon doesn't only affect itself, if that makes any sense. It also has an effect on every single one of his styles and melee weapons, and we'll talk about that later. For now, let's talk about the base moves that you can use with Double Sword Dante. So first on the chopping block is Double Sword Dante Combo A, which is just mashing the attack button on the ground to your heart's content. And it's this pretty basic 3-hit combo. So that's Double Sword Dante Combo A. Next up, we got Double Sword Dante Combo B, which is basically you press the attack button once and you make a slight pause, and then you just keep mashing the attack button, and Dante will swing his sword, and he will end it with this million stab, like this flurry of slashes, which will end with a stinger. Moving on, we got Double Sword Dante Combo C, which is you press the attack button twice, then you make a slight pause, and then you just press the attack button 2 more times, and you'll do this prop shredder, basically. And of course, the longer you hold the attack button during the last hit of this combo, the longer the blade will keep spinning and hitting the enemy. So if you just press it once, it'll end very soon. But if you hold it, it will really just start slashing the enemy up. So, yeah, that's Double Sword Dante Combo C. Attack button, pause, and then you just mash the attack button, or you press it twice and you hold it. You get the point. Now we got Dante's air combo with also Dante, which is called Aerial Rave, and it's just mashing the attack button like a maniac while you're in the air. Next up, we got Helmbreaker. Helmbreaker is this move. It's like a drop-down move that pins the enemy to the ground. So Dante hits the enemy with his sword, and you do this move by pressing back plus attack button while you're airborne. And of course, that's if the enemy is in front of you. If the enemy is, to your right, like you're on the left side, you're gonna press left plus attack button. If you're on the right side, it's right plus attack. You get the point, alright? You get the point. And of course, you gotta be locked on. Just like it's a directional move, so that goes without saying. Next up, we got Dante's launching attack with Dull Sword Dante, High Time. Now you got High Time 1 and High Time 2. So High Time 1 is just when the enemy is in front of you, you press back plus attack button while you're on the ground. So this will launch the enemy into the air, but Dante will stay on the ground. So that's just back plus attack button. But if you press back and you hold the attack button, that is High Time 2, and this will launch Dante into the air alongside the enemy. And of course, needless to say, when you're on the left side, it's left plus attack button, or A plus left mouse button. If you're on the right side, it's right plus attack button, or D plus left mouse button, so you get the point. Now we got Dante's charging attack, or dashing attack, with Dull Sword Dante. Probably one of Dante's most iconic moves. Yeah! Oh, that was a terrible... Probably one of Dante's most iconic moves. You've seen it in memes, I'm pretty sure. So, this is Stinger. Stinger is just like this move where Dante charges at the enemy with his sword, and he blows them away. This move is done by pressing forward plus attack button while the enemy is in front of you. Of course, if you're behind the enemy, it's backwards plus attack button. So it's not W plus left mouse button, it's S plus left mouse button. If you're on the left side, it's right plus attack button, or D plus left mouse button. You get the point. We also have Million Stab, which is the same as Stinger, but instead of pressing forward plus attack button, you press forward and you hold the attack button. And Dante will use this flurry of slashes that will basically just, overwhelm the enemy, and it ends with another Stinger, so basically he blows the enemy away. It's the same thing, well, not really, it's just holding the attack button instead of just pressing it once. Also, you can just hold the attack button, but you can also hold it and then subsequently mash it, and this will cause Million Stab to be like 1 second longer, so yeah. One thing that's worth noting is that when you're in your double trigger form, you cannot use Million Stab. So it doesn't matter that you're holding the attack button, Dante will use this regular Stinger. However, in your double trigger form, Stinger has different properties. It really digs into the enemy, like you have this red line and Dante goes, yeah, so yeah, that's kind of worth mentioning. Next up, we got Drive and Overdrive. So Drive is back plus forward plus attack button, or S plus W plus left mouse button in my case. And Dante will use this projectile sword slash, like this beam or whatever you want to call it. And like I said, yeah, it's a projectile. And this is a really important move for combos. I don't think I need to say why. So, yeah, and of course, like I said, it's back plus forward plus attack button when the enemy's in front of you. If you're behind the enemy, it's forward plus back plus attack button, or W plus S plus left mouse button. If you're on the left side, it's left plus right plus attack button, or A plus D plus left mouse button. That is Drive. So Dante does one projectile. That's basically how it works. Now we got Overdrive. It's kind of the same thing, but instead of pressing the attack button once, you mash it. So you press back plus forward, and you mash the attack button. You press it like 3 to 4 to 5 times. And Dante will use 3 of these, projectile slashes. So that's Overdrive. Drive is just one slash, and overdrive is 3 slashes, basically. Now, overdrive can be charged up to 3 times, so you can charge it once, twice, thrice. It doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously, the longer you charge it, the more damage you will inflict. One move that is, for some reason, not in, it's not in the game. Like, it is in the game, but it's not mentioned in the skill list, is Quick Drive. Now, this was a thing in DMC4 as well, I think. Quick Drive is basically, you press the attack button once with Dulce or Dante, and you immediately after pressing the attack button, you press back plus forward plus attack button. So, you press the attack button, and then back plus forward plus attack button, and you use Quick Drive. This is a drive that comes out very quickly. No need to charge anything, no needless, animation frames. It comes out very quickly, so this is something you can definitely spam against enemies. Dante also has this move, or, well, I guess I should call it a mechanic, really, called Sword Formation, which is basically you press the attack button and you hold it with Dulce or Dante, and you keep holding it until your, Dulce or Dante starts glowing, and then, when you hear the sound and everything, you release the attack button, and your sword will bifurcate. Right? Like, split in 2, parts. I don't really know how to explain it. So, this state lasts for roughly 30 seconds, and it requires 2 bars of your double trigger energy. I'll talk about this later. Right now, I want to talk about Swordmaster. So, as you already know, Swordmaster is a style that gives each and every single one of your melee weapons an entirely new moveset that you can only access by pressing the style button. And, yeah, let's start talking about that for Dulce or Dante now. Now, the first move I want to get out of the way before I start talking about all this other stuff is Dance Macabre. So, Dance Macabre is a move that you can do with Dulce or Dante while you're in Swordmaster by pressing back plus forward and mashing the style button. So, S plus W and you keep mashing E. Or if you're on the left side, it's left plus right plus style button, or A plus D and you mash E. So it's basically a sword combo. It's really commonly used as a finisher, and it's just so satisfying. It's one of the most impactful moves in the game. Like, 1, 2, finish, and this last slash, just the particles alone, it just packs such a punch. It's an amazing move. So, yeah, mostly it is used as a finisher. So, if you're in Swordmaster and you press the style button on the ground or in midair with Dulce or Dante equipped, you will use Four-Handed. Four-Handed is a move that just spawns these, 4, or I don't know how many, spectral swords. Let's call them summon swords, because that's the most commonly, everybody calls them summon swords. So Dante will spawn these summon swords, and they will just kind of hit the enemy. You can use it on the ground or in midair. Now, you may think that this is a completely useless move because it doesn't do any damage. But you would be dead wrong in that assumption, because this thing is a godsend for combos. So the main purpose of Four-Handed is to keep the enemy airborne by suspending them in the air. Now, you'll find that this is a recurring pattern with all of these summon sword attacks. They all serve this one purpose, and that one purpose is to keep the enemy in the air for as long as possible by any means necessary, be it suspending them in the air, like with Four-Handed, or launching them, like high times, or pushing them away, like stingers or Roundtrips, whatever, you get the gist. So, for example, let's say you use Stinger, or any attack that blows the enemy away, right? If you use Four-Handed after using Stinger, you'll basically keep the enemy from getting blown away, so you'll keep them next to you so that you can continue comboing them. So, that's one purpose, that's one example. These, Four-Handed, this attack, also makes short work of Virgil's Stormblades. So when Virgil uses Stormblades on you in his boss fight, all you gotta do is, you know, equip Delsor Dante, just switch to Delsor Dante, switch to Swordmaster, and press the style button, and four-handed will demolish. It will basically destroy all of these Stormblades, as you can see here. Now, you'll find a lot of really, really creative setups that, you know, incorporate this move, and these are just a few examples that I found online from some incredible, amazing advanced players. Definitely check them out. Next up, we got High Times. So High Times is basically, again, you can do this on the ground and in midair, as is the case with all of these attacks. So you press back plus style button, or in my case, S plus E. Of course, that's if the enemy is in front of you. You know, if you're on the left side, it's left plus style button, or well, A plus E. You get the point. I'm not going over this again. So this attack will basically cause Dante to conjure these summon swords that will launch the enemy into the air. And like I said, you can do it on the ground or in midair. It doesn't really matter. Like, even if you're airborne, they'll still launch the enemy farther up into the air. I actually implemented this move in one of my combos. Like, well, it wasn't really my combo. I simply replicated a combo by another advanced player. So, yeah, one thing that I've noticed is people will use said hat with the Faust Hat, and they'll use High Times before they use Hat Trick, and this is all done to prevent the enemy from falling to the ground. And you'll see this here in all these instances, and there are just so many incredibly creative instances where you can use High Times. It's an incredibly important move. It's, you know, as is the case with every other attack with Dante's summon swords. So, yeah. Alright, next up we got Stingers, which is forward plus style button if the enemy is in front of you. And if you're on the left side, it's right plus style button, or well, D plus E, you already get that. You can do it on the ground and in midair, as was the case with the previous two moves. And this move basically pushes the enemy away from you, in a way. But its original purpose is to keep the enemy airborne. Or, well, that's mostly how it's used. Like, that's its main function. I've seen this move used in so many creative ways. I've seen it used with wheelie jump with Cavaliere, which is like this launching attack with Cavaliere. You use Stingers just before you actually launch the enemy, or not really, like, you gotta launch the enemy, you gotta time it perfectly. I can't properly explain it, but you can see this on the screen. And you can see so many of these instances where people use Stingers in combos, and just look at how amazing this is. Like, look at how many creative ways you have to use this move, and not just this move. I'm talking about a four-handed, High Times, Stingers, Roundtrips, Interceptor, like all of these summon sword attacks, they just add so much depth to Dante's character, well, not Dante's character, but, well, Dante's gameplay. Like, what can I even say? Like, I've seen this move used in so many combos, like, at least 200, and I'm not even exaggerating, by the way. I wish I was, but I'm not. And one thing people will do is they will kind of like prematurely input Stingers on the ground, then they'll go into the air and somehow, I don't know, maybe use Helmbreaker to pin the enemy to the ground, and the enemy will land directly onto the Stingers. So that's something that people use a lot. There are just way too many setups for me to actually explain or demonstrate all of them, because like I said, Dante's summon swords can be used in an infinite number of ways, so I can't even begin to properly explain all of that. But, you know, you have these combos on the screen, and maybe you can make something out of it. So, alright, now we got Roundtrips, which is probably the coolest move that you can do with the summon swords. Now, Roundtrips, the way you do this is you press and hold the style button, or, well, you press and hold E. And when you do this, these four, I think, yeah, like these four summon swords behind you will start spinning, right? And let's say there's an enemy behind you, right? you can actually damage the enemy if you put your back against them, like this. So these Roundtrips can actually damage the enemy that's behind you. And I've actually seen this really cool combo, like this really cool setup by SSSmoke, where he does this, like he does Set Hat, and the enemy falls directly onto these Roundtrips. It's just so cool. And, but yeah, that's actually not the main purpose of these Roundtrips. So the purpose is you hold, like you press and hold the style button, and once they start spinning, you release the style button. So you let go of E. And this will cause the Roundtrips to basically hit the enemy. So they will track the enemy, and they will start spinning, and they'll spin for some time. And in this time, you can do whatever you want. I've seen people use Red Hot Night, which is like this move with the Faust Hat. I've seen people use just about every move under the sun with Roundtrips, because this move, it keeps the enemy airborne for a very long time. And in this time, you can use Cascade, that move with Kalina Ann. You can do whatever, literally any move. So this move is incredibly important. Also, Roundtrips are really good against Virgil's Doppelganger. All you need to do is lock onto Virgil's Doppelganger and release the style button, and these Roundtrips will basically track the Doppelganger and they will kill him. But you know what? I feel like I would be remiss not to mention this one other thing. And that thing, like, we're kind of, stepping into advanced territory here. Not really, but kinda. There's this thing with Roundtrips. It's, like, forbidden tech. It's called floating Roundtrips. Now, what are floating Roundtrips? Well, let me explain. So, like I said, if you lock on and you release the style button after you've been holding it, the Roundtrips will track the enemy. They'll hit the enemy. Even if you're not locked on, the same thing will happen. However, there is one thing that you can do. You basically eject the Roundtrips, like you release them, but they don't track the enemy. Instead, they just float in midair, like this. And how do you do this exactly? Well, there's one setup here that I see, and it's like, I see it all the time. Romanov, one of my absolute favorite DMC players, like, period. He loves using this setup. He uses it in so many of his combos, as you can see here. And it's just so cool. Can you even hold it against him? Like, look at how cool this looks. And this move also kind of emphasizes just how important Double Sword Dante combo C can be, because Double Sword Dante combo C, in conjunction with these Roundtrips, like these floating Roundtrips, it's just a godsend, believe me. So that's kind of like the easiest way to perform this move. So what you gotta do is make sure you're not locked on, alright? So make sure you're not locked on, and make sure you press and hold the style button. Like, make sure that Roundtrips have been activated, so make sure that they're spinning behind your back, and you keep holding the style button. You don't let go of it, alright? So now you use Double Sword Dante combo C, alright, and make sure you're not locked on. So you're using Double Sword Dante combo C, but you're not locked on, and you're holding the style button. You're keeping the Roundtrips behind you, okay? So now, during the last hit of Double Sword Dante combo C, like this prop shredder thing, you keep holding the attack button to do this last hit of Double Sword Dante combo C, obviously, and you switch styles. You switch from Swordmaster to Trickster, and this will cause the Roundtrips to just go in some random direction, right? Like this. And now, you take the Coyote A, you take the shotgun, or whatever, you don't have to, and you shoot the enemy into those Roundtrips. Now, I didn't do it here, but I did do it in this other setup, which is basically kind of the same thing. So, you make sure that you keep holding the style button, you keep holding Roundtrips, you don't release them, and you make sure you're not locked on, okay? And you make sure that the enemy is above you, and you make sure that you switch styles. So you don't let go of the style button to release the Roundtrips. Instead, you switch styles. Now, why does this happen? It's very simple. Roundtrips is a move that is exclusive to Double Sword Dante, and it is exclusive to Swordmaster. It's a Swordmaster move. You execute the move by pressing the style button and holding it. Or in my case, I press and hold E. The moment you switch from Swordmaster to Trickster or any other style, this move will just stop, existing. So the move, it'll just release itself. So you switching from Swordmaster to Trickster, or any other style for that matter, will cause the Roundtrips to just fly off of their own accord, if that makes any sense. So that's how it works. You don't let go of the style button, you basically switch styles, and that's what you do. And make sure you're not locked on, otherwise it won't work. Like, if you're locked on, it will not work. You can see this here as well, this other setup. Like, I'm holding the style button, I'm holding the Roundtrips, I'm using High Time with Double Sword Dante, and now I use the Rose Taunt. I'm locked on, by the way. And now I jump, I use the Rose Taunt again, so the enemy is now above me. Make sure that the enemy is at a higher altitude than you. And at that point, I let go of the lock-on, and I switch styles. I switch to Trickster, and now the Roundtrips will fly off, and at that point, I use the Coyote A, and I shoot the enemy, and they fall directly onto these floating Roundtrips. That is another setup that you can, this is another... It's kind of the same as the previous one, but you don't use Double Sword Dante combo C, you use this, which is a lot more complicated, really. So, yeah, this is just a really, really cool setup, and you can find this in a lot of combos. I've even seen this combo by Blank, who is also an amazing DMC player. Definitely check him out as well. I mean, check all these players out. Like, if it weren't for these players, I wouldn't even be making this video, because these players inspired me to actually get good with Dante. So, yeah, but Romanov is definitely the one who uses the setup the most, and like I said, I can't really blame him. Like, look at how cool this stuff looks. It's just so cool. So, yeah, that's Roundtrips. There's another thing with Roundtrips, where you can basically make it so that they hit two enemies at once. Like, they'll split up and hit two enemies at once. I'm not going to be delving into that because, this is kind of useless for combos, which is like one-on-one. But there is a guide on Double Sword Dante. It was made by RK. You can find it on Steam lists. I'll leave the link to that in the description below so you can check it out. It's an incredibly, incredibly useful guide on Double Sword Dante that goes way more in depth than I do here. So, yeah, definitely check that out. There's also a really good guide on Double Sword Dante by Chaser Tech. He showcases a lot of really creative setups that you can use with the summon swords, and that obviously includes Roundtrips, so definitely check him out as well. Now, you can see all of these setups with the summon swords. Like, I've made a small compilation of videos. Obviously, this isn't even like 8% of what I've seen and what these attacks are actually capable of. These are just some of the most remarkable instances that I could remember, like the most memorable instances, but there are a lot more. And if I included all of those, this video would be like 10 hours long. So yeah, these are just amazing. As you can see here, there's just an infinite number of ways to incorporate these summon swords into your playstyle. I mean, just get a load of all these setups, man. You have an infinite number of possibilities. And of course, this is just a small compilation, like, of certain, like, of the most memorable instances that I can think of, but this isn't even 8% of what these moves are actually capable of. I can't delineate just how amazing this is. Every single Dante player incorporates these moves into their combos, like, to some extent. Like, they're a ubiquity. You cannot escape them. I see them all the time. I've seen people use all manner of setups with these summon swords. It is just indispensable. They're just of paramount importance. And I definitely encourage you to start implementing that into your combos. Well, if you're good at the game, obviously. Because it's always fun to experiment with new setups, especially ones that look complicated but aren't exactly all that hard to pull off. And believe me, Double Sword Dante has those in spades, thanks to the summon swords. And it's not just the summon swords, you can do a lot of things with the Faust Hat, but we'll get to that, we'll talk about that later. But for now, you know, you can just feast your eyes on this compilation of setups that I've, well, basically compiled from different players that basically incorporate summon swords. So, yeah. Also, I am so tired of people going, man, these summon swords are so hard to use. They're just senseless. Why would you use these summon swords with Dante? Virgil is so much better. And let's just get a few things out of the way. So, obviously, no one's disputing that Virgil's summon swords, or well, his Mirage Blades, are cool. No one's disputing that. No one's gonna argue with you and say, oh yeah, this sucks. They're pretty cool. But Virgil's summon swords, or well, his Mirage Blades, are very straightforward. You just press the right mouse button, or well, the Mirage Blade button, and these summon swords just come out. And like most of these attacks, they take 1 bar of your double trigger energy. And, you know, the Heavy Rain Blades, they freeze you in time. And that's just really cool. That's definitely the coolest move you can use with Virgil's Mirage Blades. The Storm Blades launch you into the air. The Blistering Blades just hit you all at once, and I guess they suspend you in the air. The Spiral Blades are pretty useless, honestly, and the normal Mirage Blades just suspend you in the air. And they're incredibly easy to use, because you can use them in neutral. With Dante Summon Swords, you gotta have Double Sword Dante equipped, and you gotta be in Swordmaster. So the way these professional, like the way these advanced players use, like the way they implement these summon swords into their combos is, like, they will use a weapon, they'll use a move with Cavaliere, Balrog, Double Sword Dante, Cerberus, doesn't matter, and they will immediately, for a fraction of a second, switch to Double Sword Dante, switch to Swordmaster, and use one of these style actions, right? And this might sound intimidating, and not gonna lie, it isn't easy. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It really depends on the combo, and it depends on the setup. But, yeah, definitely, you know, Virgil is easier in that respect. But that doesn't mean that he's better. I would argue that Dante's Summon Swords offer a lot more variety and diversity in terms of combo potential. Like, I just... You know, Virtual Summon Swords are very straightforward. Okay, they prevent you from falling to the ground, like, they keep you airborne, they launch you into the air, they freeze you in time, and that's it. And they're easy to use. With Dante, it's not that clear-cut, but it's a lot more creative, right? It's a lot more creative, and I'm saying that as someone who has done, like, 24 insane Virgil combos, so yeah. Oh, one other thing. When you use Double Sword Dante, and I think this is the only weapon in Dante's arsenal that has this ability. So, if you use an attack with Double Sword Dante, be it one slash, like one hit of combo A, or high time, or stinger, or whatever, if you press, like you're locked on, and you press left plus jump, or right plus jump, like A plus space, D plus space, Dante will use this, how do I even call this? Like it's kind of similar, it's kind of reminiscent of Virgil's strafe, like the side dash thing. The only difference is Virgil can use this with every weapon, and Dante can use this only with Double Sword Dante, and it doesn't look as cool, but it's like this hop, and you can just keep pressing, like, left plus space, right plus space, left plus space, right plus space, and Dante will start hopping with a sword like this, and he'll start dodging things, you know? So, like I said, you can do this after every attack with Double Sword Dante in base. So that's something that I feel is worth noting. So we've already established that Double Sword Dante is an incredibly versatile weapon. Not only does it have a lot of very useful and cool moves in base, like in neutral, but in Swordmaster, these summon swords, you know, four-handed, high time stingers, Roundtrips, all these things are they just elevate Dante to an extent that is just inconceivably, I don't know, cool. But what if I told you that was just the tip of the iceberg? Alright, so remember how I brought up sword formation previously? Yeah, let's get back to that. So like I said, when you press and hold the attack button with Double Sword Dante, and then you release the attack button and your sword bifurcates, like it splits like this, and it starts glowing, that is sword formation. And this comes at the expense of 2 bars of your double trigger energy. So it takes 2 bars of your DT. And it lasts for approximately 30 seconds, give or take. Alright, so what exactly is sword formation? Sword formation is a state, or well, a mechanic, where all of Dante's styles and all of his melee weapons are significantly amped, like they're augmented in more ways than one. Let me start by talking about the effects that sword formation has on Dante's styles. Like I said, sword formation has an effect on each and every single one of Dante's styles. So if sword formation is active and you're using Trickster, that's called Reactor. If you're using Swordmaster, that's called Chaser. If you're using Royal Guard, that's called Escort. And if you're using Gunslinger, you have Interceptor. Now, let me explain how this works exactly. So, remember Royal Guard? Of course you remember. So, what is Escort? So, let's say you have Sword Formation active and you're using Royal Guard. You'll notice these 4 summon swords, and they're kind of like lined up together, like one next to the other. So, as you already know, Royal Guard requires you to press the style button to block attacks, right? Well, if you have sword formation active, this kind of like, it basically obviates the need for you to even press the style button at all. Like, you don't have to do it manually. The swords will protect you of their own accord, if that makes any sense. So you don't have to press the style button to block manually. They'll do it automatically. Now, there is one drawback here. It's not really foolproof because you still take damage. Like, you take chip damage. And you can actually die. Like, you can actually die because it's not foolproof, like, impenetrable defense. Like, you still take damage. It's just that it kind of removes the need for you to actually block manually. So you won't get blown away by the attack, but you will still take damage. But as far as I know, this is the only boost that Royal Guard gets in sword formation. Alright, let's move on to Trickster. Now, Trickster arguably gets the best boost, like the biggest boost. Man, I don't even know where to start. So, first of all, remember how you have Air Hike, which is a double jump? Well, if sword formation is active and you're using Trickster, this is called Reactor, by the way. So this is the Reactor formation. The previous one with Royal Guard was called Escort. This is Reactor. So you can actually jump 3 times in a row. Not twice, but 3 times. So you get a triple jump if you have sword formation active and you're using Trickster. So a triple jump. What else do you get? You get a double dash. So you get 1 additional dash after that normal dash. You know how if you press the style button on the ground with Trickster, that's a dash. Well, here you can press it twice, or you can mash it, and you'll see these summon swords basically just propel you somehow. They'll just push you faster. So it's like a double dash. you also get a double Sky Star. So you get an additional Sky Star. So now, if you're in the air, you can actually do 2 air dashes, 2 Sky Stars. Just press the style button, you know, twice, or, you know, you go left, right, you know what I mean. So you get a triple jump, you get a double dash, and you get a double Sky Star, or, well, a double air dash. What else do you get? Well, most definitely, the most significant boost you receive in Trickster with sword formation is you get a double air trick and a double ground trick. Now, really, you know, double ground trick, it doesn't really mean much because you can already kind of do it, you know, it doesn't really matter. But look at this. You know how with air trick you have that limitation? So let's say you use air trick and now you want to immediately use it again, and you can't because you're in the air, and you gotta wait for Dante to hit the ground, you gotta wait for his feet to hit the ground, and only then can you use air trick again. So you can't chain multiple air tricks immediately while you're airborne. Well, this removes that limitation. So, if you use air trick, you can immediately use it again. Like this. Like, you know, I press forward plus style button, and immediately while I'm in the air, I press forward plus style button again. And I'll do a double teleport, a double air trick. And I can chain this with, well, 2 more ground tricks, and I can cover a lot more distance, and I can teleport to my enemy way faster, and, like, that's just such a cool thing. That is, like, very, very just crucial. Like, it's a complete game changer. Alright, moving on, we got Gunslinger. So, if you have sword formation on, if it's active, and you're using Gunslinger, you're in the Gunslinger style, you get Interceptor. So what is Interceptor exactly? Well, basically, make sure you're not locked on. So make sure you are not locked on. And if you're close to the enemy, and you're not holding the lock on, what's going to happen is these summon swords will start hitting the enemy, and everything around Dante, actually. They will start hitting everything around Dante automatically, without you having to do anything. You can just stand there doing nothing, and these things will just hit everything around Dante. Everything in his proximity, though. If, you know, the enemy is not close to you, then nothing will happen. But, yeah. This is very, very important, because it's a very effective tool against projectiles, and I can't stress that enough. You know how Virgil has his Mirage Blades in his boss fight and he just throws them at you? Yeah, well, if you have sword formation active and you're in Gunslinger and you're not locked on, what's going to happen is Dante will simply, you know, like, these summon swords will automatically start negating Virgil's Mirage Blades. They'll start colliding with them and countering them. So this is really effective against projectiles. Look at what happens with Cerberus when he uses those lightning orbs. This thing immediately negates all of that. Or, let's say, you know, Lusacia, or Lusacia, I don't really know how to pronounce its name, this demon. Look at how easily Interceptor just completely negates all of its projectiles at once. Like, this is the biggest enemy of projectiles. And here you can see a couple of combo examples, you know, of people using Interceptor in combos. Now, I'm not going to say that this move is as indispensable as something like, I don't know, High Times or Stingers or Four-Handed or Roundtrips, but it's definitely got its uses. And, you know, all these advanced players, they've definitely capitalized on that in their combos. You know, the possibilities are endless, not just with Interceptor, but with every move that Dante has that utilizes these summon swords. You can see here how SSSmoke did this little practice. I think he uploaded this to Twitter, you know, with Interceptor, and it's definitely, you know, it just let go of the lock-on. You go to Gunslinger while sword formation is active, or while you're in your DT, and, you know, you just let Interceptor do the work. So, yeah. And last but definitely not least, sword formation can also affect the Swordmaster style, and that's called Chaser. Now, what Chaser is, essentially, is Basically, these summon swords accompany every single one of your melee attacks. So, not just for Devil Sword Dante, but for King Cerberus, Balrog, and Cavaliere. So every single one of your melee weapons, like no matter what move you use with your melee weapons, they will be accompanied by these summon swords that will take on some shape or form, right? Now, here's the thing. Like I said, I wasn't exaggerating. Literally every single move you can perform with any of your melee weapons will be accompanied by these summon swords. Now, naturally, I won't show you every move, because that would require me to show you every move, but I will show you some of the most prominent moves that benefit the most from Chaser and Swordmaster. Devil Sword Dante, you know, you got Stinger. You'll have these drills, like these little summon swords drilling the enemy and basically making sure that they get sent flying even farther. It's basically a miniature Stingers. You know, the move we discussed, it's basically the same thing when you use Stinger in sword formation and, you know, you're in Chaser. So, with Balrog, you can see Updraft. This is a very useful move with Balrog, and in so many combos, you'll see this exact same thing that you're seeing right now. So, this little windmill of summon swords, or well, this like spinning summon sword, it appears when you use Updraft, and even though you fail to make contact with the enemy, these summon swords will make sure that the enemy doesn't hit the ground. And this is used so frequently in so many combos, it's really just incredibly useful. I cannot overstate how useful it is. Almost every player uses this. You know, they basically use Updraft, and they got Chaser active, and, you know, this summon sword, you know, basically suspends the enemy in the air. So, yeah. Here you can see Heat Up. Like, Heat Up is this move where you basically charge Balrog, and when you do that, you'll have these little summon swords spinning on the ground with you, and look at how creatively this can be used in a combo. This is a combo by Soli, and you can see here how he basically, you know, uses friction, and then he charges up Balrog with Heat Up, and the enemy doesn't fall to the ground because these summon swords are preventing it, and now Dante can use Pyromania. You know? So here you can see Break Spiral with Balrog, which is this move where you break dance. You can see these circular summon swords spinning alongside Dante, and this can actually prevent the enemy from falling to the ground if they're airborne. You also get this really big summon sword at the end of the final kick of Break Spiral, which turns this move into a launcher because you can easily convert from the ground into the air using Air Trick, as you can see here. So it's basically like you get high times at the end of your kick. Real Impact, and also Rising and Divine Dragon by extension, well, all of these uppercut moves that launch the enemy into the air, they all get this boost where Chaser basically causes this windmill of summon swords to appear, and this windmill will basically pull the enemy towards Dante, making sure that he will land Rising Dragon or Divine Dragon or Real Impact. So basically, you know, these summon swords, they pull the enemy towards you to ensure that the hit will connect. So that's pretty cool. That's very useful. I've seen it in so many combos. And, yeah. Flint Wheel with Balrog also gets this really cool boost. Like, when you use this move in base form, it's just a backdash. It can sometimes launch the enemy into the air if you're ignited, but it's not an actual launcher. But if you use sword formation, just like with Break Spiral, this kick, this backdash, will create the summon sword that resembles high times, and this summon sword will launch the enemy into the air, enabling you to convert off of it with Air Trick and continue your combo in the air. Now, Revolver, you know, with King Cerberus, it gets this, like, I don't know, it's also kind of like a windmill. Ice Age with King Cerberus, this is also kind of like, you know, Break Spiral. You got these little spinning swords on the ground. Alright, long barrel with King Cerberus. So regular long barrel is just, you'd use this thunderbolt on the enemy. But with Chaser, this one summon sword will appear and it will launch the enemy into the air. It's basically a mini High Times. High Times, the move we literally discussed? That launches the enemy into the air. Yeah, well, that's what happens at the end of Long Barrel for King Cerberus, if you're in Swordmaster and you have Sword Formation active. So, there's that. Crystal. Oh, man. Crystal with King Cerberus. Like, it's basically this launching attack where you use this ice spike on the enemy, which will launch them into the air. But look at this. When I use it again, this little spinning summon sword appears and it prevents the enemy from falling to the ground. Like, it makes sure that, the enemy doesn't fall to the ground before I use Crystal again. Or, well, any other move. So, this is really, this move benefits a lot from Chaser. Then we got Hot Stuff. Same thing, you can see all these instances where basically Hot Stuff prevents the enemy from falling to the ground because you have this summon sword spinning in midair and, well, suspending the enemy in midair. Then you got Cerberus Combo A, which is just a normal nunchuck combo. But here you can see how the last hit of Cerberus Combo A launches the enemy into the air. So it's also kind of like High Times, It's also kind of it's the same thing as a Long Barrel. So basically, Cerberus Combo A acts as a launcher with Chaser. So these summon swords are basically designed to keep the enemy airborne, to prevent them from falling to the ground, to keep the enemy closer to you, ensuring that you will hit the enemy, launching them into the air, all sorts of things. It's a godsend. I cannot overstate, I cannot stress enough how crucial, how indispensable Double Sword Dante is for Dante as a character. Just look at this combo by SSSmoke. This combo went viral, basically. So he uses stingers right here, and then look, he does the taunt, he does all this stuff, and then after using Redline, during, Redline, he switches to DSD, and he uses High Times to propel the enemy into the air. And now, he uses Helmbreaker, and he immediately uses High Times to once again launch the enemy into the air. And now he uses Set Had, and he uses Four-Handed once again to keep the enemy airborne. And now, he basically uses Thunderclap with King Cerberus, and because he's in Swordmaster, Sword Formation is active, because he's in his Devil Trigger form, and these swords that are spinning on the ground are preventing the enemy from hitting the ground. It keeps the enemy airborne. And now look, he lets go the lock-on, and he switches to Gunslinger, and he basically goes Interceptor, and this one summon sword hits the enemy, once again, preventing them from falling to the ground. And now he uses Rockback, this also prevents the enemy from falling to the ground, and then he uses Flynn Wheel in Chaser, in Sword Formation. When you're in Swordmaster, this move launches the enemy into the air. Now he uses Overdrive, but before that he uses Stingers to once again basically drive the enemy into the Thunderclap. And now, he keeps holding the style button, and he uses Roundtrips to keep the enemy airborne. So this is just an example of how useful these summon swords can be, how useful Sword Formation is, and how useful Interceptor is, and Chaser, and, all these moves like High Time, Stingers, Four-Handed, Roundtrips. This combo really showcases that immaculately. Another combo that really caught my eye, and this is literally Romanov's latest combo. I think he uploaded this, 3 days ago or 2 days ago on Twitter. So the reason it caught my eye was because it really uses all of the summon swords in a very straightforward way. It's even more straightforward than what SSSmoke did. So I felt like I could do a quick, a sloppy analysis of this combo that he did. So you can see here how he uses High Time with Dulcor Dante, uses Trig Down, switches to Balrog, and uses Flint Wheel, but since he's in Swordmaster and Chaser is active in DT, the Summon Swords basically launch the enemy into the air. And now he uses Air Trick to teleport to the enemy in the air, but before that, he inputs Stingers with Dulcor Dante, so the Stingers prevent the enemy from falling to the ground. Now he uses Skystar, or well, this Air Dash, uses Blaster Twins with the Kalina Ann. Now he basically, does the Rose Taunt, Skystar, all this stuff, uses Set Hat, and also uses High Times at the same time. Now when he uses Hat Trick to draw the enemy towards him, he uses Air Trick, and he uses Four-Handed to make sure the enemy is basically prevented from falling to the ground. Now he uses Friction, does all this stuff, not important, and now he does the floating Roundtrips tech, and he finishes the combo with Hot Stuff. Really, really good showcase of how you can use the Summon Swords. Wait, I did promise you guys that I would talk about Rebellion and Double Sword Sparda, so let's get that out of the way first. So like I said, Dante has 3 swords, or well, had, to be precise. He has the Rebellion, he's got Double Sword Sparda, and Double Sword Dante. I say had because he no longer has the Rebellion or the Sparda because they have been merged into Double Sword Dante. So if we follow the lore, he should be able to use these swords, but you can use them if you wish. But I personally see absolutely no point in doing that, and the reason for that is Double Sword Dante, Double Sword Sparda, and Rebellion have the same moveset, except Double Sword Dante has Sword Formation, which is like, it's literally the highlight. It literally elevates Dante's moveset to such an insane level that it's absolutely insane. So I have no idea why you would relegate yourself to using these basic-ass swords that don't really have that. And also, Rebellion and Sparda, like, they don't have Drive or Overdrive. I think that the only reason people use Double Sword Sparda and the Rebellion is because of, I don't know, nostalgia or sentimental value, or it holds some kind of, I don't know, I really have no idea why, but there are 2 moves that you can use with Rebellion and Double Sword Sparda that you can't use with Double Sword Dante, and those 2 moves are Prop Shredder and Round Trip. So Dante has Prop Shredder with Double Sword Dante, but it's a part of Double Sword Dante combo C. So you gotta use those 2 hits first, and then you use Prop Shredder, right? It's a part of a combo. Whereas with the Rebellion and Double Sword Sparda, you can use Prop Shredder right off the bat. It's a move that you can only use in Swordmaster by pressing the style button and mashing it. It's technically a launching attack, in a way. And Round Trip, Dante has Roundtrips with Double Sword Dante. But, with Rebellion and Double Sword Sparda, you got Round Trip, which is just back plus style button in Swordmaster, and it kind of has the same effect, but not really. I've definitely seen this in combos. Like, I think this is literally the main reason why people use this in combos. Like, it's literally for Round Trip and maybe Prop Shredder. Like, there is no other reason to use these swords. Double Sword Sparda, like, I think it deals more damage than any of the other swords, but I don't really see how that's relevant, to be honest. And I think that Round Trip with Double Sword Sparda is actually, I don't know if it travels farther or lasts longer. I don't really know. But Double Sword Sparda and Rebellion are completely identical moveset-wise. They are completely identical. You can consider them reskins. Like, it's just a different model. One thing that I also dislike about Rebellion and, Sparda is Aerial Rave. The only aerial combo you can use with, any sword is locked behind Swordmaster, so it's exclusive to Swordmaster. So if you want to use this aerial combo with Rebellion or Double Sword Sparda, you gotta go into your Swordmaster style, and you gotta mash the style button, whereas with Double Sword Dante, you just mash the attack button. There's no reason to go into your Swordmaster, so I personally prefer this. Personally, I think Rebellion has the best design. I like, if you're using Rebellion because of the design and because it holds sentimental value to you, I completely understand it, but I still don't get why you would relegate yourself to using these swords when Double Sword Dante offers so much more in terms of gameplay, in terms of combo potential, in terms of literally everything. Like, even Sin DT is a Double Sword, it's kind of bound to Double Sword Dante in a way, at least lore-wise, so yeah. So that's about all I can say regarding Double Sword Dante, as well as the Rebellion and the Sparda. Like I said, I don't know why you would confine yourself to these other two swords, but at the same time, I get it, because, you know, Prop Shredder is kind of cool, Roundtrip has some combo potential, so yeah, but that's about it. Alright, so now we got Balrog, and as you already know, Dante always has a punch and kick weapon in every game. In DMC 1, it was Ifrit, in DMC 3, it was Beowulf, in DMC 4, it was Gilgamesh, in the reboot, it was Eryx, and now in DMC 5, he has Balrog, and you know, it's like gauntlets and greaves, you know, gloves and boots. It's a punch and kick weapon, and this is his best punch and kick weapon so far, because this weapon actually has two modes. It's got blow mode. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, it's got blow mode. It's like, you know, not that, it's like punching, basically. It's like punch mode, and it's got kick mode. And the way you switch between these modes is you obviously lock on, and you press back plus attack button if you're facing the enemy, like if the enemy is right in front of you. You know, if the enemy is to your right, it's, you know, locking on and pressing left plus attack button. If you're on the right, it's like right. You get the point. And you can obviously switch modes on the ground and in midair. There's no limitation to that. So you can switch between punch and kick mode, basically, or, well, blow and kick mode. But there's another mechanic that's exclusive to Balrog, and it's called Ignition. Now, Ignition is basically your Balrog gets lit up, and it starts glowing. It becomes basically, it catches fire in a way. With Ignition active, your attacks deal more damage, they're faster, they're flashier, and you get two new moves that you can only use when Ignition is active. Now, there are two ways to activate Ignition. So, if you're using blow mode, or punch mode, the way to activate Ignition is you gotta land 10 hits with blow mode. So basically you just mash the attack button 10 times, but of course you gotta hit the enemy. You can't just mash in midair. You gotta hit the enemy 10 times with Balrog in punch mode, or well, in blow mode, and this will activate Ignition. If you get hit before you land these 10 hits, your Balrog will simply, like, get extinguished. So Ignition will just go back to 0. And that's really important. It means that you have to land 10 hits. Once you've landed 10 hits, Ignition will activate, and after it's activated, you can get hit, but, you know, your Balrog won't get extinguished. Like, Ignition will not run out. But if you get hit before you land 10 hits, it'll go back to 0, so you'll have to land 10 hits from scratch, basically. So that's how it works. So that's how you activate Ignition with blow mode. But with kick mode, the way to activate Ignition is you simply press and hold the attack button, or well, the melee button. You simply press and hold it. In my case, I press and hold the left mouse button, and Dante will kind of like do this little break dance, this little spin, and Balrog will simply ignite itself. You know, you'll hear "Ignite the flame now."
Ignite the flame! Fired up!
And this move actually has a name. It's called Heat Up. So that's how it works. And the previous one with blow mode is like 10 hits. So that's like, those are the two ways you can activate Ignition. Like I said, Ignition makes your moves way flashier, because I mean, they're fiery now, right? So I will be using Ignition, like I'll be using the ignited version of every move as the default example, right? Because it simply looks flashier and it's faster than when it's not ignited, right? Because you can see this here with Balrog combo A, B, whatever, you'll notice that it's way cooler with ignition. Now, one thing, I don't know if this is really, I mean, it's definitely a move, so I gotta include it. So, you have this thing called Rolling Blaze with Balrog. Now, you can do this with punch mode and kick mode, it doesn't really matter. Rolling Blaze is essentially just jumping. You jump. That's literally it. And when you jump, it's not like Dante's normal jump. You can see here when I jump directionally, he's kind of like spinning in the air a little bit. You know, it's kind of different. The animation is a little different. And Rolling Blaze actually damages enemies. So if you're next to the enemy and you jump with Balrog equipped, you will damage the enemy, and as a matter of fact, you can actually kill enemies with Rolling Blaze. So you can kill enemies simply by jumping with Balrog. This move is also incredibly useful in certain boss fights. For example, with Virgil, when he uses his Storm Blades on you, you know, those little Mirage Blades that will basically surround Dante? Yeah, if you jump with Balrog equipped, all of those Mirage Blades, all those little swords will simply disappear. You'll shatter them by jumping with Balrog. So Rolling Blaze is actually a really useful move, even though it's just a jump. Now, Ignition lasts for approximately 20 seconds, so when you activate Ignition, you'll have 20 seconds to use it before your Balrog goes 3, 2, 1, 0, and then, you know, your Balrog goes back to normal, and it's no longer ignited. So, yeah, you got 20 seconds to use Ignition.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Alright, so now let's talk about Balrog's blow mode, or, well, punch mode. We'll start with that. So, like I said, if you land 10 hits, you'll basically activate Ignition. That's called 10 hits or 10 blows. But, yeah, if you just press the attack button, the melee button, with Balrog in blow mode, you'll simply use this punch, and if you mash the attack button, you'll just keep punching the enemy like this. If you mash the attack button in midair, so you're in midair with Balrog blow mode, you will use the Feather combo. This is essentially Balrog's air combo. I think it's the only air combo you can use with Balrog. So you just press the attack button 3 times, or you just mash it in the air, and Dante will use these 3 punches with Balrog, and he will pin the enemy to the ground. Next, we have this dashing attack called Heavy Jolt. Now, like I said, Heavy Jolt, it's a dashing attack. You lock on, and you press forward plus attack button, and Dante will dash at the enemy and punch them with Balrog. So, you know, if you're on the left, it's obviously right plus attack button. You get the point. Now, you also have Fly Dragon. Fly Dragon is essentially Heavy Jolt, but you punch the enemy one more time, launching them into the air somewhat. So, it's the same principle. You lock on, you press forward plus attack button, and you keep holding forward, and then you press the attack button one more time, or 2 more times. Essentially, you lock on, you keep holding forward, and you mash the attack button, or you press it twice, thrice, doesn't matter, and Dante will use this uppercut after Heavy Jolt. Not much to write home about here, really. Okay, so now we got Welter move, and oh man, is this important. So Welter move is one of the coolest moves in the game, or, well, at least one of Dante's coolest moves, in my opinion, of course. Welter move is essentially, you press, I mean, you can lock on, obviously, so you press and hold the attack button, and you just keep pressing left, right, while holding the attack button. So it's kind of like this boxing stance. When you press and hold the attack button, Dante will assume this boxing stance, and when you press left and right, Dante will kind of use this, like, sidestep, right, this side dash, and he'll just go left, right. Now, why is this so important? Because this is Dante's Ultra Instinct, basically. I gotta show you a few examples of just how incredibly useful this move can be. So, check this out. You know how Virgil can use the Heavy Rain Blades? These little summon swords that basically rain on you, and they hit you from above? Yeah, well, if you time Welter move accordingly, you can dodge every single one of these Mirage Blades, these Heavy Rain Blades. So you press and hold the attack button before they hit you, and when they're about to hit you, you time it properly, and you keep pressing left, right, and you keep dodging. And if you time it perfectly, you will get this slow motion effect that's literally like Ultra Instinct. And it looks so cool. I mean, look at this, man. But look, it's not just the Heavy Rain Blades. You know how Virgil can use the Spiral Blades? It's basically this move where he kind of conjures these little summon swords around himself. And, well, when he dashes at you, when he teleports toward you, these little summon swords will hit you because they're protecting him, basically. Yeah, well, if you time Welter move accordingly, you can even dodge his Spiral Blades. Look at this. Like, look at this, man. It's the coolest thing ever. Of course, you can also use this move to dodge Virgil's consecutive judgment cuts. So, you know, Virgil will fire 4 consecutive judgment cuts at you, and, well, if you time Welter move accordingly and you dodge at the right time, you'll dodge every single one of his judgment cuts, and you'll get the slow motion effect. It's just the coolest thing ever. I know I keep saying that, but oh man. What else? Okay, so you know how Cavaliere Angelo, that boss, he actually has those lightning orbs? Yeah, well, check this out. You can actually dodge that as well. Oh, and you know that, that thunder that Cavaliere kind of, like, casts, in a way? Like, he charges it up, and then this insane thunder hits you? Yeah, you can also dodge that. So, yeah. Oh, and you know King Cerberus? King Cerberus has this, like, in his ice form, he has this, like, hail, like, of icicles, and these ice spikes just descend on you. They rain. And if you time Welter move accordingly and you start dodging left and right, you will, again, achieve this slow motion effect, and it will look cool as hell. I don't know, like, I don't know, man. This is just so cool. I swear to God, it's like one of the most satisfying things to pull off. And the timing isn't even strict. It really isn't. There's nothing to worry about. Now, of course, there is an extension of this move, of Welter move, and it's called Bantam Revenge. Now, Bantam Revenge is you do the Welter move, and after each side dash, after each sidestep, you just press the attack button. So you press and hold the attack button, and when you press left, you just press it again. And you keep hitting the enemy like this. Left, sidestep, right, hit. Sidestep, hit. Sidestep, hit. So you keep hitting the enemy left and right. And I'm not sure, but I think the right hit, like the right punch, always provides some kind of stun effect. So it's like a stun lock. The enemy will get stunned. They'll enter this crumble state, and I think they'll fall to the ground. I don't know if it's the right hit or the left hit. I kind of forgot. But yeah, this also looks really, really cool. And finally, with Balrog's Blow mode, like I said, you can switch modes, and you do that by pressing the lock on, like you lock on, and you press back plus attack button, if the enemy is in front of you, of course. So if the enemy is close to you, and you have Blow mode active, and you change the mode by using this command, you'll switch from Blow mode to Kick mode, but this transition will actually damage the enemy. So this mode switch is actually a move in and of itself, and it's called Switch Kick. So when you have Blow mode and you switch from Blow to Kick mode, that's a Switch Kick. But if you switch from Kick to Blow mode, that's called Switch Blow. So yeah, this can actually damage enemies switching modes if they're close to you. So yeah. That was Dante's blow mode, but now we got kick mode. Now, kick mode, like I said, you know, if you switch modes, you get a switch kick, and if you switch to blow mode, that's like a switch blow. I'm not going over this again. Let's see what moves you have. So we've already mentioned heat up, which is like you press and hold the attack button, Dante does this spin, and he activates ignition. Alright, we went over that. Also, I already mentioned heat up has these little summon swords accompanying it. If you have sword formation active and you're in Chaser, you know, Swordmaster, and, you know, I showed you that example from Solely. You know, you can prevent the enemy from falling to the ground while you heat up and blah blah blah, you get the point. But let's see what combos, or well, what moves you can use. So, first on the chopping block is Balrog Combo A. Nothing to write home about, it's just a 3-hit combo. Like, you do these 3 hits and these 3 kicks, and that's it. And you use this move simply by mashing the attack button, or pressing it 3 to 4 to 5 times, doesn't really matter. Just smash the attack button like a maniac, and you'll use Combo A. Next, we got Balrog Combo B, which is like attack button, pause, and then you just keep mashing the attack button. And this is what it looks like. So you make a pause after the second hit. Of course, you don't have to press the attack button twice. You can press it like 8 times, as long as you make the pause after the second kick, alright? And then you resume mashing. So that's Balrog Combo B. Next up, we got Friction, and Friction is a really important move, because, you know, Starfall, Virgil Starfall with Beowulf, it's basically just Dante's Friction. You know, it's this flying kick. The only difference is Virgil's Starfall deals more damage and all, and, you know, I use Starfall in, like, 23 of my 25 combos, if I'm not mistaken. So for Virgil, this was like the most indispensable move, and it is equally as indispensable for Dante. So Friction is this flying kick, and I gotta mention a few things here that I feel are really noteworthy. So this is what Friction looks like when it's not ignited. So this is base Friction, like normal Friction. When you use normal Friction, Dante will simply land in front of the enemy, he will hit the enemy, but he won't launch them into the air. However, with ignition, he will launch the enemy into the air, and he'll cause this crater to appear. Now, I also think there's something regarding distance, like if you're close to the enemy, it won't launch them into the air. If you're far away, it will. I don't really remember, but it's definitely something worth keeping in mind. And obviously, Friction is just pressing the attack button while you're in midair. That's literally it. Next up, we got Updraft. Now, Updraft is Dante's launching attack with Balrog, at least with, you know, with kick mode. So, the way you do this move is you press forward plus attack button if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, it's right plus attack button. If you're on the right side, it's left plus attack button. You already get the point. So, it's this launching kick that launches the enemy into the air, and you can just convert off it easily. Now, I already mentioned this with Chaser, but if you have sword formation active, and you have Chaser, like, you know, you're in Swordmaster, when you use Updraft, you'll have this little windmill, this little summon sword that will prevent the enemy from falling to the ground. Let's say the enemy is kind of like way higher in the air than you, and you can't make contact with them using Updraft. Well, don't worry, Sword Formation's got you covered, and it will spawn this summon sword that will prevent the enemy from falling to the ground. This happens, like, this is used in so many combos, as you can see on the screen right now. So many different players use this that I've lost count. So, yeah, that's it regarding Dante's blow and kick mode. And now we gotta talk about Swordmaster, because as you already know, Swordmaster is a style that gives each and every single one of Dante's melee weapons an entirely new set of moves that you can use on top of your base moveset. Alright, so both Dante's blow and kick mode get new moves in Swordmaster, obviously. So, blow mode gets middle break. So middle break is just this, like you press the style button, or in my case, I press E, and Dante will use this little cyclone of, like, it's a punch that causes a cyclone. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50, man. I think this is probably the lamest move in the game. I know you can use it in combos. I don't even know if I've seen it. I have, but I don't think I've seen it way too many times. This is, like, you know what? I had this, I said this years ago. I think this, like, this move should have been replaced. It should be replaced with Hyper Fist. You know how in DMC3, Dante had this move with Beowulf called Hyper Fist? And it's like, you know, this barrage of punches? Yeah, I think he should have had that instead of this lame-ass attack. But, to each their own, I guess. I don't know. I think this move provides some kind of, like, stun or something. I don't really know. I don't really care. To me, it's just abysmal. So, that's middle break. You press the style button on the ground. But if you press the style button, or in my case, E, in midair, Dante will use Cruiser Dive. And Cruiser Dive is just this move where Dante falls to the ground and he hits whatever is around him. It doesn't look exceptionally cool. It's just a drop-down attack, and it will kind of pin the enemy to the ground. Well, not even. It will just hit them while they're on the ground. And yeah, that's Cruiser Dive. Okay, moving on to uppercut moves, because Dante has like so many uppercuts in blow mode. That's kind of like the staple of his blow mode, at least in Swordmaster. So the first thing he has is Minimum Dragon. Minimum Dragon is you basically just, of course, you lock on and you press forward plus style button if the enemy is in front of you. And Dante will launch the enemy into the air with this uppercut, but he will stay grounded. Of course, if you're on the left side, it's not forward plus style button, it's right plus style button. Alright, that's Minimum Dragon. Next, we got Rising Dragon, which is the exact same principle. You press forward plus style button, but you mash the style button a little. So you don't just press it once, you press it like 2 to 3 times, right? That's how it works. And this move will launch Dante into the air alongside the enemy, but not by a lot. So Dante will leave the ground, but he won't be too high up in the air. So that's Rising Dragon. You press forward and you mash the style button a little. And if you're on the left side, you press right and you mash the style button a little. And finally, we got Divine Dragon. This is the exact same principle. You press forward and you mash the attack button for as long as you can. You just keep mashing it, and Dante will use this uppercut that will kind of launch the enemy very high up into the air, as well as Dante. And it's like this cyclone. It looks pretty cool. So that is Divine Dragon. It's like forward plus just mashing the attack button a lot. But that's not all. Dante, in blow mode, has this one ultimate move, if you can even call it that, called Real Impact. Now, what is Real Impact? Real Impact is another uppercut, but it looks so impactful, hence the name probably, and it deals an insane amount of damage, and you use this move by pressing back plus style button. So it's like S plus E in my case. Or if you're on the left side, it's left plus style button. You get the point. So, one thing to note about this move is that you can only use this move while you're in ignition. So, if your Balrog is not in ignition, you won't be able to use this move. So, only in ignition can you use Real Impact with blow mode. Alright, so it's one of Dante's coolest moves, honestly. So, yeah, Real Impact. It's used as a finisher a lot, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. You can easily use it mid-combo. You can use it as a starter, even, like I did in one of my earlier combos. So, yeah, that's Real Impact. Now, like I said before, while I was discussing summon swords and sword formation, all of these uppercuts, like Rising Dragon, Divine Dragon, Real Impact, all of them get a significant boost if you have sword formation active, because Chaser will create the summon sword that will pull the enemy towards you, ensuring that your attack will connect, that it will land. So that's something definitely worth keeping in mind. And that's about it for Dante's Blow Mode and Swordmaster. Those are all the new moves he gets for Blow Mode. But now comes Kick Mode. So in Swordmaster, you've got quite a few moves that Kick Mode gets. So, let's see. We got Break Spiral. Break Spiral is basically this move where you just press the style button, or in my case E, and Dante will do this breakdance, and he will launch the enemy into the air with this final kick, right? But the longer you mash the style button, the longer Dante will breakdance. So he will just spin on the ground breakdancing, and the longer you mash the style button, the longer he'll be, well, doing that, basically. It's pretty cool. I feel like this move is criminally underutilized. I see it sometimes, occasionally, but I definitely think it's pretty fun. I actually use it in one of my combos because I genuinely think it's cool. Also, you can control this move. Like, it's kind of directional. If you let go of the lock-on and you just mash the style button, and as you're mashing, you press left, right, forward, backwards, Dante will basically just breakdance in different directions, like left, right, you know, forward, backward. That's basically how this move works. And like I said, in sword formation, this move gets this really cool boost with Chaser, where he has these little spinning summon swords accompanying the move, spinning alongside Dante. And also the last kick that Dante does, you know, the kick that launches the enemy into the air, if you've got Chaser active, you know, sword formation, this last kick will be accompanied by a really big summon sword that will launch the enemy even higher up into the air. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Now, I found that this move is very useful against Death Scissors, especially in Ignition. Like, it will tear through their scissors like butter, basically. Oh, and also, you can use Break Spiral to parry Virgil's Heavy Rain Blades and Blistering Blades, as you can see here. This is something my friend recorded, and look at the damage. Now, admittedly, this is Son of Sparda. It's not Dante Must Die, but still, you cannot deny that this damage is insane. And you can also do this with some other moves, like Revolution and Ice Age with King Cerberus, but we'll get to that. So that's about it for Break Spiral, a criminally underutilized move. Alright, moving on, now we got Firestorm. Firestorm is just pressing the style button once in midair. So Break Spiral is pressing the style button on the ground, and this is pressing the style button in midair. And Dante will use these two kicks that will launch the enemy higher into the air. And this is a pretty useful move. I see it a lot. I've used it myself in one of my earlier Dante combos. Not much to write home about, though, even though it's a pretty useful move. Alright, moving on, now we got Flint Wheel, and this is one of Dante's most useful moves. with Balrog. You'll see it a lot. It can be a launcher, it can be a starter, it can be used mid-combo, it doesn't matter. It's cool, it's useful, and the way you use Flint Wheel is if the enemy is in front of you, you press back plus style button, or in my case, S plus E. And obviously, if you're on the left side, it's like A plus E, or well, left plus style button. You get the point. And now the way Flint Wheel works is Dante will use this backdash, like this kick that will kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. It's at a 90-degree angle. I don't know, man. I don't know how to describe it, honestly, but if you're using this move in base form, Dante will simply use the hit, he'll use this kick, and it will kind of damage the enemy, and Dante will use this backdash, but the enemy will just stay on the ground. However, if you use this move, while ignition is active, the enemy will be launched into the air when you do this kick. And then I guess you can convert with air trick and you can catch the enemy and all. So that's the difference between using this move in base form versus ignition. But wait, you know how in sword formation with Chaser active, this move gets a huge boost, and that boost is it becomes a launcher, like a full-fledged launcher. When you use this move and Chaser is active, you're in Swordmaster, obviously, because this move requires you to be in Swordmaster to begin with. What's going to happen is after Dante does this backdash, this one summon sword will launch the enemy very high up in the air, and you can use air trick to convert and continue your combo. So this is just really useful. I don't, like, it's a really useful move all around. But that's not where the usefulness of Dante's Flint Wheel ends. This move is especially cool when it comes to dodging. Look at how easily you can dodge Virgil's Mirage Blades, or well, Virgil's Summon Swords, if you time this move accordingly. You'll get that slow motion Ultra Instinct effect, and it just looks so cool. You can dodge anything this way. You can dodge Virgil's Judgment Cut, you name it. And if you time it accordingly, you can even parry moves. Look at how I parried Virgil's Mirage Blade here. I can even parry Virgil's Rapid Slash, or well, Rising Star. And if I do this, you know, this will happen. This little interaction between Dante and Virgil where both of them are kind of like, whoa. And finally, you can parry Goliath's Fireball, which is so cool when you do it. It feels like playing football. Like, if you time this move accordingly, and Goliath throws his fireball at you, he fires it at you. If you time this accordingly, you will literally deflect the fireball, and you'll send it flying back towards Goliath, damaging him instead. It's kind of the same with Urizen's fireball, so it's pretty cool. And finally, we have another criminally underutilized move, Pyromania. Pyromania is this kick barrage. It's basically Dante's equivalent of Virgil's kick 13. And the way you use this move is you press forward plus style button, or W plus E. If you're on the left side, it's right plus style button. You get the point. And this move is used as a finisher, but it is, like, barely, if ever, used. I'd be lying if I said I didn't see it in combos, but it's still, in my opinion, it's underutilized compared to moves like Dance Macabre or, I don't know, even Regicide with King Cerberus, or, well, King Slayer. We'll get to that. So I think one of the reasons why this move is underutilized is because it's uncancelable, whereas other moves like King Slayer with Cerberus aren't. So once you start Pyromania, you cannot, cancel it. You can't jump cancel it. You can't do anything. You're just kind of stuck doing this move, and you can get easily damaged, I guess. Now, of course, just like Real Impact is an Ignition exclusive, Pyromania is also an Ignition exclusive, but for kick mode. So you cannot use Pyromania unless your Balrog is in Ignition. If Ignition is not active, if you're using base Balrog, you will not be able to use Pyromania. So It's an Ignition exclusive move. This move is like just pure eye candy. It's so needlessly flamboyant, and I actually love that. And that's about all I can say regarding Dante's Balrog. It is an incredibly useful weapon. It's the best gauntlets and greaves punch and kick weapon we've ever had in DMC, like ever. And yeah. And you've probably noticed that this weapon bears a striking resemblance to Virgil's Beowulf, or rather, it's the other way around, because Beowulf is, you know, that's a copy of Balrog. So you'll notice that there are a lot of moves that kind of like recur. For example, friction and Starfall, you know, flying kick, it's the same thing. Then you got, you know, minimum dragon. Virgil has Beast Uppercut. Dante has Rising Dragon. Virgil also has Rising Dragon. Then, you know, Virgil has Dragon Breaker. Dante has Divine Dragon, Real Impact. You know what I mean. But one thing that I gotta say is that Balrog is very flexible, for lack of a better word. Like, when I first started playing Virgil, I definitely, I could notice that Beowulf was a lot heavier. You know, it was more impactful maybe, but it was definitely heavier. And I guess it's because, you know, Balrog is kind of like, it incorporates two styles, like blow mode is boxing and kick mode is capoeira. But I definitely, you know, like when using kick mode, especially with Balrog, it's a lot lighter, it's a lot more flexible than Virgil's Beowulf. Now, of course, I love both weapons, but when you take into account the fact that when you factor in everything, the fact that Balrog has two modes, and, you know, you got Swordmaster and all these things, and Ignition, it's just really the ultimate punch and kick weapon in my eyes. Now let's move on to King Cerberus. Alright, so now we got King Cerberus, one of Dante's best and most versatile weapons. And I know I say this a lot, and I'll keep saying it, but look, all of his weapons are just so good, and this weapon is one of the coolest weapons I've seen in a video game, because it's essentially 3 weapons into one, but we'll get to that. So the base form of King Cerberus is basically, it's ice nunchucks. So you got these ice nunchucks, and the first move you can use with King Cerberus is Cerberus Combo A. Cerberus Combo A is just mashing the attack button like a maniac. So you just mash the melee button, you keep mashing it, and that's basically it. You do it 10 times or more, it doesn't really matter, so yeah. Now, King Cerberus Combo A, there's really nothing to write home about here. It's a 10-hit combo where Dante swings his nunchucks like this, and with the last hit of Cerberus Combo A, he will send you flying, and that's it. This move is kind of underutilized. You don't see it in combos a lot. I've seen it in like 3 combos maybe, which is why I used it in my combos a lot, because I feel like it's really, really, like, nobody uses it. And I can see why. Like I said, there's really nothing special about this move. However, if you have Sword Formation active and you're in Swordmaster, so it's like Chaser, the last hit of Cerberus Combo A will launch the enemy very high up into the air. So, you know, this little summon sword, this mini summon sword will appear, and it will basically accompany the last hit of Cerberus Combo A, launching the enemy into the air. And then you can convert, you can use air trick, yada yada yada, you know how it works. So, yeah, this move, this combo, like Combo A, it gets a boost in Sword Formation. So, yeah, make sure you got Sword Formation active and you're in Swordmaster. You're using Chaser. Now we got Cerberus Combo B, and this move is even more underutilized. Cerberus Combo B is, you basically press the attack button 4 times, or 5 times, doesn't matter, and then after the 4th hit, you make a slightly, like a very short pause, and then you just continue mashing, and what's going to happen is Dante will use these few hits, and he will use this windmill. This, I don't really know how I can describe it. Like, he will dig into the enemy with these spinning nunchucks, and the longer you mash the attack button, the longer this spin will last. If you stop mashing immediately, well, you know, the move will simply stop. So, yeah, this spin, though, it doesn't really increase the style ranking if you mash it more, so there's kind of no reason to do it. But, yeah, it's a very underutilized move. Alright, so now we got swing. You use this move by pressing the attack button in midair. So you just press the melee button once while you're in the air. Swing is pretty self-explanatory. It's a literal swing. You can do this move in midair, so only in midair, and Dante will simply, you know, hit the enemy with one swing of his nunchucks. I don't really know how to explain it. This can be very useful for, using that, short revolver. I'll get to that, alright, I'll get to that. Alrighty then, so now we got Crystal. Crystal is a launcher, basically. So you use this move by pressing back plus attack button if the enemy is in front of you. And if you're on the left side, it's left plus attack button. If you're on the right side, it's right plus... You get the point. So Dante will cause these ice spikes to emerge from the ground, causing the enemy to get launched into the air. And, yeah, that's basically all there is to it. It's a very useful move. You'll see it a lot. This move also gets a boost in sword formation with Chaser. So if you have sword formation active and you're in Swordmaster and you use this move, you'll notice how... Check this out. Like, I deliberately wait a long time before using Crystal again after already using it once. So notice how while using Crystal, this one like summon sword, this mini sword, is basically, it starts spinning under the enemy. And this prevents the enemy from hitting the ground. It basically suspends the enemy in the air, giving you more time to basically do whatever the hell you want. So, again, like I said, sword formation, you know, in Swordmaster, like Chaser, this thing with the summon swords, their main purpose is usually just keeping the enemy airborne. They knew what DMC combos were all about. Alright, so now we got Revolver and Air Revolver. So basically, if the enemy is in front of you, you press forward plus attack button. Or, well, if you're on the left side, it's right plus attack button. If you're on the right side, it's left plus... You get the point. So this is one of Dante's most useful moves, like, ever. It's kind of reminiscent of, like, Virgil's lunar phase with Beowulf. Or, well, actually, Virgil's lunar phase is reminiscent of Dante's Revolver. It's basically this spin that Dante does with his Cerberus. And you can do it on the ground, you can do it in midair, and you can cancel this move whenever you want. It's just really, really useful. I'll talk more about Revolver later. Right now, there's something else I want to focus on. I'd be remiss not to mention this one semi-advanced mechanic called Short Revolver. So what is the Short Revolver? It's something you see in combos a lot. People will use swing and then they'll follow it up with this thing that I could never properly explain. So this short revolver can only be used if you're in a state called zero hide, or well, hide zero. Nilo47 Angelo made an incredible guide on this, and I'll leave the link to that guide in the description below, because this is kind of, you know, trespassing into advanced territory. But basically all you need to know is zero hide is essentially a state where Dante is, like, for all intents and purposes on the ground, but because he's using a move that is, like, he's kind of like the animation of this aerial move he's using is causing him to be, like, 1 pixel away from the ground, but the game still treats him as airborne. It's kind of hard to explain. There are way simpler ways of explaining this, but one way to do this would be to, like, use Rainstorm with Ebony and Ivory, then switch to Cavaliere, switch to Swordmaster, use the first hit of Air Cavaliere combo B, and then switch to King Cerberus and use Revolver. And as you can see, Revolver, in this case, does not involve any spinning. It's only this one last hit, and Dante makes this ha sound. Just check all these instances out. And you can see this in so many combos. I swear to God, sometimes I get the impression that short revolver is used more frequently than, like, the regular revolver. So, yeah, that's just definitely something worth noting when it comes to revolver. Zero height is a state where, like, the properties of certain moves are changed, and it's not just revolver, it's also Mustang, or well, Air Mustang, I think, and some other moves, but this is the most notable one in my opinion, so yeah. Revolver in general, like the regular revolver, is a very cancelable move. It's a really good move for practicing your enemy step. So, look at this, I'm pressing right plus attack button to use revolver, and then I jump, which is enemy step, and then I press right plus attack button again, and you can keep doing it, and you can practice enemy step with revolver easily. So if you're struggling with jump canceling, if you're struggling with enemy step, I would definitely recommend using revolver to get good, basically. One other thing about revolver is that in your double trigger form, this move is kind of changed, not really, but kinda, because Dante will throw this one icicle. Well, it's not one, I think there are like 3 icicles that Dante will throw at the enemy. And even if you don't directly hit the enemy with revolver, like you're too far away, these little icicles at the end will act as projectiles that will increase revolver's range, and they will hit the enemy. And as a matter of fact, this one really funny thing happened where I was basically in DT, like I was in double trigger, and I used revolver, and these icicles hit Virgil, and they basically impaled him. They embedded themselves into Virgil, and when I went photo mode and I zoomed in on Virgil, this is what he looked like. It looks so funny, man. This move is also an incredible counter to Cavaliere Angelo. Like, if you just spam revolver, you can easily parry all of his moves. Like, literally all of his moves. You won't even get the chance to use them. You'll just parry everything. You'll just destroy this guy completely. So, if you're fighting, if you're struggling with Cavaliere Angelo, definitely just spam revolver if you want to cheese it. Now we got Ice Age. Ice Age is back plus forward plus attack button, or S plus W plus left mouse button in my case. And Dante will use this barrier of ice. Like, it's basically an ice barrier. And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think this is Dante's ultimate defense. It's basically even more effective than Royal Guard. I think, I'm not sure, I think it can block anything, like Judgment Cuts, Cerberus nukes, it doesn't really matter. I'm not sure, like I said, but I think that's the case. Of course, if you're on the left side, it's left plus right plus attack button, or AD, left mouse button. If you're on the right side, it's right left attack button, DA. Well, you get the point, I don't know why I keep saying this. And in sword formation, Swordmaster, Chaser, basically, you'll have these small, spinning summon swords accompanying Dante while he's using this barrier. And this move is especially good for parrying, as you can see here with Virgil's heavy rain blades. Like, it deflects all of them. Just look at this. And that's about all I can say regarding Dante's ice form of Cerberus. Now we got the lightning form. Like I said, the base form of King Cerberus is like, it's these ice nunchucks. It's like nunchucks made out of ice. But you also have this lightning form, and in this lightning form, Cerberus takes on a whole new shape, and it's no longer ice nunchucks, it's a lightning Sansetskon. What is a lightning Sansetskon? It literally means 3-section staff. You know, you'll see a lot of, like, martial artists use this. It's basically a staff that consists of 3 sections that are usually connected by a chain, but in this case, it's lightning. And I think this is definitely the coolest form of Cerberus, because you already know lightning is the coolest element, if you will. It's not really an element, but, you know. So, how do you activate lightning attacks with King Cerberus? It's actually quite easy. You just hold the attack button, like you hold the melee button, and then you release it. That's literally all there is to it. Now, let's actually check this out. So, the first move you can use with the lightning form of Cerberus is Long Barrel. It's a move that you can use on the ground and in midair, and the way to use this move is you press and hold the melee button, like you press and hold the attack button, and when Dante becomes not electrocuted, when he becomes electrified, at that point, you release the melee button. So you press and hold the attack button. When Dante has this lightning around him, at that point you release the attack button. And Dante will shoot out this thunderbolt at the enemy, basically. It's not really a thunderbolt. He actually just stretches out these 3 sections. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it, but you know, for all intents and purposes, it's a lightning bolt. This move is very good. It's very useful for breaking the shield of Chaos, you know, the demon, while they're downed. So you can break their shell with this move while they're on the ground. And this move also gets a significant boost with sword formation, with chasers. So if you got sword formation active and you're in Swordmaster and you use Long Barrel, this one little summon sword will launch the enemy into the air, and you can immediately convert off it. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. You know, again, a lot of moves get a significant boost from sword formation and Swordmasters, so this is one of them. So that's Long Barrel. Now we got Thunderclap. Thunderclap is basically you press and hold the attack button with King Cerberus, and when Dante is electrified, you press back and you release the attack button if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, you press left and you release the attack button. But, you know, the bottom line is you gotta hold the attack button and release it. With Long Barrel, all you gotta do is hold the attack button and release it. But with this move, it's like you hold the attack button, and then before you release it, you press backwards, you know? And Dante will use Thunderclap, which will basically conjure these 4, I think, these balls. Wait, pause. These 4 lightning orbs, these lightning spheres, basically, and they will chase the enemy. And when I say chase, I mean literally chase. They will literally haunt the enemy. They will pursue this guy. Basically, they have really, really good tracking. They got a lot of range, like Thunderclap, like these lightning balls, they have a lot of range. And as you can see right here, one thing about Thunderclap, though, is if you have already used Thunderclap and these 4 lightning balls have appeared, once you use Thunderclap, like if you immediately use it after that, the previous batch of lightning orbs will disappear, right? So you can't just spam an infinite amount of orbs. If you use Thunderclap again after you've already used it once, the previous batch of lightning orbs will simply disappear. They'll get yoinked out of existence. Now, Thunderclap is actually one of the coolest and most useful moves for Dante when it comes to combo making. Blank, this incredibly skilled DMC player, made a combo video called Thunderclap, where he basically uses Thunderclap in his combos, and SSSmoke, one of the best Dante players out there, he also made a video called Thunderclap is Not Useless, and it's just something you'll see a lot, as you can see in this video by Revilante, or Revilante, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I saw this on Twitter years ago, and it always stuck out to me. One really simple setup you can use, and I mean it's so simple that if you have auto assist, the game will use it for you. And that setup is using Thunderclap after Crystal. So as you already know, Crystal with King Cerberus is back plus attack button, or in my case, S plus left mouse button. And Dante will launch the enemy into the air with these ice spikes. But Thunderclap is you hold the attack button, so you hold it until Dante's electrocuted, and then you press back and you release the attack button. Or in my case, I press S and I release the left mouse button after holding it. So what you want to do is you use Crystal, which is back plus attack button, but you keep holding both back and the attack button. So back, and you keep holding it, plus attack button, and now when Dante gets electrified, you release the attack button, and Dante will use Thunderclap. And of course, if you're on the left side, you press left plus attack button, and you keep holding left, and you keep holding the attack button. When Dante gets electrified, you know, when he starts glowing like this, you release the attack button, right? And that's basically how it works. This is one of the most basic setups, if you can even call it a setup. This move is also good for happy little accidents, as I like to call them. So you can see a couple of examples, a couple of combos where something completely accidental happened, like the original combo creator did not intend for this to happen, but it did because of Thunderclap. So here you can see this one combo by SSSmoke, and you can see how the enemy doesn't land on Thunderclap properly, but then SSSmoke uses Long Barrel, and it causes the enemy to bounce back into the air and directly into this one Thunder Orb, if you will. So this was completely unintentional. The original combo creator did not intend for this to happen, but it did. And as a matter of fact, the video is called, can you guess which one of these combos was accidental? So yeah, basically he used a Long Barrel and the enemy bounced directly into this lightning orb. And you can also see the same thing, well not the same, but you can see another accidental instance in one of Sully's combos. So he uses that infamous, you know, the very simple Crystal into Thunderclap setup, but he was too far away, so the Thunderclap, you know, it doesn't really catch the enemy, so the enemy was going to fall to the ground. However, he switches to Double Sword Dante, and he uses four-handed with the summon swords to keep the enemy airborne, to prevent them from falling to the ground, but it's still not enough because Thunderclap is still not catching the enemy, so he goes into a Sin Double Trigger and uses Umbra to basically blow the enemy away directly into the Thunderclap. Like, this was so, and then he does Dance Macabre, like, this was so cool. Like, look at this. Like, the quick thinking here is absolutely insane, and I had an accident myself, not those types of accidents, but, you know, so I used the same setup, you know, Crystal into Thunderclap, but two of these lightning orbs did not catch the enemy. So I use Real Impact, I use Air Trick, and now I'm airborne, you know, I'm hitting the enemy, and one of these orbs catches the enemy, and then I use the Rose Taunt, and the enemy bounces into the air directly into the other lightning orb, and he gets electro. This, like, I did not account for any of this. I did not mean for this to happen, but it did. And this is what I meant when I said that this move is really good for accidents, for accidental setups. Next up, we got a Long Revolver, and this is the same as Revolver. Like, it's literally the same commands. Like, if the enemy is in front of you, you press forward. Well, first, you gotta, like, for all of the moves you want to use with the lightning form of Cerberus, you first gotta hold the attack button, and you need to make sure that Dante is electrified. So you hold the attack button, and if you want to use the Long Revolver, you simply press forward and you release the attack button if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, you press right and you release the attack button. So you can use this move on the ground and in midair. It doesn't really matter. You can use it however you want. It has quite a bit of range. Like, you can see this last hit of Long Revolver, it acts as a whip of sorts. It's just a really cool move. It's a really useful move. And one thing I love doing is I'll use the normal Revolver, like right plus attack button, and then I'll keep holding the attack button, and then I'll, like, enemy step, I'll jump, and then I'll press right, and I will release the attack button. And I'll just keep using normal Revolver, long revolver, normal, long, normal, like ice lightning, ice lightning. I love using this. This is also pretty good practice for enemy step and junk canceling, so yeah, I'm not sure what more to say about the lightning form of Cerberus. That's about all you can do. Like, these are just all the attacks you can use in base form with Cerberus. So you got the Ice Nunchucks, and you got the Lightning Sunset's Cone, the Lightning 3-section staff. And the way to use lightning attacks is you hold the attack button, and when you become electrified, you simply release the attack button, or you press some directional key like backwards or forward, and then you release the attack button. But wait, we're forgetting about Swordmaster, and oh boy, this is where things get crazy. So with Swordmaster, Dante unlocks a new form for Cerberus, and that form is this fire bow staff, or this fiery rod. So you have ice nunchucks, you got a lightning sunset's cone, like a lightning 3-section staff, and you have this fire staff, this rod, and you can only use this form in Swordmaster. So how do you actually, what can you do in Swordmaster with Cerberus? So let's see. So if you just mash the style button, or in my case E, like you press it like 3 to 4 times, Dante will use Cerberus combo C. It's basically this 3-hit combo with this staff, and Dante will pin the enemy to the ground with the final hit. However, there's one thing to keep in mind when it comes to Cerberus combo C. So if you're very close to the enemy and you use Cerberus combo C, you know, Dante will hit the enemy, but the last hit won't really do anything. But if you're far away from the enemy and you hit the enemy with only the tip of your staff, what's going to happen is the enemy will be pinned to the ground. You'll basically knock them into the ground. So that's something that's definitely worth keeping in mind when it comes to Cerberus combo C. It's not a move I see used a lot. I legitimately think I've only seen it used like once or maybe twice. So, yeah. Next up, oh man. Next up we got Cerberus, King Cerberus combo D. And basically the way you use this combo is you press the style button once, and then you make a pause, and after this pause you just continue mashing like a maniac. And I mean like a maniac, because this combo is long. So, again, you press E, like you press the style button, then you make a pause, and then you just continue mashing. This, I think, I can safely say that this is the single most underutilized move that Dante has in his arsenal, in terms of, like, when I say underutilized, I mean in terms of combos. Because I have seen this move a total of 4 to 5 times in combos, and as you already know, I'm somebody who like scours through like every single nook and cranny to find DMC combos, and there is a reason as to why this is, and I'll get into that. But you guys know how all my Dante combos that I made, that I replicated from Soli and other advanced players, yeah, those combos, you've probably noticed that every single one of them ends with Cerberus combo D. And the reason for that was I was just so mad that at the fact that this move wasn't being used by anyone, that I wanted to like prove a point. Like, no, I'm gonna use Cerberus combo D myself. I'm gonna end combos with Cerberus combo D just to prove that this move can actually be useful, right? It's kind of like with Deep Stinger. People just avoid Deep Stinger when it comes to Virgil, but this is actually worse. So, why do people avoid Cerberus combo D? It's very simple, actually. It's because it doesn't have good juggle properties. When you start Cerberus combo D, while using it, the enemy will fall to the ground. And you already know that the name of the game is keeping the enemy airborne. So, you just can't do it. Like, the enemy will fall to the ground because it's this move is slow. While Dante is hitting the enemy, after the first slash, or well, after the first barrage, the first flurry of hits with the rod, the enemy will fall to the ground, and there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, there is something you can do about it, but we'll get to that. So this is something that people just really, they avoid this move like the plague. And I think that's a shame. I think they should have given this move better juggle properties. They should have given it some stun to make it so that the enemy stays airborne while you're using it or something. Because otherwise, I don't see the point. But there have been combos, and I've compiled a list of every combo where I've seen this move be used. So the way people use this combo is basically they make sure that the enemy is airborne and that they're being continually cut up by Roundtrips, and then they use Cerberus Combo D on the ground, and eventually the enemy will fall to the ground and they will land on Cerberus Combo D without falling to the ground. So this is definitely one way to use Cerberus Combo D. Make sure that the enemy is in the air, make sure that they're being cut up by Roundtrips, and then you use Cerberus Combo D and you hit the enemy eventually. There are other alternatives though. So Sakaki, one of the most famous DMC players, he actually found this other way to use this combo, and that way was using Magic Hat. So with the Faust Hat, you have this move that no one ever uses at all. I swear to God, that's actually more underutilized than Cerberus Combo D. So it's called Magic Hat, and Dante spawns this little hat, and if you press the gun button, or in my case the right mouse button, this hat will shoot red orbs at the enemy, keeping them airborne. So this guy, Sakaki, he spawned this hat, and with each hit of Cerberus Combo D, when that gap appears, he would just, you know, mash the right mouse button. He would basically shoot out these red orbs using this small hat, and that will keep the enemy airborne. And that's what he would do all the time. And that's, like, I tested this out myself, and as you can see, it actually works. So after every hit, when there's this gap where the enemy would normally fall to the ground, you just, use the Magic Hat, you shoot out these red orbs, and you keep the enemy airborne. So this is one way to use Cerberus Combo D, but it is so situational. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know if it's worth it. One thing that I've also seen, and Byanyon Akuma used this in his combo, and this guy called Reviv Dead, they used four-handed while using King Cerberus Combo D. And I think the way they did this was, and I'm not sure, maybe it's a mod, I have no idea really, I haven't tested this out myself, so I don't know if you can do this in the vanilla game, but you know how if you got Double Sword Dante equipped, and you're in Swordmaster, and you press the style button, so you press E in my case, Dante will use four-handed, which is this move where Dante uses the summon swords to basically just keep the enemy airborne, right? But for this move to work, you gotta be in Swordmaster, and you gotta have Double Sword Dante equipped. You can't have any other weapon equipped. But these guys are using four-handed while having King Cerberus equipped. So while using Cerberus Combo D, they are somehow using four-handed. And I think the way they're doing this is, while using Cerberus Combo D, they very quickly, very swiftly switch to Double Sword Dante, and they use four-handed to keep the enemy airborne, and then they switch back to King Cerberus. But I don't know, like, wouldn't that just completely stop Cerberus Combo D? I don't know, I haven't tested this out myself. It could very well be completely viable, but if it is, if you can actually do this without mods, then this is another way to use Cerberus Combo D in a combo. So you have the round trip method, where the enemy is in the air, being cut up by Roundtrips, and then you use this combo on the ground. You can use Magic Hat, and you can also use four-handed. Any other method would involve the enemy falling to the ground, so yeah. Alright, so next we got pole play. Pole play is a move that you can only use in the air, so you just press the style button in the air with King Cerberus if you're in Swordmaster. So, in my case, I press E, and Dante will use this little spin with his staff in the air, and then he will hit the ground, and he will kind of hit the enemy like this. So that is pole play. You can actually cancel this move. You'll see it a lot, and yeah. Next, we got Rockback. Rockback is one of Dante's most useful moves with King Cerberus. So you press forward plus style button, or in my case, W plus E. If if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, it's right plus style button. If you're on the right side, it's left plus style. You get the point. So this is basically, I guess you could call it a dashing attack, kind of. It's a move that's meant to, like, close the gap between Dante and the enemy. Like, you lose distance, you just get closer to the enemy by using this move. So that's definitely very, very useful. I'm not sure what else to say. Next, we got Hot Stuff. This move is back plus style button if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, it's left plus style button. You get the point. And Dante will somehow, like, he'll spin, he'll start swinging and spinning and twisting the staff, and then he will hit the enemy, and he will use the shockwave that will send the enemy flying. This is a move that people use mostly as a finisher, but not necessarily. You can absolutely use it in mid-combo as well. And just like Crystal, this move also gets a significant boost in Sword Formation. So if you have Sword Formation active and you're in Swordmaster, which you gotta be to use this move in the first place, Chaser will create this one spiral sword, this windmill of sorts, that will keep the enemy airborne. It will suspend the enemy, preventing them from falling to the ground while you use this move. So, yeah, that's one thing to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is that you don't have to be hitting the enemy directly with Hot Stuff. You can be far away from the enemy, and the shockwave that this move ends with, like, the shockwave will hit the enemy without you having to directly make contact with the enemy. Another thing worth noting is that in your double trigger, this move gets a significant boost in that the range of the shockwave is increased significantly. So look at this, like when you use the move normally, like in base form, the shockwave, it actually travels pretty far, not gonna lie, but in DT, it travels even farther. So yeah, definitely something worth keeping in mind. It's a really, really good move. It's a very fun move to use, and I think it deals quite a lot of damage, so yeah. But wait, that's not all. So this is the Fire Bow Staff, or the Fiery Rod, whatever you want to call it. And this form of Cerberus can only be used in Swordmaster, but the Lightning form of Cerberus also gets new moves in Swordmaster. And it's the same principle as with the base Lightning form, except instead of holding and releasing the attack button, you hold and release the style button. So, if you hold and release the style button with King Cerberus in Swordmaster, like I press and hold E, and then when Dante gets electrified, I release the style button, I release E, Dante will use Revolution. Revolution is basically this get off me move, where Dante just spins. I don't know what he even does here. He kind of, I don't even know what this motion is called. He just does some stuff with his 3-section staff. And this serves as a very good barrier. It can, destroy a lot of enemies at once. Well, not destroy, but it will definitely kind of cause them to get scattered all over the place, especially if it's weaker enemies like Impusas. So, yeah, that's Revolution. And you can also use this move in the air, but for some reason, if you use this move in the air, it's called Turbulence, and it's not called Revolution. I don't know why that is. It's literally the same exact move, but whatever, you know. Also, one thing about this move is it is incredibly good for parrying. You can parry Fury easily with it, and most importantly, and this is my favorite usage of this move, you can, like, not only can you parry, but you can also deflect Virgil's heavy rain blades. So every time I fight Virgil, during the loading screen, I start holding the style button. You know, I make sure I have, Cerberus equipped, and I'm in Swordmaster, and I start holding the style button, and when Dante gets electrified, I release it, and Dante will just completely deflect all of Virgil's, Mirage blades, all of the heavy rain blades, and he will throw them back right at Virgil, causing a significant amount of damage, as you can see here. Next, we got percussion, and the way to use percussion is if the enemy is in front of you and you're in Swordmaster with King Cerberus, you keep holding, as is the case with the Lightning form Cerberus at all times, you keep holding the style button, and when Dante gets electrified, you press back plus releasing the style button. So you hold the style button, when Dante is electrified, you press back and you release the style button. And this will cause Dante to use percussion, which is this move where Dante kind of hits the ground with his 3-section staff, and this insane amount of lightning will come out and it will fry every enemy around you. It's really good. It has some of the best stunning properties I've ever seen, and it just stuns every enemy. It's really good for Furies. You can use this move on Fury twice and then use hot stuff, and you can, like, completely destroy him. So, yeah, this move is also incredibly good versus hordes of enemies. And obviously, if you're on the left side, it's left plus, releasing the style button after holding it, but you get the point. So, yeah, this move is, it's just a really good move all around. And in Double Trigger, this move gets a boost because the range, both the vertical and horizontal range of this move gets increased, and the lightning particles are a lot flashier. And the lightning is kind of purple as opposed to blue, and it's kind of like thicker, and the sound is different. It's like, I can't really, describe it, but yeah. So this is a really good, really viable move. And finally, we got King Slayer, or Regicide, as I've heard some people call it, which in my opinion sounds way cooler. So King Slayer is this move that you use by, you basically hold the style button, and when Dante gets electrified, you just press forward and you release the style button. Or in my case, I press W and I release E after holding it. And Dante will use this combo with his Lightning Sunset's Cone. It's one of the flashiest moves he has, and 9 times out of 10, it's used as a finisher. So it's just really cool all around. One thing I gotta praise when it comes to this move is the animation. Just look at the animation, bro. Look at the choreography. Look at the dexterity, the technicality, man. Like, this looks so cool and has no business being this flashy. I think it actually rivals Pyromania in terms of how flashy it is. I mean, Pyromania has some insane choreography, and the fire effects are really cool, but this just has everything. It's got the impact, it's got like flexibility, if you will. It's just an incredible move, and also it's cancelable. You can cancel out of it whenever you want, so I think that's one of the reasons why people prefer King Slayer over Pyromania as a finisher. One more thing regarding the Lightning form of Cerberus. So let's say you have King Cerberus equipped and you're in Swordmaster. You can press and hold the melee button, or in my case, the left mouse button, and then you keep holding it. And then you can also simultaneously press and hold the style button. And then you can release the attack button and you can also release the style button, one after the other, and you will use, you know, different moves. I don't know how to explain this. Like, it's so difficult to explain, but it's so very easy to use. So let's say I'm holding E, which is my style button, and I'm also holding the left mouse button, which is my melee button, my attack button. If I release the attack button after holding it, Dante will use long barrel. And if I immediately after that release the style button, Dante will use revolution, as you can see here, and vice versa. So that's how this whole thing works. You can do this with different moves. Like, you can have Dante use Thunderclap and then have him use Percussion or King Slayer if you use those directional inputs. So you can actually use these simultaneously. The game will remember you holding the style button and you holding the attack button, if that makes any sense. I hope I did a decent job of explaining that. Alright, so next up we got Cavaliere, and this is basically just dual-wielding motorcycle chainsaws. That's like the only way I can describe this weapon. And just like every other melee weapon Dante has, this weapon also has a mechanic that's kind of exclusive to it. And in Cavaliere's case, it's the gear wheel mechanic. Now, there's really not a lot to talk about here. I'll try to breeze through the whole thing. And, just don't get unnecessarily intimidated by what I'm about to say. So, you got low gear, top gear, and over top gear. The first move you use, the first attack you use with Cavaliere will always be low gear. Keep that in mind. Like, the first move will always be low gear. So, low gear looks like this. There's no lightning. It's just a normal bike, right? There's just nothing. You see the wheel here. The lights are kind of dim. This is low gear. Low gear is really slow. When you use low gear attacks, you'll notice that the attacks are really sluggish. The weapon feels very heavy, and it doesn't deal a lot of damage. Honestly, using attacks with low gear, it's just pointless. There's no point in using Cavaliere if you're going to be using low gear attacks only. But, basically, how does low gear even work? Like I said, the first move, the first attack you use with Cavaliere will always be low gear. So, obviously, it's going to be slow. But the next move might be low gear, or top gear, or over top gear. And this depends on when you start holding the attack button. So, like I said, low gear, it looks meh. Then you got top gear. Top gear is basically, you have, like, this trail, like, it leaves a trail, and the lights are kind of brighter, right? In top gear, it deals the same amount of damage as low gear, but it comes out faster. And finally, we got over top gear. So, over top gear is, you can see that the wheels are spinning very rapidly. You'll see this lightning, and Cavaliere is very bright. Over top attacks, they deal more damage, they come out very fast, and this is basically what you want to use. Honestly, top gear is kind of a meme, because there's really no point in using top gear, and honestly, using top gear, like getting top gear consistently, is more difficult than getting over top gear, because over top gear is laughably easy to get. And let me explain why. So, like I said, because the first attack you use is always low gear, the next attack can be low, top, or over top gear, and this is determined by when you start holding the attack button for this next move, basically. So, let's say you use the first move with Cavaliere, like one hit of Cavaliere, and you immediately press the attack button again before any lightning appears. This will cause your next move to be low gear as well. And this is what I'm talking about. You need to wait for the purple lightning to appear, and only after this purple lightning appears do you actually press and hold the attack button for the next move. This will ensure that you're using overtop gear. So if you want to use low gear, like if you want your next move to be low gear, which I don't know why you would ever want that, you basically press the attack button again after using the first move before the lightning covers Cavaliere. If you want top gear, you press the attack button immediately after you see the lightning appear, like just as it appears. And if you want over top gear, you basically press the attack button after this purple lightning covers Cavaliere, but not immediately, just a little, you just press it later. Not too late, but you know what I mean. So the key here is to hold the attack button. You gotta hold the attack button while using Cavaliere. So you hold the attack button once. When the purple lightning appears, you press and hold it again if you want your next move, your next attack to be over top. And that's basically how this works. When you see this purple lightning cover Cavaliere, that is when, like after you see it, not immediately, you just press the attack button again and you hold it. And not just the attack button, you can press the style button. We'll get to that. So it's really not difficult. It is laughably easy. You just press the attack button and hold it when you see this purple lightning. That's literally it. So you just let Cavaliere dig into the enemy. You don't immediately just mash the attack button. That's the whole point here. Because if you use low gear, if you just mash before the lightning even appears, you'll notice how sluggish and heavy this weapon will feel. That being said, I will be using the overtop gear as the default gear for this move showcase. Alright, so first up we got Cavaliere Combo A. And this is basically just a 3-hit combo. You can mash the attack button like a maniac, but I advise against that because if you mash the attack button like a maniac, you'll use low gear. If you want to use overtop gear, you press the attack button once, and then you hold it, and then when the purple lightning appears, you press the attack button again, and you hold it. Then when the purple lightning appears, you once again, basically this is the move. And Dante will finish the move by spinning around with these chainsaws. In your double trigger, this move gets a boost because Dante spins more. He does more spins with his bike. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool combo. Not really a lot to talk about there. So, yeah. Next up, we got Air Cavaliere Combo A. So, this is just a 2-hit air combo. I'd actually be hard-pressed to even call it a combo. So, you press the attack button once to use the first hit, and when you see the purple lightning appear, you press the attack button one more time to use the second hit. And that's basically, you can just keep doing this in midair. You can just keep using this move until you fall to the ground. And, yeah, again, not a lot to talk about here. Alright, so now we got Crossline. Crossline is forward plus attack button if the enemy is in front of you. Or in my case, W plus left mouse button. Of course, if you're on the left side, it's right plus, attack button. It doesn't really matter. So, basically, the way this move works is Dante will kind of dig into the enemy with this, like, cross slash, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure. It's not really a slash. And eventually, Dante will kind of hit the enemy and they'll kind of fly off. But you can chain this move into itself. So you can use multiple cross lines. So forward plus attack button, forward plus attack button. You just keep spamming this move because it will chain into itself. And I actually recommend this because if you use crossline right off the bat, like it's your first move, it will be in low gear because your first move is always in low gear. So I recommend using crossline, and then when the lightning appears, you use it again to get the overtop version of the move. So yeah, that's basically crossline. Now we got idling. Idling is back plus mashing the attack button, or in my case, S plus mashing the left mouse button. If the enemy is in front of you. If the enemy is to your right, like you're on the left side, then it's like left plus mashing the attack button. You get the point. So, idling is this multi-hit combo where Dante just juggles the enemy and eventually he sends them flying. Like I said, if you want to use this move off the dome, like right off the bat, it will be low gear because your first move is always low gear. So what I recommend is using crossline first, or any other move with Cavaliere, and then when the lightning appears, you use idling. Because look at how slow idling is when it's your first move in low gear. Like, it's really slow. So I recommend using some other move first, and then when the purple lightning appears, you chain it. That's when you use idling, because it will be way faster, as you can see here. So it's basically a weapon that can juggle enemies and send them flying.
You like juggling? Stop! You like juggling?
Next, we got Slipstream. Slipstream is back plus forward plus attack button, or in my case, S plus W plus left mouse button. Dante will kind of use this little, it's not a backdash, I don't really know what it is, but he will kind of take the two parts of his bike and he will dash towards the enemy, and then he'll use this cross slash. For all intents and purposes, this is a dashing attack, so yeah. Next, we got High Side. High Side is, obviously, if the enemy is in front of you, you have to be airborne. You can't use this move on the ground. So while you're in midair, you press back plus attack button, or in my case, S plus left mouse button. You can keep spamming this move, you can keep spamming High Side, and it will lift Dante into the air alongside the enemy. And honestly, you don't even need the enemy. You can just spam High Side in midair by yourself, and Dante will get, you know, he'll basically be lifted higher into the air with this move. So it's a move that usually is used to just keep the enemy airborne. It like kind of like digs into the enemy. Next up, we got Breaking. Breaking is this move. It's like when you're in midair with Cavaliere and the enemy is in front of you, you press forward plus attack button, and Dante will pin the enemy to the ground with this move. That's Breaking. It's a drop-down aerial attack. And, yeah, obviously you can chain any other move with this move. Like, after you pin the enemy to the ground and you keep holding the attack button, when the purple lightning appears, you can use another move, like idling, doesn't really matter. So, that's essentially all there is to Dante's base moveset for Cavaliere. And now we got his Swordmaster attacks. So, when you're in Swordmaster, as you already know, Dante's melee weapons, they all get a new moveset on top of their regular one. So these moves are activated by pressing the style button as opposed to the attack button, or well, the melee button. And just like every other weapon at Dante's disposal, this weapon has multiple forms. You know how Double Sword Dante has the normal sword form? And then in Swordmaster, it becomes the summon swords, like those mini spectral swords. Then you got Balrog, punch and kick mode. But that's not bound to style, but still, you know. Then you got King Cerberus. You got three forms, like the Lightning Sunset Scone, the Ice Nunchucks, the Fire Rod. And now, for Cavaliere, we got the dual-wielding chainsaws, which is the base moveset. And in Swordmaster, you actually get the whole bike. Like, you use the bike itself as a weapon. Like, not just two halves of it, but the whole thing. So the first move we got here is Cavaliere Combo B, which is just mashing the style button like a maniac. But of course, I advise against mashing the style button. As you already know, you're supposed to press the style button, and then when you see the purple lightning, you press and hold the style button again, and then again, and that's if you want to use the overtop version of the move. By the way, the last hit of this move, like this spin that Dante does, like this drifting with the bike, you can do this infinitely. You can literally just do this all day by mashing the style button, or in my case, by mashing E. That's basically all there is to it. Alright, next we got Air Cavaliere Combo B. It's a 3-hit aerial combo. Same principle. You press the style button 3 times, like you hold it. When the lightning appears, you hold it again. You just keep holding it and mashing it. You get the point. And Dante will send the enemy flying. For some reason, this move feels so incredibly satisfying. Like the weight, the impact of the last hit, it just looks so cool. And the sparks as well. So that's Air Cavaliere Combo B. I found that this move is very useful against Death Scissors. It just kind of like just completely destroys their scissors. It cuts through them like butter, honestly. So, yeah, as you can see here. Next up, we got Full Throttle. Full Throttle is a dashing attack. You use it by pressing forward plus style button, or in my case, W plus E. And as you already know, if you're on the left side, it's right plus E. You get the point. So it's a dashing attack. Not much more I can say about this. Dante will kind of like charge towards the enemy with his bike, and that's it. In your double trigger, though, this move gets a boost because the last hit, like the last charge, is a projectile. So Dante will throw his bike into the enemy. And let's say you're not making contact with the enemy, like you're far away from them. Yeah, Dante, when he throws his bike, that bike will act as a projectile and it will hit the enemy regardless. So I guess you could say that in DT this move gets more range. Next up we got Wheelie Jump. This is a launching attack. So you use it by pressing back plus style button, or in my case S plus E. And Dante will basically launch the enemy into the air with this wheelie jump with a Cavaliere. That's basically how it works. If you're on the left side, obviously you know how you get the point. You know, it's all the same stuff. It's a very useful move. But now we got the most useful move that you can possibly use with Cavaliere, and you will see this in every combo. I think this is literally the only reason people even have Cavaliere equipped. When I say people, I mean advanced players, because this is definitely one of the most useful moves. So, Redline. Redline is a move that you can only use with Cavaliere R. Cavaliere R is a DLC weapon. It's basically Cavaliere, but it's red, and you can use this move. Redline is used by pressing back plus forward plus style button. You can use it on the ground or in midair. It doesn't really matter. It's basically this. How do I even describe this, honestly? And yeah, that's what it looks like. You can do it on the ground, you can do it in midair, S plus W plus E in my case, or of course if you're on the left side, it's left plus right plus style button, or A plus D plus E. So yeah, this move, like, you can jump cancel it. If you do it very fast, you can enemy step, and this is what it'll look like. So that's also one of those moves that's really good for, you know, practicing enemy step, for practicing jump canceling. But there's one more thing to talk about regarding Cavaliere, and this is something that's exclusive to this weapon. So this weapon, all of its moves, well, not all of them, but they can chain into one another. But not, you know, when I say it like that, it doesn't really sound impressive. So you know how normal, like, base Cavaliere combo A is just pressing and mashing the attack button on the ground, like not mashing it but holding it, like 3 times. It's a 3-hit combo. And you know how Cavaliere combo B is in Swordmaster? It's basically just the same thing, but instead of the attack button, you press the style button. So look at this. I press and hold the attack button to use the first hit of Cavaliere combo A. Then after this, I press and hold the style button, and now I will use the second hit of Cavaliere combo B, and not the first hit. I'll use the second hit. And then when I press the attack button again, Dante will use the third hit of Cavaliere combo A. So this doesn't work for any other weapon. Like, let's say I'm using King Cerberus, and I want to use Cerberus combo A, which is just pressing the attack button, you know, mashing it like a maniac. Let's say I use the first 3 hits of Cerberus combo A, like I press the attack button 3 times, and now I want to use the next 6 hits of Cerberus combo D, and I press the style button now. What's going to happen is Dante won't use the 4th hit of Cerberus combo D. Instead, he will start Cerberus combo D from scratch, and this is something that applies to every weapon. You can't just chain combos together, you know what I mean? But with this weapon, with Cavaliere, that is not the case, as you just witnessed. You can also do this. Let's say I press and hold the style button to use the first hit of Cavaliere combo B. right? I press and hold the style button, and Dante will use the first hit of Cavaliere combo B, and now I press the attack button, and Dante will use the second hit of Cavaliere combo A. He won't use the first hit. And then I press the style button one more time, and Dante will use the third and final hit of Cavaliere combo B. He won't start the combo from scratch. See what I mean? That's basically something that you need to keep in mind when you use this weapon. You can basically chain moves, like the first hit of Cavaliere combo B, second hit of Cavaliere combo A, third hit of Cavaliere combo B. You get the point. And it's the same thing with aerial attacks and aerial combos. For example, here, I press and hold the style button to use the first hit of Air Cavaliere combo B, and after that, I press and hold the attack button to use the second hit of Air Cavaliere combo A, and then I press the style button again to use the third and final hit of Air Cavaliere combo B. So I can mix up, you know, Swordmaster attacks with normal attacks, right? I can use the chainsaw mode and the bike mode all at once. And look at this. I use Slipstream here, which is back plus forward plus attack button, and immediately after using Slipstream, I press and hold the style button. And now Dante will merge the two halves of his Cavaliere into the bike mode, and then he'll use this. Look at this. Like, you can basically chain every move with Cavaliere together. It has perfect move synchrony, if that makes any sense. I already mentioned this when I said that you can chain, you know, crossline into itself. So this move has a lot of liberty when it comes to combos and moves. It's got really good synchrony. So with this weapon, one thing is for certain, there is no shortage of cool combos that you can use. And that's about all I can say regarding Cavaliere, and all I can say regarding Dante's melee weapons. One thing I want to shoehorn in real quick before I start talking about Dante's guns is attacks that are really good for parrying, especially Furies. So, first off, we got Ice Age with King Cerberus. Really effective, really good. Moving on, we got Revolution, also with King Cerberus. This is really, really good for parrying, as you can see. Then we've also got Long Barrel, also with King Cerberus. Even though it's kind of like a long-range attack, it's still pretty great for parrying. Then we have Dulcer Dante Combo C, you know, the prop shredder bit, that part's really good for parrying. We also have Hot Stuff with King Cerberus, also really good for parrying. We got Break Spiral with Balrog. This move is really, really good for parrying. Slipstream is also pretty viable, not gonna lie. It's pretty good because you take this backdash and then you kind of charge at the enemy, so. And we also have Flint Wheel, another really good move, a really good attack that is often used for parrying attacks. So, yeah, that's about the size of it. Alright, so that about does it for Dante's melee weapons, and now we got his gun weapons, or, well, guns. So, you know, he has 4 melee weapons, and he has 4 gun weapons, and the way you basically activate or, well, use gun attacks is by pressing the gun button, or in my case, it's the right mouse button. So my melee button is my left mouse button, and the weapon I press to use gun attacks is my right mouse button. So that's basically how this works. So the first weapon we got is Ebony and Ivory, Dante's iconic handguns. And, you know, you've got this normal shot, which is just pressing and mashing the gun button, or in my case, the right mouse button. You can do it on the ground, you can do it in midair, it doesn't really matter. And that's basically normal shot. You also have charge shot, which is just pressing and holding the gun button and then releasing it when you're, well, you know, when Dante's arm starts glowing red like this. And I think that is literally all you can do with Ebony and Ivory in base form, if I'm not mistaken. But now we got Gunslinger, and this is a style I haven't mentioned yet, and there's a reason for it. So, Swordmaster is a style that gives every single one of your melee weapons an entirely new moveset. And Gunslinger is the same, but for gun weapons. So when you enter Gunslinger, your gun weapons, like each and every single one of your gun weapons, will get an entirely new moveset on top of their regular moveset that you can only use in Gunslinger by pressing the style button, or in my case, E. So it's basically Swordmaster, but for guns. When it comes to Ebony and Ivory, we got Ebony Shot first, and that's like the first attack you can use in Gunslinger. So Ebony Shot is basically just pressing the style button, and when you press the style button, you can mash it, doesn't matter, Dante will shoot the enemy once, like this. So it's a one hard shot, like this. Ivory Shot is a little different though, because even though you're in Gunslinger, Ivory Shot doesn't require you to press the style button. Instead, you press the gun button, or in my case, the right mouse button. And Dante will use Ivory to fire 3 rounds. It's like burst fire, basically. It's like this. This is what it looks like. Next, we got Rainstorm. Rainstorm is just pressing the style button like this in midair. So that's literally how it works. Dante will use this little cyclone of like this bullet shower, and it's a really useful move. You'll see it in combos a lot. So, yeah, the longer you hold the style button, or well, in my case, E, the longer the move will last. Next, we got Twosome Time. Obviously, you lock on, and you press the gun button, like the right mouse button, and the style button, or in my case, E. And you keep, you know, just mashing both buttons at once, like the gun button and the style button. And you also keep pressing left, right, back, forward, and you can see how Dante will move his arms around, and he'll basically shoot behind him, shoot to his left, right, and that's basically how this move works. And finally, we got Honeycomb Fire, which is just forward plus style button if the enemy is in front of you. So W plus E in my case. And of course, you mash the style button. You keep mashing it, and Dante will go, "Let's go, girls," or something, and he'll basically just start shooting at the enemy with both Ebony and Ivory. So, yeah, not a lot to talk about here, really. You know, Ebony and Ivory can be useful, especially the normal shot with Ebony, you know, like when you're not in Gunslinger, because, yeah, I'll explain that later, you know, I'll explain it later when I'm talking about the Sin DT. Moving on, we got Dante's sawed-off shotgun, the Coyote A. Alright, so with the Coyote A, you got Shot Shell. And that's just pressing the gun button, and then that's it. You just press or mash the gun button, you press or mash the right mouse button, and Dante shoots the enemy once. Like, that's basically all there is to it. If you press and hold the gun button, and then you release it after your arm starts glowing red, Dante will use Charge Shell, which is a charged shot. Like, it deals more damage. Like, there's really not much to write home about here. So that's it regarding Coyote A's base moveset. But in Gunslinger, it gets more attacks. The first attack it gets is Fireworks, which you can use on the ground and in midair. It's just pressing the style button. That's literally it, and Dante will use, like, this, wah, 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 you know, he'll basically flip his shotgun around, and that's basically all there is to it. So that's Fireworks. Like I said, you can use it on the ground and in midair. Moving on, you got Gunstinger, and Gunstinger is probably one of the most, well, actually no, every move with the Coyote A is useful for combos, not gonna lie. So, Gunstinger is basically just pressing forward plus style button if the enemy is in front of you. So W plus E, and Dante will charge at the enemy with the Coyote A, hitting them, and it's kind of like a dashing attack, basically. Gunstinger actually gets a boost because you can actually extend this move in a way. And you can extend it by using cut in back, cut in front, cut in left, and cut in right. How do you use it? Like, these are all different moves, by the way. Like, they're all separate moves. And the way you do these moves is, after using Gunstinger, you simply press left plus style button, right plus style button, back plus style button, forward plus style button, and Dante will basically just spin on the ground. He'll kind of like flip left, flip to the right, flip to the left, flip to the back, flip sideways. You get the point. So that's basically cut in left, cut in right, cut in back, and cut in front. It's just, you know, after using Gunslinger, you just keep pressing left plus style button, right plus style button, forward plus style button, back plus style button. And yeah, I've actually seen this in combos quite a bit. And finally, we got Backslide. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I only recently figured out how to do this move properly. It took me, like, what, 5 years to actually start using this move properly because I had no idea how to use it. People adore this move. Advanced players use it as a finisher all the time. Every single combo, well, not really, but so many combos have Backslide, man. It's absolutely insane. And I had no idea how to use this up until recently. So, it says, like, when you check the skill list, it says that Backslide is used by pressing back plus style button when the enemy is in front of you. And I'm like, alright, and I press S plus E, or well, back plus style button, but nothing. When I press right plus style button, when I'm on the right side, Dante shoots behind him. Whatever I do, Dante will shoot behind him and not at the enemy. And I didn't know how to do it, because even if I'm behind the enemy, it doesn't work like that. And I'm like, how do these people do it? I don't understand. Are you supposed to let go of the lock-on? But no, that doesn't make sense. The move won't work otherwise. So, it actually turns out that the way you use this move, or the way you're supposed to use this move, is when the enemy is behind you, alright? You lock on, and you press back plus style button, and you immediately release the, you release the lock on, you release the style button, you release everything. So look at this, like, you're supposed to lock on and immediately let go of it. Like, you use the move and you immediately let go of it. That's how it works. So, yeah, look at this. That's the only way to get Dante to actually shoot the enemy that's behind him. So, make sure that the enemy is behind you, or, well, technically in front of you, you know what I mean. And then, you know, you just lock on, you press back plus style button, and you immediately let go of the lock on the moment you input the whole thing. You let go of everything. Like, I let go of my entire keyboard. That is the only way that I can use this move, that I can use Backslide. I'm still not used to it, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I don't use the Coyote A. I know that's blasphemy, because so many people consider this weapon to be, like, instrumental to Dante in so many ways, and I've seen it used in combos, like, all the time. Like, every single, like, even the normal shot, it can be used for that, you know, floating Roundtrips trick, you know, that, and just in general, the Coyote A is very useful. But I just, you know, I don't use it. I feel like it's overwhelming to have 4 gun weapons, so I kind of don't use it. Oh, and by the way, if you fire a shot with the Coyote A and you immediately go photo mode and you zoom in on the shell, you can actually see this. So it says "Devil Must Die." I think it's just one of those really cool details, because this game is, like, chock full of insane details. That's about it regarding Dante's shotgun. Now we got Dante's, how are you gonna call this? A rocket launcher? A bazooka? I don't know. So, you've got Dante's double Kalina Ann, or Kalina Ann, or Kalina Ann 2. Now let me explain. So, in DMC5, when you play through the story for the first time, Nico will give Dante this rocket launcher called Kalina Ann 2. She made it for Lady because Lady lost her original Kalina Ann when fighting Urizen. It got blown away somewhere. But Nico gives this Kalina Ann 2 to Dante as a rental. And that's basically this one rocket launcher, alright? But you can actually find Lady's original Kalina Ann in Mission 11 if you go to this spot right here. So you'll see that it's here, you can pick it up, and now you will have this double Kalina Ann. There is absolutely no reason to use a single Kalina Ann or a Kalina Ann 2 when you can use the double Kalina Ann, and that is what I'm going to be using as the default weapon for this showcase. By the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but if you have the double Kalina Ann equipped, you can actually get rid of one of the Kalina Anns by pressing and holding the Gunslinger button, or in my case, V. So first off, we got Twin Howitzer, which is just pressing or mashing the right mouse button, or well, the gun button. And Dante will fire missiles at the enemy, or well, one missile per shot, if that makes any sense. So that's basically it. That's Twin Howitzer. You can use it on the ground, in midair, doesn't really matter. Next up, we got Cascade. Cascade is just pressing and holding the gun button and then releasing it, and Dante will fire this beam-like missile shot at the enemy. Now, that's basically it. That's all there is to it. And I think that's about it regarding the double Kalina Ann's base moveset. And now we got Gunslinger, which is where this weapon really shines. So, if you press the style button on the ground with the Kalina Ann, you will get multiple twins, which is just this barrage of missiles. This move is actually useful for combos. I've seen it used quite a bit. So, yeah, that is basically multiple twins. In DT, the explosion is kind of... I think he fires more missiles, and you have this, like, red explosion. It's really darker and thicker, and also faster, so, yeah. Next up, we got Blaster Twins, and this is by far, well, I would say, the most useful move you can use with the Kalina Ann, or, well, with the double Kalina Ann, doesn't matter. You use this move by pressing the style button in midair. If the enemy is below you, this will launch them into the air. If the enemy is above you, this will launch them higher up into the air. And this move is just used so frequently, even in my combos. It is by far the most useful move you can use with this weapon. And honestly, I feel like a lot of combo creators, the only reason they have this weapon equipped is so that they could use, you know, Blaster Twins, or maybe, you know, Cascade, multiple twins, you know, something like that. The other moves aren't really as useful, which we will see with this move. So, Hysteric Twins, one of the most useless moves in the game, at least for combo making. But it's not that useless when it comes to keeping hordes of enemies at bay. And it deals a lot of damage to, like, staggered bosses, but aside from that, when it comes to combo making, this move is not really all that useful. You use this move by pressing back plus style button when the enemy is in front of you. And Dante will kind of, you know, I don't know, stick the Kalina Anns into the ground, and he'll just start shooting everywhere, and it's kind of like fireworks, basically. So, yeah, not a lot to talk about here. And just like with multiple twins, this move also looks slightly different in your DT. Like, you know, more missiles, thicker explosions, they're kind of red-ish, so yeah. Moving on, we got Mega Cascade. Mega Cascade is pressing forward plus style button, or in my case, W plus E, when the enemy is in front of you. And Dante will combine the two Kalina Anns, and he'll unleash this Kamehameha, like, beam. And the longer you hold it, or the more you mash the style button, the longer this beam will last. It's the most... it deals a lot of damage, so... yeah, I'm not sure what more to say regarding Mega Cascade. And that's about it regarding this weapon. Like I said, if you use the single Kalina Ann, all of these moves are still available to you, aside from Mega Cascade, I think. But they just look... like, they're not as cool, they're kind of lame, I don't know, man. There's just no reason to be using one Kalina Ann as opposed to two, so, yeah. And finally, one of Dante's most useful weapons, the Faust Hat. The Faust Hat is just, I cannot delineate how useful this weapon is. Like, almost every move this weapon has is useful for combo making, and not just for combo making, for everything in general, for farming. It's literally like a cheat code in a way. So the first move you can use with the Faust Hat is Red Shot. So you can press the gun button, or like the right mouse button, once, or you can hold it. If you hold the gun button, the fire rate increases, like it becomes a lot faster. It's more rapid, like rapid fire and all. And Dante will shoot out a couple of these red orbs, like these tiny red orbs. And this can be used to suspend the enemy, you know, in the air. Also, every move with the Faust Hat, well, not every move, but a lot of the moves with the Faust Hat, they basically expend the amount of red orbs that you have. So red orbs, that's like the currency in this game, like in DMC5. So when you shoot out, when you use red shot, you're basically spending your currency. You're spending your red orbs. So yeah, this move is just pressing the right mouse button, or well, the gun button, or holding it. You can do it on the ground, you can do it in midair, it doesn't really matter. So yeah. Next up, we got Man in the Red, and this is an incredibly useful move. You use it by pressing back plus gun button, or well, S plus right mouse button in my case, if the enemy is in front of you. So Dante basically coats himself in these like red orbs, like he creates a barrier of red orbs, and this shields him from projectiles, and it's really, really cool. Like, look at this with like King Cerberus in the boss fight. When he throws these lightning orbs at you, if you have this thing on, like this Man in the Red barrier, it'll just completely eat this. Like, it won't hit you at all. And also, this thing will, it's like so easy to cheese Urizen with this move. You know how Urizen has that crystal, and as long as that crystal is active, you can't really hit him? Yeah, well, if you have Man in the Red, and if you teleport to where the crystal is, it will literally destroy the crystal in like less than 4 seconds. It's insane. It will just completely demolish the crystal. So yeah, when, you know, basically the way this move works is whenever you're close to the enemy or any target, it could be Urizen's crystal, the orbs start to spin faster, basically. That's how it works. And they damage the target, they damage the enemy. Also, like I said, you activate this move by pressing backwards plus gun button, but if you press backwards plus gun button again, or well, S plus right mouse button, Dante will shoot out all of the orbs towards the enemy, basically. And this move is incredibly useful. It is used in so many combos, and as you can see here on the screen, you can see so many setups used by so many different players where this move is basically implemented in various ways, and it's usually the same setup basically, but yeah, just feast your eyes, you know, take it in. Next up, we got Set Hat. Now, Set Hat is basically forward plus gun button, or W plus right mouse button if the enemy is in front of you. If you're on the left side, you know, it's right plus gun button, you know the drill. So, this will cause Dante to basically throw his hat towards the enemy, and when Dante throws his hat at the enemy will start wearing the hat as well. And now, every time you hit the enemy while this hat is on them, you will basically get more red orbs. That's basically how this works. And this is the ultimate farming tool, because you can basically just you can use Set Hat on multiple enemies, like, and as long as they have the hat on them and you're hitting them, you will get a ton, and I mean a ton of red orbs. Just look at all this. Like, look at this. I basically use Set Hat on these enemies, and I keep hitting them, and as I'm hitting them, I keep getting more red orbs. I keep getting more currency. However, keep in mind, if you get hit by the enemy, if you get damaged while using Set Hat, like while the enemy has the hat on them, you will lose a significant amount of red orbs. So it's basically a gamble. That's like the point of the whole weapon. And that's basically how this weapon works. It's basically a gamble. Keep in mind though that this weapon has it can have a finisher, like a second part to it, and that is hat trick. So if you press forward plus gun button, or W plus, right mouse button, and just as the hat goes back to Dante, because it goes back to Dante like a boomerang, the moment Dante catches the hat, you press the gun button again. Like, you press the right mouse button again as soon as Dante catches the hat. In that moment, the timing isn't really that strict. You'll get the feeling for it eventually, but if you do this, Dante will kind of hit this pose. There are like 3 different poses that he can hit, and he'll kind of like damage the enemy, and the enemy will be drawn towards Dante. So this too is incredibly useful. And it's used in so many combos. Like, people spam the living hell out of this move. It's actually unhealthy how useful and how used this move is. One of the most recurring setups that you'll find with this move is people will use set hat while the enemy is airborne, and then they will use high times with Double Sword Dante to basically propel the enemy even higher into the air, and then they will use hat trick to basically pull the enemy towards them, or towards Dante. As a matter of fact, I used this in one of my combos. I think it was my second replicated Dante combo, and this is just really easy to use. It's very easy to use. You basically just use set hat while the enemy is airborne, and you use hat trick so that the enemy gets drawn towards you, and in between those 2 actions you use high times with Double Sword Dante. So this is something you'll see in tons and tons of combos. You can also do this with Mad Hatter, but we'll get to that. So, basically set hat and hat trick, they're kind of like, connected in a way. And one thing about set hat is the distance. So if you're in your double trigger, the distance is actually like bigger. So you can be farther away from the enemy and the hat will still reach the enemy if you're in double trigger. But in base form, it doesn't go as far. It still goes pretty far, don't get me wrong, but if you're in your DT, it just goes way farther. So that's how it works. And now we got the Gunslinger moves for the Faust Hat, and the first move is Mad Hatter. So Mad Hatter is just pressing the style button while you're in Gunslinger. So you press E. And this works just like set hat, except it's kind of different. Like, the animation is different. Like Dante spins the hat around himself. He doesn't actually extend it. He doesn't throw it like a boomerang. But it has the same effect in that you can use hat trick with this move as well, just like with set hat. So you press the style button to use Mad Hatter, and just as the hat goes back to Dante, just as he's about to catch it, you press the style button again, and Dante will damage the enemy and draw the enemy towards himself. So yeah, another move that's pretty useful. You see it in combos a lot, though not as often as set hat. And of course, just like set hat, this is incredibly useful for farming. So it's got the same effect, Mad Hatter and set hat, they kind of have the same effect. Moving on, we got Magic Hat. Now this is basically back plus style button when you're in Gunslinger, or well, S plus E. And Dante will summon this little hat, he'll summon the Faust Hat, and if you press the gun button, or well, the right mouse button, while this hat is summoned, the hat will start shooting red orbs at the enemy. And obviously this is very useful for keeping the enemy airborne, but let me tell you, I think that I've only ever seen this move be used once or twice in combos. I don't know why. I mean, I have a pretty good idea, but, it can be used for Cerberus combo D. We've already talked about this. Like, you can use the Faust Hat to just kind of like shoot red orbs at the enemy to prevent them from falling to the ground during Cerberus combo D. That's what Sakaki did. So you summon the Magic Hat and you do that. So, yeah, that's Magic Hat, an insanely underutilized move. So you use this move by pressing back plus style button, or well, in my case, S plus E. But if the move is already active, if the hat is already floating there, if you press back plus style button, the hat will simply disappear. It'll go back to Dante. And finally, we got Red Hot Knight. Red Hot Knight is a move that you use by pressing forward plus style button and holding the style button. So W plus E. And obviously you got to do it in Gunslinger. I mean, it kind of goes without saying. And it has 3 levels. So you can charge this move up to 3 times. And, you know, the more you charge it, the more damage you will deal. And the more meteors will basically hit the enemy. So this move has the highest damage in the game. It's actually surreal. You can literally one-shot bosses on DMD with this move if you charge it up to 3 times. So basically Dante charges the Faust Hat and he summons a bunch of meteors, like these red orb meteors that will hit the enemy, and you know, it'll just deal devastating amounts of damage. So, I mean, I don't know exactly how much damage. It differs based on the difficulty. But, yeah, it's a lot. Believe me, you can just destroy any boss on Dante Must Die with this move if you charge it up to 3 times. If you don't believe me, just look at this. This is Dante Must Die, by the way. Like, the highest difficulty, enemies have the most HP. And look at what happens to Virgil when you charge this move 3 times. Now, admittedly, this isn't really easy to pull off. He usually won't let you, but just check this out. And obviously, it will take quite a lot of red orbs to use this move. Now, if you charge this move once, it'll take approximately 50,000 red orbs. I don't know, like, it's not consistent. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's 49,000, sometimes it's 54,000. I don't know what it depends on, to be honest, but it's in that ballpark. It's around 50,000 red orbs. And if you charge it twice, it's around 100,000 red orbs, or sometimes it's 95,000. I really don't know what it depends on. All I know is if you charge it 3 times, it takes 150,000 red orbs. So that's a lot of money. This move is used as a finisher very frequently. Like, you'll see it used a lot. One combo this setup is always used in is with Roundtrips. So somehow, you know, you get the enemy airborne and you make sure they're being cut up by Roundtrips, and then you charge Red Hot Knight. There's so many combos that I've seen with this setup, but unfortunately I've only presented 2 here because I'm too lazy to actually search all that up. It kind of reminds me of Madara's Tengai Shinsei, where he basically summons 2 Chibaku Tensei meteors and just destroys everything. But yeah, that's about all I can say regarding Dante's Faust Hat. I can't help but feel like I left something out. I feel like there's a lot more to this weapon than what I said, but yeah, I mean, this will have to suffice. Alright, so now we got Dante's double trigger transformation. We're going to be calling it DT for short. So, you access this mode by pressing F. At least that's how it is for me. On my keyboard, I just press F, and I will be in my DT. Now, you can only enter your DT, like your double trigger, if you have more than 3 bars worth of double trigger energy, which you fill up by, well, you know, hitting enemies, being stylish, doing a whole bunch of things, and yeah. So, you can basically, deactivate your DT at any point after activating it. So it's not like, you know, you're trapped, basically. No, you can basically deactivate it whenever you want. But if you have, like, a full DT gauge, like you got all bars, and you access, like you enter your DT, you're in your double trigger, you will be in your double trigger for a total of 26 seconds. So that's the max duration of your double trigger. Like if you have all DT bars and you go into your DT and you let it run out without deactivating it yourself, it will be 26 seconds. Now, this is also Dante's healing mechanic because it replenishes your lost HP. Now, like I said, if you're in your DT for the full duration, like 26 seconds, it will replenish 7 bars of health. So 7 bars of HP, as you can see here, if you let it run out on its own without deactivating it yourself. So, yeah, it's basically a healing mechanic. It increases your speed, your damage, everything, and it also changes a few moves. It's just really, really useful. Now, the most useful part of Dante's double trigger is the fact that sword formation is automatic. It's always active when you're in your DT. Now, I never use sword formation, like the actual move. I simply go into my double trigger because why wouldn't I? Like, why use sword formation, which takes 2 bars of your double trigger energy, when you can simply go into your DT, you know? And let me explain why there's absolutely no reason to use sword formation outside of your double trigger. Now, you know how sword formation basically boosts every single one of Dante's styles. Like, if you're in Gunslinger, you have Interceptor, and these summon swords will basically start shooting the enemy of their own accord, basically, if you let go of the lock-on. In Royal Guard, you got Escort, these summon swords that will protect Dante without you having to press anything. And you know that in Swordmaster, you got Chaser, which is like these summon swords accompanying each and every single one of your moves. But by far, the biggest boost that you get from sword formation is Trickster, or well, Reactor in sword formation. And you know, I explained this already, like when you have sword formation active and you're in Trickster, you can jump 3 times. So it's not a double jump, it's a triple jump, right? Well, when you're in your double trigger, you can jump 4 times. Not 3 times, 4 times. So it's a quadruple jump, basically. You know how you can use a double dash in base form when sword formation is active? Yeah, well in DT, you can use a triple dash. You know how you can use a double sky star? You know, when you have sword formation active in base form? Well, in DT, you can use 3 consecutive sky stars. So it's not a double sky star, it's a triple sky star. Also, you know how when sword formation is active, you can use 2 consecutive air tricks and 2 consecutive ground tricks. Well, in your double trigger, you can use 3 consecutive air tricks and 3 consecutive ground tricks without having to wait for Dante's feet to touch the ground. So you can cover an insane distance with just air tricks and ground tricks. Look at this, just look at this. I can use 6 tricks. Look at how far away from the enemy I am. I am literally on the other side of the void, and the void is like a big ass stage. So I use 3 air tricks and I follow it up immediately by using 3 ground tricks. So I basically use 6 teleports back to back to back, and I teleport towards the enemy. Like, I'm literally in front of the enemy. Look at how much distance you can cover. I see no reason to use sword formation in base form when it's in automatically active when you're in your DT. You know, because you get a quadruple jump instead of a triple jump. You get a triple sky star instead of a double sky star. You get a triple dash, triple air trick, triple ground. It's always triple instead of double. So when you're in your double trigger, sword formation is automatic. It's the default, and it's better than using sword formation in your base form. And yeah, that's basically the ball game. Also, you have this move called Glider. So you can jump, like I'll jump like 4 times, and then you press and hold space, you press and hold the jump button, and Dante will start gliding. It's just, this move, like I said, it's not flying. It's not like, it's more like levitating, but not really levitating. He's basically gliding. You can steer, you can like go in different directions and all, but eventually Dante will fall to the ground without you having to do anything, so he won't stay airborne forever. But it's pretty cool, not gonna lie. I've actually seen this move be used in a combo video, in multiple combo videos, but this one really sticks out to me. It was a combo video by Blank, a really good advanced player, and he basically used glider, so he was holding the jump button, and he let go of the lock-on, and he switched to Gunslinger, and Interceptor was active because of that, and all these summon swords started hitting the enemy, preventing them from falling to the ground. Then he used you get the point. Like, you can use this in really creative ways, even for comboing. Also, if you have Cavaliere equipped, you know how when you have Cavaliere equipped in your base form, you have these goggles, like Dante has them around his neck? Yeah, well, if you're in your DT, he'll actually wear the goggles. He'll put them on. Just looks really goofy, really funny, so yeah. We've already talked about certain move properties being changed in your double trigger, like, I don't know, the fact that Stinger is different. Like, you can't use Million Stab if you're in your DT. You have Stinger, and it's different from base Stinger. It takes the, like, really digs into the enemy. You got this red aura. It's really, really cool. So Stinger is changed, and as you already know, Revolver with King Cerberus is different because he throws this icicle at the enemy at the end of it. Then hot stuff, the beam, the shockwave has more range. We already covered the whole thing with the Faust Hat, with Set Hat covering more distance. Percussion with King Cerberus, like, it's different. It's got, like, flashier particles having more vertical and horizontal range. Multiple twins with the Kalina Ann, hysteric twins, all this stuff like full throttle, having a projectile at the end, Cavaliere combo A, like you get more spins. So quite a few moves get a boost in your double trigger form, and I probably missed a few, but yeah, these are the only ones that come to mind right now. And yeah, this is just incredibly important. Like, most people, like, they'll just be in their DT form for combos, because why wouldn't they be? And finally, we got Dante's Sin double trigger form, or, well, Shin Majin if you want to call it that. So his true double trigger form, or ultimate double trigger, or whatever you want to call it. So the way you use your Sin DT is very simple. You know how you have the double trigger gauge? Yeah, you also have your Sin double trigger gauge right above that. So you fill up the Sin DT gauge by pressing and holding the double trigger button, or in my case F, and you sacrifice your double trigger energy, and you use that to fill up your Sin DT gauge. So look at how it works. Like, you're sacrificing your DT bars to fill up your Sin DT gauge. That's how it works. Of course, you can have both maxed out, but, it's hard to explain. It doesn't really matter. So that's how it works. And once your Sin DT gauge is full, like once it's been filled, you simply press and hold F. And this is a move called accumulate. Like, you accumulate your DT, or, well, your Sin DT energy. And once it starts glowing like this, you release the double trigger button. Like, you hold it for like 2 to 3 seconds, and then you release it. And this animation will play where Dante stabs himself with, Del Sword Dante, and he enters his Sin DT transformation. And this animation can also damage enemies. It will send them flying in a way. It will blow them away. But the way I see it, this animation cannot kill enemies. I tried it with enemies that had like 1 HP, and it simply didn't work. Now, this is Dante's ultimate form. It's incredibly cool. I really like it. It's one of the reasons I got the game, because it's just so... I've never seen a more badass transformation in my life. It's just so goddamn cool, man. and the design is just flawless. So, yeah, basically, the good thing about Sin DT is that it deals insane amounts of damage, but there is a demerit here. And that demerit is that it doesn't replenish your vitality. So unlike your normal double trigger, this Sin DT doesn't really heal you at all. Another demerit is that once you've gone into your Sin DT, like once you've activated it, you can't deactivate it. So it will basically run out the moment you basically go into your Sin DT. Unless you do something that we'll talk about later. And there is yet another drawback, and that is that this form only lasts for about 10 to 11 seconds, which is seriously not a lot. So that's a real bummer. So the form itself is like, it deals a lot of damage, yeah, it's really cool and all, it's amazing, you get a completely new moveset in this form, but it doesn't replenish your lost health, it lasts for a very short period of time, and you cannot deactivate it at will. But be that as it may, this form is absolutely insane, and it compensates for all of its shortcomings. So the first move you can use with this... Oh wait, actually... So one thing you can do with this, and I don't know why this hasn't been included in the game, like I don't think this is on the move list, like on the skill list, but you can use dodge. So this is basically, you know, you lock on and you press left plus jump, right plus jump, or well, A plus space, D plus space, you know, like this. And it just makes this really cool sound. You know, Dante leaves these after images after every dodge and just looks so cool. I can't, man. It's really cool, especially when dodging Virgil's judgment cuts, so yeah. Next up, we got Advent. Advent is just, you know, basically locking on and pressing the style button, or well, E in my case, and Dante will teleport towards the enemy. He'll teleport right in front of the enemy. And the range here is kind of limited, like you can do it if you're too far away from the enemy, but yeah, he'll basically teleport to the enemy and he'll leave these after images behind him. Looks really, really cool. So next we got Air Raid. Air Raid is simply jumping. So when you press space, Dante will jump with his Sin DT and he'll do these spins as he's basically jumping, and this can actually damage the enemy. It works kind of like Rolling Blaze, you know, like that move that you can use with Balrog. And you can actually kill enemies with this move, with Air Raid, just like with Rolling Blaze. You can also steer Air Raid, like you can actually, you know, use it to go forward and backward and to the left, to the right, like this. I've actually seen this used in combos a lot in incredibly creative ways. So, yeah, also, when you press jump and, you know, once you're in the air, you press it again, what's going to happen is Dante will start flying. And no, this isn't like the glider thing in your normal DT. This is actual, you know, full-blown flying. Like, you will stay in the air forever until you know, run out of Sin DT or you press jump again to descend to the ground. So you'll simply stay airborne and you can fly. Like, you can actually fly. So, yeah, that's one thing that's really worth keeping in mind. Alright, so now we got actual attacks. So if you mash the attack button, you have Sin DT, or well, DSD combo A. That's what it's called. It's like a Sin double trigger combo. It's a 3-hit combo, and the final hit is really satisfying. It looks so impactful, and it deals an insane amount of damage. People usually use this as a finisher. And also, you can use this move both on the ground and in midair, which is the case with almost every move in Sin DT. Next up, we got Sin Inferno. Sin Inferno is back plus attack button, or well, S plus left mouse button, and you can also use this move on the ground and in midair. Of course, if you're on the left side, then it's left plus attack button, or well, A plus left mouse button. And Dante will basically, you know, hit the ground, and he'll create the shockwave that will launch the enemy into the air. People use this in combos a lot. I used it in one of my combos to launch the enemy into the air. So some people use it as a finisher, some people use it as a launcher. It really doesn't matter. All I know is it's incredibly cool. Moving on, we got Sin Stinger. Now, this is forward plus attack button. If the enemy is in front of you, if you're on the left side, it's right plus attack button, you know. And this move is, I cannot stress how useful this move is. This is possibly one of the most useful moves with Sin DT, if not the most useful move. So basically Dante will start drilling the enemy like this, and the longer you hold it, like the longer you hold the attack button, the longer Dante will drill the enemy. Basically, that's how it works. And you can also steer this, like you can let go of the lock on and you can press the left and right and back and forward, so you can steer this thing, kind of like Virgil's Deep Stinger, except this is 10 times better because it's like just incredibly versatile, and you can deactivate it whenever you want, unlike Virgil's Deep Stinger, which is like once you start it, there's no going back. You cannot cancel it. But this move is very much cancelable. Alright, so this is incredibly important, so pay attention. So like I said, when you use Sin Stinger, you'll basically track the enemy. You lock on, you press forward plus attack button, and Dante will track the enemy. Now, let's say your enemy is airborne, or, you know, they're higher up in the air than you are. Alright, so let's take this example with Pyrobad. Alright, so I'm on the ground, and Pyrobad is in midair. And I want to use Sin Stinger. So I'm on the left side on the ground, and I lock on and I press right plus attack button. Dante will use Sin Stinger and he will track Pyrobad. So Dante will basically go into the air and he will hit Pyrobad. He will, you know, he has tracking, so he tracks Pyrobad in the air. He goes from the ground into the air. Alright, so that's what happens when you use Sin Stinger normally. You lock on and you use it. However, what happens if we press lock on and, you know, so we lock on and we press right plus attack button, but immediately after starting the move, we let go of the lock on and we keep holding right and we keep holding the attack button. So what's going to happen is Dante will not track Pyrobad in the air because you're not locked on. You let go of the lock on, and he will just go right underneath Pyrobad. He will go right because you're holding right plus attack button. But since you basically release the lock on, he won't track Pyrobad in the air. And you can see the same exact thing here, but it's like the opposite side. So I'm on the right side, and I'm on the ground, and I lock on, and I press the left plus attack button, and the moment I start Sin Stinger, I let go of the lock on, and I just keep holding left, and I keep holding the attack button, and Dante will not track Pyrobad in the air. He will just go right underneath him. Keep this in mind because this is incredibly important. Look at how many players have used this Sin Stinger in combos without the lock on. So they don't lock on, they just let go of the lock on, and they press right plus attack button or left plus attack button, and they basically, you know, notice how the enemy is above them. You know, if you were to lock on, Dante would follow the enemy, and he would kind of like drill upwards, you know? But this way, you're not locked on, so you're just going right or left. You're not tracking the enemy. So this is what a lot of people do. They'll basically somehow set this up where the enemy is, you know, above Dante, and they release the lock on, and they just press right plus attack button or left plus attack button, and they use, you know, this Sin Stinger, and they're just slightly grazing the enemy while they're airborne, but they're not actually tracking the enemy, you know? So this has been used in 50 billion combos by 5 billion different players. I've lost count. But yeah, Sin Stinger, especially without the lock on, is just a sight to behold, basically. This move is also really good against Chaos. Like, it can easily destroy its shield. It can also easily destroy Death Scissors or, you know, Scudo Angelo, like their shield. Just look at all this. It's also great against Virgil's airplane. Like, if you time it properly, you'll get this very anime-like, you know, anime-esque clash between Virgil and Dante. So that's pretty cool. Next, we got Umbra. Umbra is just, you know, pressing the right mouse button, or, well, the gun button, and Dante will fire this beam, like this little orb at the enemy, and the more you mash, the more he will basically throw. And, of course, you can use this in midair, you can use this on the ground, same with all the previous moves. But, you know, this move may look pretty useless. Like, oh man, it's just a normal beam. It deals little to no damage. Like, what's the point? But let me tell you, this is one of the most useful moves in the game. Look at all these setups on the screen right now. This is one setup that I keep seeing, and I don't know who started this. I don't know if it was Sakaki. I literally have no idea who it was, but every single player just they use this all the time. It's actually cracked. So people will basically use Trig down after launching the enemy into the air, but not always. Then they'll go into their Sin DT and they'll use Air Raid to jump, and then they will basically use Umbra, and immediately after using Umbra to, you know, basically hit the enemy to blow them away, they deactivate their Sin DT, and they use one shot with Ebony and Ivory to keep the enemy, you know, to prevent them from gaining more distance. You know, look at this. Like, this is the same setup every time. You know, Air Raid, Umbra, deactivate Sin DT, Ebony and Ivory shot. And this is just, like, so many people use this. Like, I've literally lost count. I don't even know, man. Like, all I know is it's just really useful. So don't think that just because this is a lame looking beam, that means that it's not useful. It is very much useful. So yeah. And this isn't the only setup where you can use Umbra. One thing that I've noticed, and this is almost equally as useful and frequent. So people will use Thunderclap, usually after Crystal, and they use High Times with Dulce or Dante, then they go into their Sin DT, and they use Umbra, then they use Stinger, or, you know, Gunstinger, and then High Times again, and just look at this. Like, all these setups are kind of the same. You know, it's basically the same principle, and Fanny used this a lot, and, like, 3 of their combos. Like, it's pretty insane, honestly. It's just really, really useful. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. Soli also use this, like, in their own way. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Sakaki, I think he was the first person to use this, I think. I think he really gave everyone a head start, if that makes any sense. Like, he was the first to come up with these insanely creative setups for Dante, so yeah. So, you know, in DMC 5, there are some setups that appear in so many combos, and they're used by multiple players, like so many advanced players, especially when it comes to Double Sword Dante and all those summon swords that Dante uses. But this is also one of those cases. All this stuff with Umbra, all this stuff with Thunderclap, all that stuff with Roundtrips, it's all kind of like somebody started that, and other people, you know, they started copying that, and these are the results of that, basically. And I'm not complaining. I think that even though having variety in combos is always a good thing, certain setups are just so cool that you don't mind seeing them over and over. But I don't know if you guys remember, you know how there was that one setup that Soli used in one of his combos? And I mentioned that when I was talking about Thunderclap, when talking about King Cerberus. So, I don't know if you remember, but basically there was this one accidental setup, or maybe it wasn't accidental, who knows, where Soli basically, you know, he used Thunderclap, and, you know, he used Crystal with King Cerberus, and he used Thunderclap, but the enemy was too far away, and he couldn't catch the enemy with Thunderclap, so he tried using four-handed to keep the enemy airborne, but, you know, it still wasn't enough, so he went into a Sin DT, and he shot an Umbra at the enemy, and this Umbra blew the enemy directly into the Thunderclap, and that's what happened, and then he used Dance Macabre. So I already talked about this, but I really can't get over how cool this is. So yeah, Umbra is actually pretty useful. And while we're at it, you know that setup I literally just finished talking about with, you know, Air Raid and Ebony Shot? Yeah, that kind of, you know, it kind of really serves to underscore, or well, I guess, showcase how useful Ebony and Ivory can be. This is a normal shot with Ebony and Ivory that comes after Umbra, and it's being used to basically prevent the enemy from gaining distance. And I actually used normal shot with Ebony and Ivory in one of my combos, and it was for the same reason. It was to keep the enemy from gaining too much distance after being blown away by some attack. So don't make, you know, unnecessary assumptions. Don't jump to conclusions when it comes to moves. DMC5 is a game where almost any move can be used in a creative way. I've seen idling be used in creative ways, believe it or not. Like, people use idling and basically blow the enemy into Thunderclap. So, yeah. Alright, so now we got Luce, or Luce. I think it's pronounced Luce because in Latin, Ombra means shadow, and Luce means light. Or, well, Luce, I don't really know. But, basically, these are Sparda's guns. Like, Sparda had two guns called Ombra and Luce. So I think this is pronounced Luce and not Luce, so I don't really know. So Luce is basically this volley of little beams that you can use. Now, one thing about this move is how you actually use it. I use it by pressing 1 on my keyboard, and 1 is the button I use for switching between my melee weapons. So I switch through my melee weapons by pressing 1. And that's the button I gotta press to use Luce when I'm in my Sin DT. This move can be used as a finisher. Definitely pretty useful. It deals a lot of damage. It deals more damage than Demolition, actually. So, yeah, that's Luce, or Luce, whatever you want to call it. Of course, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but yeah, you can use it on the ground and in midair. Doesn't matter. Next we got Demolition. Demolition is one of Dante's coolest moves, and people use it as a finisher 99% of the time. So I use Demolition by pressing 2 on my keyboard. So 2 is the button I use to basically switch between my gun weapons. My guns, like, you know, Ebony and Ivory, Coyote A, Kalina Ann, Faust Hat, and all that. You basically press and hold this button, and Dante will create this little portal around the enemy, and, you know, you just keep holding 2, you keep holding this button, and Dante will basically, I don't know, like, make the enemy implode, like, explode? I don't really know, it just looks so cool. One more thing about Demolition is it can absolutely just destroy enemies, so it erases enemies out of existence. It doesn't matter how much HP they have, doesn't matter what difficulty, doesn't matter how strong they are, it could be Fury, it could be Impusa, doesn't matter what enemy it is, or what difficulty, they will get erased from existence with this move. However, this does not apply to bosses, so if you attempt to use this move against bosses, you'll deal a lot of damage, yes, but you won't kill them, so keep that in mind. And also, this thing slows down time. Also, gotta say, look at how cool this explosion is. I took some screenshots, and this looks gorgeous, man. It looks beautiful. Like, look at how cool this is. I have no words. So, you know, I did say how you can use this move as a finisher, but that's not the only way to use this. You can actually use this move to slow enemies down, because the way this portal works, the way Demolition works, is it will slow the enemy down. It will basically freeze them in time. So I've seen multiple setups, mostly used by Romanov, but also by SSSmoke and other people, where they deliberately use Demolition not as a finisher, but only to slow the enemy down so that the enemy can fall onto the thunderclap that they previously created. So this move can be used to simply just, you know, like, slow the enemy down, so, and you don't want to finish it sometimes. Also, there's this one thing that people use a lot, especially Fanny. Like, people will somehow make this setup where they hit the enemy with Demolition, but the enemy is behind them. So you have this insane cool guys don't look at explosions kind of thing, where the enemy explodes behind Dante. And just look at how cool this looks. It's just so cool. Demolition is definitely one of my favorite moves. Like, it just looks incredibly cool. And I guess it implies that Dante can literally, like, reduce enemies to, like, an atomic state or something. It's also really good for boss fights. It's a great finisher. It's just a great move all around. And finally, we got Judgment, another move you can use both on the ground and in midair. And you use this move by pressing the left mouse button and right mouse button simultaneously. So you press the melee button and the gun button. So left click, right click at the same time, in my case. And Dante will kind of assume this really cool stance, and you'll see this weird, like, octagram. It's not really an octagram, but it's this demonic symbol, and Dante will start hitting the enemy with this insane sword combo. So he'll basically swing his sword, and each of his slashes will be accompanied by a summon sword, well, multiple summon sword slashes, and just looks so incredibly juicy. I guess this is Dante's equivalent to Virgil's Judgment Cut End, hence the name. Also, I think this is a reference to DMC1's intro. Like, this is a move that Sparda uses. You can even see the kick. Like, this is from DMC1's intro, apparently. It's paying homage to, you know, Sparda. And it makes sense, because this is Dante's ultimate form. And he's supposed to be stronger than Sparda in this form. Like, he surpassed him. So, yeah, this is basically an incredibly good finisher. People use it a lot in combos. It's just cool. I don't really know what else to say. Also, yeah, this move, once you use Judgment, it will deplete your Sin DT. All of it. So let's say you went into your Sin DT and you immediately use Judgment. After Judgment, your Sin DT will run out. So I always recommend that when you go into your Sin DT, you know, you use all the moves you want to use, and then, just as your Sin DT is about to run out, just as it's like at 0.1%, you use Judgment. you know, for all the damage. So that's definitely my advice to you, because there's just no point in using Judgment immediately after going into your Sin DT, or if you're halfway there. So use it at the very end, just before you're about to run out of your Sin DT. Alright? And that's about it regarding all of the moves you can use in your Sin DT. But notice how I said moves, not mechanics, because there is a mechanic that you can only use with the Sin DT that is incredibly, it's indispensable to Dante. It's indispensable for combos especially, but also to his gameplay. And every good Dante player will use this. And that mechanic is Quadruple S. So the way Quadruple S works is, if your style rank is Smoke and Sexy style, like Triple S, you can, you know, like let's say you press and hold your Sin DT, like you press and hold your double trigger button, and you want to go into your Sin DT, and your style rank is Triple S, and you release the double trigger button. What's going to happen is Dante will go into a Sin DT, but there won't be that flashy animation where he stabs himself with the sword. Instead, there will be just a normal, like no animation at all. He'll just go into his Sin DT immediately. And why is this important? Well, first of all, it's very important for cancels, because Quadruple S can cancel just about anything, any move, doesn't matter what it is. The second thing about Quadruple S is that once you are in Quadruple S, you have a 3 to 4 second window where you can use any attacks you want, and then you can deactivate your Sin DT. So under normal circumstances, you cannot deactivate your Sin DT at will. You can't. Like, once you go into your Sin DT, you gotta wait 11 seconds, like 10 to 11 seconds, and then your Sin DT will run out, it will be completely depleted, and then you gotta, you know, fill up your Sin DT gauge from scratch. However, if your style rank is Triple S and you go into your Sin DT, you will activate, you'll be on Quadruple S, and you have a 3 to 4 second window during which you can use all the attacks you want, but make sure that like after 3 seconds or 4 seconds have passed, you deactivate your Sin DT. And you can do this ad infinitum, like you can do this infinitely, as long as your style ranking is Triple S. If it's not Triple S, if it's Double S or lower than Triple S, you won't be able to use Quadruple S. And if you get carried away, like if you know, let's say your style rank is Triple S, you go into your Sin DT, you're using Quadruple S, and you got carried away. You forgot to deactivate your Sin DT after 3 to 4 seconds. So what's going to happen now? Well, what's going to happen is your Sin DT will simply start running out, and you won't be able to deactivate it. So, yeah, make sure that you deactivate your Sin DT in under 3 to 4 seconds after, you know, entering this Quadruple S state, you know. Now, this state is a must. This is like how people use Dante Sin DT in combos. Fortunately, when you're in the Void, you have the option to have Quadruple S enabled, like automatically at all times. And this is how people play this game. Like, they constantly use Quadruple S. That's how I play the game. That's how everyone plays it. You gotta have a Triple S ranking, which if you're good at Dante, if you're good at the game, that won't be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. But that's how you use the Sin DT. Like, most people who use Sin DT, they don't, you know, use it randomly out of the blue. No, they will use it when they have a Triple S rank, and they'll use it, you know, in these bouts, like 4 seconds, deactivate, then immediately reactivate, 4 seconds, deactivate, 4 seconds, deactivate. They won't just wait for the whole thing to run out. So that's basically how Dante's Sin Double Trigger is supposed to be used, both during gameplay, versus bosses, in missions, Bloody Palace, and especially in combos. It's meant to be, you know, it's meant for you to be able to deactivate it at will. You know, that's how it works. And this is the coolest, most useful mechanic in the game. Keep in mind though, you cannot use Judgment in Quadruple S. Or, well, you can, of course, but the moment you use Judgment, your Sind ET will be completely depleted and you will go back to base form. So Judgment is a no-go. Another thing that's a no-go is Demolition. You won't have time to use Demolition because Demolition is too slow, or well, not really. I used to think that the reason why you can't use Demolition is because it's too slow and it takes longer than 4 seconds to charge, but no. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that Demolition isn't slow, it's just that the game doesn't let you use it in Quadruple S, or rather it makes sure that you run out of Quadruple S and that you're unable to deactivate it. And I think the reason for that is that Demolition is way too OP, because Demolition is a one-shot. Unless it's bosses, this move can just yoink any enemy away. Like, it erases enemies out of existence. So I guess that, you know, the developers, or well, Capcom, they knew that people would just go Sind ET, go Quadruple S, and they would just start using Demolition on every enemy, right? And that would be too OP, right? So they made this limitation. So basically, for Quadruple S, you can use any move for 4 seconds, and then you can deactivate your Sind ET. However, for Demolition, it's like 3 seconds. You can't use Demolition. Like, if you use Demolition, you won't be able to deactivate your Quadruple S because the move is simply way too OP. Because imagine if you could just erase every enemy out of existence. So you use Demolition, you deactivate your Sind ET, then you reactivate it, then use Demolition again. That will be way too OP. So I understand why they did that. So you can't use Demolition in Quadruple S, and you can't use Judgment. Otherwise, you know, what's going to happen is you won't be able to deactivate your Quadruple S. So, technically, yes, you can use Demolition and Judgment, but what's going to happen is you won't be able to deactivate your Sind ET, and eventually it will run out, and after that, you're going to have to start charging up your Sind ET gauge from scratch. You got to go back to the drawing board. So, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah, that's Dante's Sind Double Trigger. It's nothing short of amazing. It's really useful. And yeah, it's got some shortcomings, you know, like not being able to regenerate your health. But honestly, you know, relinquishing that for more damage and speed and all this, I'd say it's well worth it. Even though you're kind of like deprived of this speed, like health regeneration, it's ultimately worth it in the long run. Because your attacks are significantly amped, Dante's exponentially more powerful in this form than he is in his DT. So, yeah, and like I said, Quadruple S is low-key indispensable for both combos and gameplay. And I think I've covered just about everything I wanted to cover regarding Dante's most fundamental moves and mechanics and weapons and styles. So there is one thing that I really want to talk about, though, and it's my first Dante combo that I kind of use as a kind of a prototype for how to practice getting good at jump canceling and air tricks and having better reflexes. So refer to this combo and try practicing it if you want to get good at style switching, weapon switching, air tricking, jump canceling, enemy stepping. This combo is very simple, but it's got it all. So I think this would be a good starting point for a lot of people. So check this out. Alright, so the prerequisite here is that you're in Swordmaster, like you start everything in Swordmaster, and make sure that your Balrog is in kick mode. Alright, just make sure that's the case. So you need to have Double Sword Dante equipped. Alright, so you use High Time to launch the enemy into the air, and now you use Aerial Rave with Double Sword Dante. Now you switch to Balrog, and you use Firestorm, you know, with Balrog, which is just pressing the style button. After this, you switch to Trickster, and you use Air Trick to teleport to the enemy. Now you immediately switch back to Swordmaster, and you press the attack button to use friction. And you immediately, enemy step, you jump cancel friction. Now you switch to King Cerberus and you use Revolver, which is right plus attack button. And you keep holding the attack button, you keep holding it, and now that Dante is electrified, you enemy step, so you jump, and you press right and you release the attack button to use this long revolver. Alright? At this point, you once again jump cancel, you enemy step, so you jump, and you use the air taunt with the rose. Now you switch to Trickster and you use air trick. Alright? Now you switch to Gunslinger and make sure to use Rainstorm with Ebony and Ivory. Now you switch to Cavaliere and you use High Side. Alright, now you switch to Balrog and you use Switch Blow, so you switch to Blow mode, and you use the Feather combo to pin the enemy to the ground. At this point, you switch to the double Kalina Ann and you switch to Gunslinger and you use Blaster Twins to hit the enemy with this move and make sure that they get basically launched into the air, you know, like they bounce from the ground into the air. At this point, you switch to Swordmaster and you switch to King Cerberus and you use pole play. And now that you're literally on the same altitude as the enemy, you jump, you enemy step, and at this point, you use Cavaliere Air Combo B and Swordmaster. So you basically, you know, start pressing and mashing the style button. During this, you press and hold F, you basically accumulate, you start charging your Sin double trigger, and when you use the final hit of Cavaliere Air Combo B, you go into your Sin DT and you use Demolition. And this is basically one of those, I know it doesn't sound easy at all, but believe me, this is the easiest thing, and I think this is something you gotta do if you want to get good at the very basics of Dante. Just keep practicing this combo over and over again. I really think it's a very, very good combo, and you can keep adding things to it. You can add Sin Stinger with your Sin double trigger. You can add high times, air, stingers, round trips, whatever you want, thunderclap. It really doesn't matter. Like, I've made several variations of this quote-unquote combo, and I definitely think that it's something that will make you get better at using air trick and style switching and weapon switching and mode switching. I think that this can help you tremendously. And don't get disheartened and discouraged if you don't get it right on the first try or the first 50 tries. Believe me, it will get better. It's not a problem at all. And if you can't do certain parts of this combo right here, it's not the end of the world, alright? Like, you don't have to do this combo. You can do an easier version of this combo. You can make your own combo because that's what the game is all about. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter whether or not you can land this pole play and jump cancel it perfectly. It doesn't matter if you can swap weapons really fast. All that matters is that you get the gist, you get the basics, and you just expand on it. You don't have to perfectly replicate this combo right here, because you know what? I actually, my weapon loadout is, for my melee weapons, Dulce Dante is my first weapon, then comes King Cerberus, then Cavaliere, then Balrog. But for this combo, I made it so that Dulce Dante is my first weapon, Balrog is my second, and then Cerberus is my third, and Cavaliere is my fourth. So I had to somehow switch it up so I can swap weapons more easily for this combo. So, depending on the combo, you might want to change your weapon loadout, the order of your melee weapons and your gun weapons. Sometimes you might want to unequip certain guns. For example, for this combo, I don't have the Coyote A equipped, and I don't have the Faust Hat equipped because the combo doesn't require me to use these weapons. So I didn't equip them, so that I could switch weapons more easily, you know what I mean? So don't worry if you can't, I don't know, like, oh no, I can't use, I can't switch to Gunslinger fast enough and switch to Ebony and Ivory to use Rainstorm, or oh no, I can't enemy step pole play, I suck. Like I said, in the grand scheme of things, none of this matters, okay? You can try this combo, like I said, this combo is way easier. It's called Random Dante combo. I made it. It's basically an easier version of that previous combo. And even this version can be simplified or expanded upon. It really doesn't matter. And this kind of reminds me, you know, you might not wanna, you know, a lot of people, they see a combo, right? And they think, I gotta perfectly replicate this. If I cannot perfectly replicate this, I'm bad at the game. When I replicated my Virgil combos, and they were, you know, basically advanced combos from advanced players, I would immediately look at the combo and I would analyze it very thoroughly, very in-depth, and I would go, okay, I think this seems feasible. This seems doable, I might do it, right? If I feel like it's possible. And then I would build up the speed, the muscle memory, and all that. But sometimes I would go, okay, this part, it kind of complicates things, so I'll exclude that part and I'll basically replace it with another part, then I'll merge this part. So I would basically merge multiple combos from multiple advanced players into one combo, basically. So I would take multiple setups and combine them into one combo, because that's what combo means. It's a combination, and it doesn't matter whether or not you can perfectly replicate some other player's setup. You can do it yourself, and that's the best thing you can do. And like I said, for example, one of my friends, he saw my blood combo analysis, you know, because I kept analyzing Virgil combos, and he saw this combo, and I told him, you know, if you keep trying, I'm sure you'll get the hang of it, and he did. And then he did the combo perfectly, and then he did it again, and he did it again, and he kept sending me this same combo. He just loves the blood combo, and he sent me so many of his attempts that you can see on the screen right now. He just would not stop doing the blood combo, and I told him, bro, can you just, you know, maybe try and do some other combo, you know? Maybe like, I don't know, some, like, the night combo or something, and he was like, no, you know, I'll stick to this, right? He perfected this combo, and he got to the point where he could probably do it blindfolded in his sleep, right? So I basically made a meme, you know, like I said, I fear not the man who practiced 10,000 combos once. I fear the man who practiced one combo 10,000 times, because that's literally what my friend did. And a lot of people tend to do that. You know, they see a combo, they really like it, and they just practice it, and they get really good at it, and that's what you can do as well. But don't limit yourself, you know, definitely don't limit yourself. And like I said, before I actually started doing Virgil Doppelganger combos and analyzing them, I actually... I think it was at the start of 2022 or like end of 2021, I don't really know. I basically did a few Dante combos, 6 in total. The 6th combo was almost completely improvised though. But the first 3 combos or so were done by, they were basically replications of Soli's combos. Soli is this advanced player who makes these really... not beginner, but I'm not going to call them noob-friendly combos, because they're still pretty advanced, but they're less advanced than others, if that makes any sense. So you can do them, right? He's an incredible player. I would definitely recommend checking him out, or, well, checking all of these players out. There was also this one other combo I did, and that combo was a replication of one of the combos from Sanzu132's Combo Mad. I think that's what his name was. One of the combos was also a replication of one of Fanny's combos, or, well, OF at the time. That was the name of the combo creator. And basically, look at this. Like, you can use this. You can use Rainstorm with Ebony and Ivory. Then you use High Side with Cavaliere, right? You switch to Double Sword Dante as you're using High Side, and you use High Times. You make sure you're in Swordmaster, and you use High Times. Now you use Helmbreaker, you immediately switch to King Cerberus, and you use Crystal. Now you keep holding the attack button, and you use you know, Thunderclap. Now you keep holding the double trigger button, you go into your Sin DT, and you use Sin Inferno. And now you can use, you know, Cerberus Combo D in this case. I ended all of my combos with Cerberus Combo D because I wanted to prove that the move was not useless, because, you know, nobody uses that move. I'll leave you with this compilation of my own combos. You know, like I said, they're not mine. I mean, yeah, I was the player, I was the one who did the combos, but they were replications of other players' combos, namely Soli, Sanzu132, and Fanny. And honestly, the thing about these combos is, even though these are relatively simple, I mean, yeah, they're advanced, but they're more like semi-advanced Dante combos. There are way harder Dante combos out there. But even though they're on the simpler side, they took me so much time, like 10 hours, like more than any Virgil combo I've ever done. And I think that speaks volumes. So, yeah. Now, as for the best Dante players, I got a laundry list of players here. So, I don't know if you've noticed, by the way, but if you watch my Virgil guide, you'll know that I've been retreading a lot of ground from that video, which is nothing new, really, because I have a propensity for repeating the same things from my previous video ad nauseum, but you know, you guys know that I have a penchant for watching DMC combos. I keep saying that. I've said it across multiple videos. And I'll look everywhere for combos, right? I'll exhaust every avenue available. Obscure YouTube videos, from channels with like 4 subscribers, Twitter players, even players that post videos to Billy. Like, I follow a lot of these advanced DMC players on Twitter. Like, it's one of the only reasons I even use Twitter. And I just find watching DMC combos really cathartic. Like, I derive some form of, you know, satisfaction from watching combos and understanding what's going on, even though I usually lack the speed to perform most of these combos, at least with Dante. Like, for Virgil combos, for example, I actually ended up replicating all of those advanced combos that I initially set out to replicate, and the amount of pride I felt when I actually replicated the combo successfully, it was definitely a reward in and of itself, and I felt like it was ultimately worth it. Notwithstanding all the countless hours spent in agony, I felt like it paid off. So I'd like to imagine that all these DMC pros feel incredibly satisfied every time they do a combo perfectly, because I know how much time it takes. So every time I see a combo that flows perfectly, I derive some sort of vicarious gratification from it. Like, it's kind of weird, it's hard to explain. It's kind of like watching animations, because I spent a lot of time on Sakugaboru. I'm into animation, animators, all these techniques, even though I myself don't really know the first thing about animating. You know, I've learned it off those websites, but, you know. But whatever, I'm getting sidetracked. That's completely extraneous to the topic at hand right now. So, anyway, I'm trying to say that I dabble a lot with DMC combos, and there's so many good players that it's virtually impossible for me to single out one person as the GOAT. But one of my absolute favorite Dante players out there is SSSmoke. Now, there are certain patterns that recur in his combos. I mean, you've probably noticed that I used a lot of his combos as examples for certain combo setups. Like, he's very recognizable. He has a very conspicuous playstyle, and you can tell by seeing certain setups that only he uses. Then there's Sakaki. I think he's generally held in very high regard in the DMC community. Like, he's one of the first people to actually make combos with Dante. He made several combo videos, and they're all, like, high-key goated. Now, of course, this is all in no particular order. Like, I guess OF, or well, Fanny, like, they're also one of my favorite players. They have some of the most incredible environmental combos that I've ever seen. Some of the most creative combos I've seen in DMC are by Fanny, without a shadow of a doubt. Then you got Romanov. Now, this guy is extraordinarily versatile through and through. Now, there's this common misconception that in DMC you gotta main one character, and that's the only character you'll be good with, right? But this guy begs to differ. He's amazing with both Dante and Virgil. And also Nero. I love like 80% of the Virgil combos that he puts out, and almost all of his Dante combos. He's just a legend. Like, hats off to you, man. Then there's Michelle Gun 201. Like, his Virgil combos are arguably the best Virgil combos I've ever seen in my life. Like, his doppelganger setups, absolute madness. His Nero combos are so frenetic, so visceral, so aggressive, and he's also pretty good with Dante. He's nothing to scoff at. Then there's another player called YTR_love on Twitter. Now, he might not be all that well known because he doesn't post on YouTube, at least not to my knowledge. Now, his combos are very low res, like I said. Maybe it's because of that Twitter compression. I couldn't really tell you. But yeah, this guy, he is also incredibly versatile with every character. So yeah, he's kind of obscure, like I said, but that's all the more reason for me to mention him. Blank is amazing. I don't know if you've noticed this pattern, but most of these guys are Japanese. Like, I don't know. I'm just pointing that out. So, Blank has made some killer Dante combos, really creative stuff. Beeg, he's pretty big in the community. He's an amazing Dante player. Bibsy, now Bibsy is, he predominantly makes Virgil combos, but he's made a few Dante combos, and they're nothing shy of incredible, believe me, like absolutely amazing stuff. Then there's Beyond Yuan Akuma. He makes some incredible combos with Dante and Virgil, especially with Virgil, but there's this one combo I saw by Beyond, and it was a Dante combo that ended with Cerberus combo D, and I was like, wow, finally somebody using Cerberus combo D. So yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. We got Nilo47 Angelo. He also made a few guides on Zero Hide and a full-on Dante guide. We got Ayu Redgrave. Ayu Redgrave is another Japanese professional player. Absolutely amazing. Fumituki_DMC, another Japanese professional player. Absolutely amazing. We got Devil Hunter Indonesia, another incredible player. Like, all of these players, like, there are too many good DMC players that are worth mentioning. So, yeah, oh, of course, oh my god, I almost forgot. Soli, like, most of the Dante combos that I've replicated, like I said, are combos that Soli did. And even about 4 of my Virgil combos were replications of Soli's combos. Like the Sanctuary combo, like the first part of the Sanctuary combo, or the Ice combo, or the Qlifoth combo. So, and there was another combo, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, like, Soli is just an incredible player, and his combos are very easy to follow. I can't thank this guy enough for making me actually want to give Dante a chance. Like, well, give advanced Dante combos a chance. So definitely check him out. Now, I don't personally know exactly how many hours you gotta sink into the game to get to this level. I'll make an educated guess and say maybe more than 1,000. But maybe that's a stretch. According to Bibsy, who is an advanced Virgil player, he has over 1,000 hours in the game. Beeg has 5,000 hours in the game, if his thumbnail is anything to go by, and SSSmoke has over 1,500 hours in the game. So needless to say, you need to dedicate yourself. So it's entirely plausible that you might need over 1,000 hours to get really, really good at the game. But that's only if you want to get really, really good, like top tier, top 5 world or something, you know? But most people don't need that, and they don't need that many hours. They don't need to pour in that many hours. So, yeah. So that's about the size of it. The Fable Dante Guide, my magnum opus. Now, for my virtual guide, when I finished the video, I said something to the effect of, I don't think there are any more mysteries, something along those lines. But in Dante's case, there are plenty of mysteries. I am very confident that I missed a lot of things here. At least when it comes to, like, advanced things. Because, like I said, this video is about the fundamentals. It doesn't really delve into advanced stuff. Even for Virgil, I know that I missed a lot of things, and I only realized that months after the guide was already done. I had half a mind to make this guide way earlier, but I had more pressing matters to attend to. Those pressing matters being my Virgil combo analysis videos, which I encourage you to check out if you're interested in the specifics of Virgil's doppelganger. But yeah, like I said, I am positive I've missed something. There's no doubt in my mind. And I know this may be a lot to digest, but if you take it slow, no pressure, I'm sure you'll manage. So we've already established that Dante is a powerhouse. I said earlier how Dante's an instrument, but nah, bro, he's the entire orchestra. Like, He has everything under the sun, everything you can possibly think of. And when you consider that, it really comes as no surprise that some people just become kind of deterred from even humoring the idea of taking up Dante. It's not even about Dante, by the way. I still know people who shy away from using Virgil's doppelganger because they feel like it's too complex, but don't knock it till you try it. That's what I always say. For what it's worth, if you're using a controller, you might have an easier time. No, you definitely will have an easier time than me, because I'm on the keyboard. And again, if you feel like Dante's too overwhelming, you can always play Virgil instead. Whether you opt for Dante or Virgil is ultimately immaterial. The bottom line is, you shouldn't feel bad for picking either of these characters. They're both incredible in their own right. Virgil is objectively easier than Dante, yes, but he can be complex, and he can definitely become more of a hassle to master when attempting some crazy advanced combos, and he certainly has his own tech, especially with the doppelganger. I mean, I dedicated the last 2 years to debunking that misconception, to proving it wrong. This misconception that Virgil is a brainless character that anyone can play. At an advanced level. So I really wanted to drive home that, yeah, Virgil can be complex. He's not just a cheap knockoff. And Dante, while undoubtedly complex, is not that difficult to get good with. So there's no need to shy away from playing either of these characters. And yeah, sure, Dante requires time, he requires practice, but so does Virgil. Hell, I'd even go as far as to say that Virgil has aspects to him that are even more cumbersome to get used to than Dante. So don't listen to what they tell you. It's not impossible. It's very much feasible. Because Dante, albeit not as accessible as Virgil, is still pretty accessible in his own right. If you master trick actions, fast weapon and style switching, it should all be smooth sailing from there. I'm not saying you'll become the next Sakaki or Donguri, but you will become better at using the character. So if you're on the fence about whether or not you should play Dante, don't be. Just take the bull by the horns, hit the lab, and you'll be Gucci, believe me. And of course, your mileage may vary. Some people will have an easier time mastering Dante. Some people will have a harder time. They'll take longer. Everyone works at their own pace, and this applies to everything in life. So I would advise you not to stress so much. Definitely, this is a video game at the end of the day. I even feel kind of annoyed at how I'm talking about this. This is some life-altering event, picking up Dante. But yeah, like I said, I think that playing on the controller definitely facilitates things. So I don't recommend playing this game using a mouse and a keyboard, even though I don't have a problem with it. I've heard through the grapevine that it's not the most optimal way to play this game. Apparently playing on the keyboard alone is easier than playing mouse plus keyboard, so yeah. And also one more thing, just because you got the hang of style switching and fast weapon swapping doesn't mean you should take it for granted. Like I said, the last thing I want to do is fearmonger and perpetuate this fear that people have when it comes to Dante, but don't make any erroneous assumptions that just because now you know how to switch from Swordmaster to Trickster faster means that you'll be able to do every combo you see online now. I mean, I don't want to burst your bubble, I don't want to rain on your parade, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And I mean, look, nothing is outside the realm of possibility with DMC, but believe me, you gotta break a few eggs and make an omelet. You gotta break a few fingers and make a combo. So you gotta have muscle memory, you gotta go through all this trial and error, and that's normal. That's par for the course when it comes to DMC and when it comes to combos. And believe me, I'm saying this as someone who has attempted and successfully replicated some of the best Virgil combos out there. And that's Virgil, who is supposedly easier than Dante, and it still took a considerable amount of time. Now, granted, that may be a skill issue on my end. Maybe it's because I'm on the keyboard, but you gotta learn to cuddle with the struggle if you're gonna subject yourself to this stuff. And like I said, when I decide to make a combo, and believe me, I'm very picky, the first thing I'll do is I'll put the combo in slow motion, I'll chuck all the controls, and when I'm sure I can do it, I start replicating. But 7 times out of 10, there will be an issue. Even if the combo looks perfectly feasible and easy, when I try to replicate it, some issue pops up that I didn't account for. And this is exactly what I keep saying. You shouldn't just quit immediately. That's really important. Because if you quit, you don't get any results. So yeah, first you gotta build up the muscle memory, you gotta make sure to build up speed, and sometimes you can build up speed because certain combos are way too snappy and they require you to swap weapons every millisecond. But let's say you got everything under control, right? There have been so many instances where I had the speed, I knew exactly what I had to do, and the combo simply didn't work for some inexplicable reason. And I would try time and time again to do what should in theory be a relatively straightforward and simple combo, but something happened, some impediment that I can't identify or explain. So it's all fun and games when you watch combos, but making your own combos or reenacting combos, that's a whole different beast, right? So I only did all those virtual combos by virtue of my own tenacity. It was kind of out of spite. I wanted to prove that there was depth to this character. And also, I recommend splitting every combo you try into parts, if possible, and practicing each individual part until you're ready to string those parts together. Like, I have a proclivity to do that. Like, if need be, you can put the game in reverse turbo, like in slow motion, and try to practice things in slow motion, like in the hyperbolic time chamber, until you've built up the necessary speed and muscle memory. So that's what I did for like all my Virgil combos, like the Hell combo, for example. I split that combo into 3 parts, and I started with the last part because that was the easiest one. Then I worked my way up to the first part, and then the second part, and then I just started stringing them together. That's basically how it ended up working. So, yeah, the bottom line is, as appealing as combos may be, it's not that easy. You're bound to run into some issues. Now, a lot of people simply don't want to learn Dante, and I mean, I get where they're coming from. Like, the average Joe in all likelihood will not want to invest so many hours into a single-player game. Like, this isn't a competitive title. It's not an online, it's not a multiplayer game. So, you know, a lot of people just feel like the juice ain't worth the squeeze, you know what I mean? And I can't exactly hold it against them. I mean, it's a perfectly valid argument. Like, why would you spend a disproportionate amount of time on a game if there's no merit to it, you know? And besides, Dante can be pretty daunting, get it? Now, the funny thing here is most people got DMC5 because of Virgil, you know, because of Bury the Light, because of the memes, because of that legendary I Am the Storm That Is Approaching combo by Soon He Legend. Okay, look, maybe not most people, but those things definitely contributed a great deal. Like, there's definitely been an influx of new players that bought the game solely for these reasons. But contrary to popular belief, I got into the game because of Dante. Like, that's what ultimately got me so immersed in DMC as a whole. Now, I know that may sound unlikely, because if you take a cursory glance at my channel, you'll see that I've done nothing but analyze Virgil combos for the better part of this year, and the year before that, so you might get the feeling that I'm partial to Virgil, but that's not entirely true. When the game came out in 2019, I exclusively played Dante. It wasn't until much later that I started pivoting to Virgil, and of course it was all because of that feeling of novelty. Because, you know, it was the start of 2021, Virgil had just come out, he was a new character, and I had been playing nothing but Dante for almost 2 years straight. But anyway, I digress. So before DMC5's Dante, Alex Mercer from Prototype was my all-time favorite video game character. And don't get me wrong, I still like Mercer. He has so many weapons and forms and all that, but you know. And if you're a follower of this channel, you'll know that I place a huge premium on having a wide array of moves and weapons and skills at your disposal. Like, I like characters that have a wide assortment of things to choose from and use, and I've always kind of gravitated towards games that kind of make you feel like a god, like Devil May Cry 5, Prototype, Doom Eternal, hell, even Storm 4 in a way. Because, you know, it's like an arena fighter, you got a lot of liberty, a lot of freedom, so you know what I mean. Now, I know this may be overwhelming for some people, but I prefer being able to use everything I have at my disposal instead of being limited to just like 2 weapons like in Metal Gear Rising or Bayonetta or Nier Automata. That's always been my main gripe with Platinum games. They just don't let you use all of the weapons and moves you have, and that's such a shame, honestly. You need to choose between your like, you can only choose a primary weapon and a secondary weapon, and you only get half of the moveset. You know, it's just really annoying. That's always been a pet peeve of mine. But in DMC, that's not the case at all. DMC lets you seamlessly switch between weapons and styles on the fly, and that's just amazing. When I first saw the Dante trailer for DMC 5, I was so hyped. I was so hooked. Like, when I saw his Sin DT, and when I saw that it had a completely new moveset, all those crazy weapons and forms and elemental attacks, I was hyped beyond belief. And just like that, the game had me by the balls before it even came out. So I was passionate about Dante as a character from the get-go. The insane amount of weapons he has at his disposal was all the incentive I needed to get good at the game. Or, well, get moderately decent with Dante. I was initially ass with Dante. I was really bad. But then with practice, you know, spending time in the void, labbing the character, playing through missions, fighting Virgil a billion times, I just got the hang of it eventually, and I even ended up replicating a few semi-advanced combos by some advanced players. I mean, they're not too advanced, but it's what was within the scope of my ability at the time. Now, one thing I want to address, and I think I actually briefly touched upon this in my Virgil guide in the outro, but DMC players are very easily impressed, and I cannot stress that enough. And you know what? I'm willing to die on this hill, but most of them know next to nothing about the game or its mechanics. Like, they don't even know the basics of the game they're playing. They don't even know the names of the moves. They don't know anything. So every time they see anything that even remotely resembles a combo, they go apeshit. They go, "Oh my god, are you a god? Do you have 50 fingers?" And it's just a random combo. You can't even call it a combo most of the time, where the person is just enemy stepping and spamming, you know, you're just jump canceling aerial rave. Well, like, look at my quote-unquote advanced Cavaliere combo that I uploaded back in 2019 when I basically started playing the game. There's a reason I put the quotation marks on advanced. But be that as it may, there are people out there who have patrician taste. They're actually qualified to talk about the game. But unfortunately, it seems that these people are very few and far between. And it's the same with the Storm community, really. Like, you got advanced players who stream the game every day, and no one even knows they exist. They're a very niche community. And then you got popular YouTubers who just scream into the mic and they can't even land a single hit, and people only see these YouTubers and they think that that's the pinnacle of combat, that's the pinnacle of gameplay. So, yeah, that's just kind of sad in my opinion. But, you know, the DMC community isn't really that toxic. It's just that everyone gives off this golden retriever energy. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that per se, but, you know. Anyway, regarding Nero, I will not be making a Nero guide. I don't think it's in the cards. Nero has unfortunately never been my cup of tea. I've always been kind of thrown off by the fact that you can't switch between his double breakers, and, you know, the fact that they get destroyed if you get hit while using them. Now, of course, this isn't to say that I think Nero is bad. I actually quite enjoy watching advanced Nero combos because it's so incredibly satisfying seeing how people use max act, you know, perfect exceed and all that, but it's just not in my wheelhouse. You know, Dante and Virgil have always been more up my alley, simply because of the fact that they got demonic weapons and swords, and, you know, gauntlets and greaves and all that, and I also prefer the Sin double trigger over Nero's normal double trigger. I just like the designs. They look more demonic, and I feel like they're more useful overall. And Nero just feels too streamlined for me, and another reason is I cannot use Exceed, or, well, X-Act, Max-Act. Like, every character has a timing-intensive mechanic. Like, I can use perfect judgment cuts with Virgil, no problem. 4 in a row, doesn't matter. I can use perfect royal blocks and royal releases with Dante, no problem. It's a walk in the park. But Exceed is just so counterintuitive for me. I don't know. Like, I mean, I love Nero. Like I said, I love watching Nero players, but I just suck at playing Nero. And I mean, that's fine, I guess, but one thing I can't wrap my head around is people who genuinely enjoy and play V. I don't know how people can enjoy V in any capacity. I haven't the faintest idea. But, yeah. Anyway, that's about it for this guide. I don't think I'll be making any more DMC commentary videos, save for this one final video I plan to make, which will be me detailing my whole DMC journey, you know, what motivated me, no pun intended, to pour so many hours into this game and make so many videos on Virgil combos. And, you know, I really don't want to regurgitate the same content over and over again, so yeah. And again, I apologize for the length of this video. You know, I gotta have a mandatory yap sesh where I basically pontificate about pointless stuff, so yeah, that's all I gotta say. I hope you guys had fun. Do me a solid and like the video if you liked it. And yeah, see ya, peace out, and have a good one.